Good morning, House of Chatty.
Hey, y'all.
What's happening, everybody? Who got the belt? Russ Dog. Russ Dog got the belt.
Congratulations, Russ Dog. Nice job.
I am a winner.
Boop.
Join us.
Hi, David.
Good morning. Good morning.
Warren, we are up in here. Hi, Marcus. Hi, Westsec. Primo. It's a great question, David. If I had the answer to this, I wouldn't be sitting here talking to you. It's one of my favorite, the Will Ferrell, Harry Carey bit. He does the one with Norm Macdonald, where Norm Macdonald's interviewing him about the World Series. And it's extremely inappropriate, not PC. I'm not going to repeat what leads to this on the air. But he goes, if I had one of those, I wouldn't be sitting here talking to you. So good.
Yeah.
Facts, dude. What's up, Miguel? Hi, Spencer and Casey. Hello, Filthy McNasty. What's good? The vibes? Chilling? Yeah, we got a lot of NFL coming up. Kings did us a favor in that respect.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty rare that the start of the fourth quarter is my all right, I'm going to go do stuff around the house.
Oh, dude, you have no idea.
Point of the game.
That's exactly how I was feeling, too.
Yes, how I was feeling, too, but I was stuck. Stuck at the game.
I think I'm going to go play virtual basketball. I'm going to take things into my own hands.
Nice.
Win by 100.
As I say, put it on rookie mode and go beat the Knicks by
Yeah, just shoot
points.
around.
Yeah.
Take that, Knicks.
Yeah.
Nice. It's the only way. It's
That's right.
The only healthy way.
Go full Isaac Jones on him.
Yeah, I played Scalabissiere for 48 minutes. It was awesome.
Oh, I saw my guy Scal last night. I think his 10-day runs out tomorrow, next day. So I don't know if he's getting another one or not.
30.
I did get some info on the Keon Ellis contract.
Well,
Yeah. Probably discuss that later in the show if you'd like.
yeah, we're here. He's James. I'm Kyle. Goose Brazil behind the glass. Oh, we're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. We're hanging out with you till noon. Everybody on the radio, hello, good morning. Appreciate you. If you're on your drive in from work, maybe you're driving home from work, maybe you're out and about running errands because you don't work on Tuesdays, which sounds kind of fire. Appreciate y'all for listening. If you're on the free Odyssey app, thank you. Hello, good morning. And of course, YouTube and Twitch, youtube.com/ESPN1320, twitch.tv/ESPN1320. If you'd love to come hang out with us there, please do so. The chatty house is up and popping as it always is in the mornings. And if you're listening to the James Hammond Kyle Madsen Show, the podcast version of this program, thank you. Hello, hope the future's going well. And if you're not subscribed to the podcast, please do. Even if you don't plan on listening there, it just makes us look good when people subscribe. I'm going to be just pulling the curtain back.
Yeah.
Just the subscriber numbers going up makes us look good. Whether you listen or not, up to you.
We don't care.
We couldn't care less. As long as you're consuming the show in some way and also downloading the podcast.
That's right.
I guess we can talk about the Kings. I guess.
That was tough, Kyle. It was tough to sit there and watch it.
133-104 was the final. And it's not like like blowouts happen sometimes.
Yeah.
And that's where like it's the same. I have the same feeling about it, not in all the same ways, about the Knicks loss that I did about the Clippers loss. Or if that Clippers loss happens in November, it's like, man, Kawhi made a big shot. You played pretty well. What were some of the takeaways? Whatever. But it's like, man, that's a devastating loss.
Mm-hmm.
And now it makes it so you have to bounce back against the Knicks. And I'm pretty sure I said on the radio yesterday, I wasn't worried about them being not competitive.
Yeah, but that's what they were. They were non-competitive.
From like the opening tip,
Yeah.
I was talking to Joe before the show, and he's like, man, it felt like from the start, they were never there.
The weird thing was too, sorry,
Good.
it happened right in front of us, down below us,
Mhm.
like early in the first quarter, where they just kept letting the ball bounce on the court. Like it would just sit there and bounce and bounce and bounce. And they're looking at each other. And then one point, like it kept bouncing. And one of the Knicks, like, all right, you guys aren't going to go get it. He ran over and grabbed the ball, shoots a three, hits it. There's another play where they're just watching it bounce, 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 and it goes right out of bounds. It was just this like deer in a headlight, exhausted, can't move, can't react, not going to do basics moment. And it happened like 3 or 4 times in the first quarter where you're just like, oh no, they just don't have it at all. Like they aren't just slow to the ball. They just aren't moving at all. They're stuck in concrete.
Mm-hmm.
It was just a really, really weird moment early in the game.
What were you going to say, Joe?
Yeah, I mean, it's after the first quarter. It was like halfway into the second. My grandpa looks at me. He goes, "I'm going to bed."
Yeah, that's what that was last night.
I don't blame you. Yeah,
That was
I am too.
That was they've checked out. I'll check out.
Absolutely.
And I get a little bit. Okay, they were on a back-to-back. Okay, but back-to-back happen all the time without losing by 30.
Yeah.
Excuse me, 29. Interest of accuracy. But what I think happened here is a perfect storm for a blowout, where the Knicks shoot 13 of 21 in the first quarter, 5 of 7 from 3, including Miles McBride going 5 of 5 from the field and 3 of 3 from beyond the arc and scoring 15 freaking points in the first quarter. Meanwhile, the Kings on the other side did nothing to combat it. They were 7 of 22 from the field, 3 of 9 from 3. They scored 22 points. They're down 15. And climbing uphill in an NBA game is already tough. Climbing uphill in an NBA game against a good team like the Knicks is also going to be tough. Doing that on the second night of a back-to-back, like you have to expend so much energy to try and come back in that game. And they're doing this coming off a back-to-back where they played in overtime and had to expend a ton of energy trying to win that game. And so when they put themselves, and again, this is not an excuse. You have to come out and you have to play your games, but just the human side of this sets in. You're down 15 points. They're hitting everything. You're hitting nothing. It's like, all right, not our night. And that was disappointing to see because I thought they were above that under Doug Christie. I didn't think we would see them have a game where they were just flat out. At no point did they make it competitive or interesting.
No, I think the only time that it was competitive at all was early in the game when it was just like everyone was stuck in mud.
Mm-hmm.
Like it did not have the feel of like an NBA game early on. And the Kings couldn't shoot at all, but they weren't down a bunch.
Mm-hmm.
And then right at the end of the first quarter,
5-0.
Yeah, but they were even like they were hovering. They had cut it to like 4 or 5. I mean, you look at the end of the first quarter, and that's where they got clubbed.
Yeah,
I mean, it just like the score jumped so quickly. Yeah, like at the 5:23 mark, with 5:23 left, the Kings were down 15-14.
Yeah.
And then next thing you know, it's 37-22 in the last 5:30. That's what it finishes in the last 5 minutes of the quarter.
22-8 run.
Yeah, like to end. How do you give up a 22-8 run in the final 5 minutes of a quarter?
Yeah, you can't.
So yeah, as soon as they went to the bench, whatever the starters were doing, it just like translated right to the second unit. It's like they high-fived each other as they went off the court. And it just like, hey, we gave you the stink touch. Good luck out there.
It was so bad.
Yeah, and there's another thing. I see some people in the chat have said, "Oh, it's a schedule loss and stuff." Okay, there are such things as schedule losses in the NBA.
Mm-hmm.
Like we're gonna see next week. There's a schedule loss coming up.
Mhm.
And that's when you play two of the best teams in the NBA back to back at home, and it's 3 games in 4 nights, and the fourth game is against, I think,
Sure.
OKC.
Mhm.
That's a scheduled loss, right?
Mhm.
And maybe the Kings don't have a scheduled loss. A scheduled loss is when you play at home one night and then you play the next night in Denver,
Mhm.
or you play one other like East Coast game and you fly into Denver and you got to play that next night. That's a
Yeah.
scheduled loss, right?
Right. Where it's just like that's a really tough spot to play in.
Yeah. Last night's game was not a scheduled loss. What it was a game, the game before you went for broke and you lost
Mhm.
and you expended everything that you had. And so it's not a scheduled loss. It was a choice.
Mhm.
And like, whether you say it's a good choice or a bad choice, like their best bet was probably to do exactly what they did. Go for broke, try to get the win
Yeah.
with the
Yeah. You
Clippers.
needed to get one of the two.
Yeah, play everybody 45 minutes and see if you can get a win. That to me is a difference. So this was not a scheduled loss. If you look at the calendar, a game in LA and the next night, a game at home, especially a 6:30 start in LA one night,
Mhm.
a 7:30 start the next night in Sacramento, that shouldn't have been that bad. And, like Doug said it multiple times last night, that's not us. And I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
I hope that that's not who you guys are, because that would make the last 18, 19 games of the season really, really sad. But it's possible. It is.
It's the spot that matters here. It's not them. I actually I am inclined to believe him when Doug Christie says that's not us, because we've seen them be largely much more competitive than that.
Of course.
So I'm inclined to believe him. In fact, I think when they play Thursday against Golden State, I think they're going to play really well, because I think this is a team that's going to bounce back in that way with 3 days off. But 2 days off? 2 days off. But you don't. I understand the idea of a schedule loss, and I get it. I understand it. Like, my brain is wrapped around it. You have 18 basketball games left.
Yeah.
You are now 3.5 back of the number 6 seed. You're just running out of time. And so this excuse of, I don't want to say excuse. I'm not trying to attack the idea of a schedule loss, but it just doesn't play for me.
Mhm.
That doesn't. The urgency is so high every single game. We've been making the joke for like 2 weeks now. Oh, biggest game of the year coming up. A huge game coming up. Like, they're all going to be big coming up.
Yeah.
So you can't go into you can't be uncompetitive in a game at this point of the year, especially after you just lost. And I get that it was a tough loss. It was OT. It was on the road. It's the second night of a back-to-back. I understand all those stipulations. I would feel it's not the it's just how poorly they played.
Yes.
And how it was not just this gradual. It was from off the rip, like, oh, this game is over. They have no chance against the Knicks team that didn't have its best player.
Yeah.
That's it. It just,
you got bullied too. I mean, that was the other
Yes.
thing. There's something interesting that Doug's been doing. The front in the locker room, there's a giant TV, there's whiteboards all over the place.
Mhm.
Way up high, he has to use a step stool to get up there. Way up high on the top, there's a whiteboard, and Doug writes a couple of letters there every day, and they stand for something. And Sean Cunningham usually like grabs them and tweets them out. Like, what do people think,
Mhm.
tonight's message is? And last night's message was ZE, and it stood for zero excuses.
Well,
and that's so when you walk into that game and if they're going in with zero excuses and they walk out of it looking like that, you got to take it at face value. You just didn't show up.
mhm.
And like, we're not going to sugarcoat it. We're not going to say second night of a back-to-back. We're not, you did this or that. You're getting used to Malik Monk being back in the starting lineup for some reason. All of these things. No, you went out and you got punked.
That's
You
it.
let OG Anunoby like literally just push you right to the basket.
Every time.
They had so many jailbreak inline drives for
Mhm.
dunks.
Mhm.
Like, that was just such a poor performance where everybody was a step slow. Everybody looked like they weren't engaged from,
Mhm.
even like the wide open looks from three that they got. They had them. They had the looks that they were supposed to get. And, like, we'll piece it, we'll break it down in 6 quick thoughts later. But, You can't have a guy like Zach LaVine go out and take 10 shots, especially when Domantas
Doesn't make
Sabonis
sense.
is out of the game,
Doesn't make sense.
isn't playing. So these are things that like the team has to pick up on and go, okay, look, we've got to play to our strengths. And last night they just didn't.
Yep. He's James. I'm Kyle. Joe Brazil's pushing buttons and doing a bunch of stuff. We're the Insiders. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. And we're hanging out with you until noon on this very radio station. Chris Biederman of the Sacramento Bee tweeted this last night. The Kings are 12-21 against teams above 500, which is worse than every team in the top 10 of the West except the 10 seed Mavs at 13-24. The Kings are 21-10 versus teams below 500. The reason that matters is because that's a trend.
Mm-hmm.
And when we're trying to, because the lens I'm viewing this through is like, okay, hey, the Kings are trying to make the playoffs. It's clearly what they're trying to do. So what does that path look like? And that paints a pretty damning picture of where the Kings are.
Mm-hmm.
When you're 12-21 against teams above 500, which are playoff teams, that's a really, really tough look. And separating from the blowout of it all last night, because the Knicks have now blown you out twice. Separating the score itself from it, what we saw last night was just the continuation of this trend that has been a problem for the Kings all year.
Mm-hmm.
And that's another place where I can't get with the schedule loss thing, because I have no reason to give the Kings the benefit of the doubt that they would have beat the Knicks on 2 days rest.
It sure didn't look like it. It didn't look like they would have beat many teams last night. And like, again, there are reasons and there are excuses. Like, zero excuses, one thing. Like, the reason why they were a step slow to the ball is because they played huge minutes. A lot of their starters played huge minutes the night before.
Mm-hmm.
But not everybody played huge minutes. And
Malik Monk sure didn't.
Yeah, Malik Monk didn't. And, Trey Lyles didn't play big minutes and was all over the place. Like, they didn't have Jake LaRavia, but again, you can't, like, Jake LaRavia is a role player. Like, you've got to be able to have a next man up mentality.
Totally.
Yeah. And there was some interesting stuff too. Like, I thought, again, the Isaac Jones minutes were huge. And we talked about this before we came on the show. Since Doug Christie took over, Isaac Jones hasn't played at all.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, really, he's played, that was the 8th game he's played out of Doug's, 33 games as a head coach.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know what the reasoning is for that. I know they are up against it when it comes to how many games he has left of eligibility to play.
Mm-hmm.
But still, like, that is an energy player that in games like that last night where you need a boost, and you don't just need a boost from a guard, you need a boost from a big.
Mm-hmm.
You've had that on the bench, and I get it. Again, he's up against it when it comes to games played on his two-way, but the Kings still have an open roster spot. And like, they easily could sign Isaac Jones tomorrow. I don't know exactly what their salary cap number is, but I still think that they have enough under the cap to go and do something. So,
especially because converting that now would not be expensive.
No, it would be, $500,000 or something, $400,000.
And is it not prorated?
Yeah, it's prorated, and it's a $1.6 million rookie scale deal, but it's prorated for, whatever games are left.
Right.
Yeah, so it'd be $400,000 or $500,000.
I don't know, man. We're gonna put a pin in the Kings stuff briefly, because a ton of NFL news happened yesterday. Is it time to hit the panic button in San Francisco? Is the teardown and rebuild happening? We'll tell you next, and then we're diving back into the Sacramento Kings as well. That's James. I'm Kyle. Joe Brazil is going to send us to break here on the Insiders, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. It's ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Bam, 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 bam.
Derek 250. I've never heard that Isaac Jones is lazy behind the scenes. At all. Like you do hear that on occasion about a player that they're lazy, but that's not what I've heard about him. Okay, cool Raul, real quick. Trade exceptions. Think of them as a gift
Coupon.
card.
Oh,
Yeah,
card.
a coupon or like a gift card, but a gift card that you can't combine with another another gift card. So, or a coupon, right? It's basically like a coupon that holds on to a certain amount of money. The way they work is you can absorb salary into your well, unless you're hard cap like the Kings are right now, but you can absorb a contract into your salary cap using just an exception. But what you can't do is you can't add them, and you can't so you can't use multiple trade exceptions for one player. And if a player makes $5 million and you've got a $4.8 million trade exception, you can't use that trade exception. You have to have one that's $5 million or above for a $5 million player. The Kings do have a lot of trade exceptions. Trade exceptions can also be used in a larger trade. So you could acquire multiple individual players in, say, like a 3-for-1 where you're trading with a team and you can acquire like 2 of their players as part of a trade. And then another player could be traded for a player, but the aggregate works together. And so those trade exceptions can be used in a lot of different ways. And it is a good thing that the Kings have multiple trade exceptions and multiple levels of trade exceptions. So they have a lot, but they're good for 1 year from the day of the trade. So basically, they're a continuation of the original trade, if that makes sense. That's why you hear the terms simultaneous and non-simultaneous trades in the NBA. A simultaneous trade means everything happened on one day and it's over and it's done with. A non-simultaneous trade means that there are all kinds of pieces floating around like trade exceptions. And 2 teams can make a trade and both teams can come out of it with a trade exception in a complicated way. I hope that makes some sense.
Yes, he's a good player. Don't know how effective he's going to be at age. What is he? 33 now.
Oh. Is he that old? Wow.
He's been in the league for a while.
Securing a Bagley. The Kings getting the 13th or 14th pick. They don't. Their pick is top 12 protected, so that would go to Atlanta.
He just turned 32. Javon Hargrave did.
Okay.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Aftershock is coming to Sacramento. The lineup this year is unbelievable.
Yeah, there's a buzz.
Thursday, I had a mutual media friend of ours come up to me. Hadn't seen him in a while. Dap each other up, say hey. And he just immediately goes, "Hey, you guys do Aftershock, right?" Like, yes. He's like, "Have you seen the lineup for Thursday? Can you get tickets?" I don't know, man. Here's how you can get tickets right now, though. We're giving some away. And as Joe Brazil made the point earlier, our producer, they're giving them away on like rock stations and stuff.
Yeah.
And that's where like people go to win them. So this is a good space to try and win tickets to Aftershock. So what we're doing, we've got 5 people will win a pair of general admission weekend passes to Aftershock 2025. All you have to do is enter on the ESPN 1320 contest page for a chance to win. You could go to Aftershock 2025 as a guest of ESPN 1320 and Danny Wimmer Presents. I've never been to Aftershock. I might have to go this year. Might be the move.
You're coming with me this year.
All right,
We're going.
with Joe.
Oh,
Going with
yeah.
Joe.
Both
I'm gonna
of you
go
guys.
hang out. I'm gonna go hang out with the young people.
Both of you guys are coming with me this year. All-American rejects.
I'll bring my walker.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna know. Like that's the thing is last year's Aftershock was apparently a great time.
Yeah.
I didn't go.
Yeah.
But when I was looking at the lineup, I'm like, I'm not familiar enough. Like I know who the bands are.
Yeah.
But I'm not familiar enough with that. There are so many of these bands this year where I'm like, oh, I'm gonna know some songs.
Yeah, they went younger this year.
I'm gonna go yell Blink-182 lyrics with some 22-year-olds. I can't wait.
Like you mentioned, it's like the Warped Tour, kind of what they missed on that.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's gonna be a good one.
Can't wait.
I'm intrigued. I might go on that Thursday. I might go on that Thursday.
Yes.
The insiders in the mosh pits. What's
I
going
can't
on?
wait.
Oh man,
Let's go.
Bring my pointy
Let's
elbows.
go.
Sharpen the elbows before we get out there.
I'm gonna be in there drawing charges.
Oh
Just
yeah.
moving my feet, defending with my chest. Just
and one.
Yeah. Defend with your chest, Kyle. Defend with your chest.
I'm Kyle. He's James. Joe's over there in the other room. Day one of the legal negotiating window in the NFL was yesterday,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm trying to make sure that I'm covering all the bases here. I think the freak out over the 49ers' first day of the legal negotiating window is insane. They didn't. I left yet. Was it painful for a fan? Like 100%. Like Kyle Juszczyk getting released, and Dre Greenlaw signing with the Broncos, and Talanoa Hufanga signing with the Broncos, and you see Aaron Banks getting all this money, which is insane, by the way. 4 years, $77 million American dollars for Aaron Banks is nuts. He's an okay player.
Every single 49er that left, from my point of view, was like oh my gosh, they got overpaid grotesquely.
Yeah, the only one who didn't is Greenlaw. 3 and 35 is a pretty reasonable deal. I haven't seen the guarantees or the structure on it or anything, but that's a player that I know they really wanted back, and they didn't get him. But also, he might give you 8 games this year. You have no idea what his health status is, because he just came back from an Achilles injury, and then he only played 1 half and then 5 snaps because of a knee injury and then a calf injury.
Yeah.
And then they shut him down for the year. So he's a big question mark. And are they going to miss Dre Greenlaw? Like 1,000%. He's going to be the most difficult player to replace. But they have been forecasting this and telling you that all of this was going to happen. When they drafted Ricky Pearsall in the first round last year, that was a signal that, like, yeah, hey, this super expensive receiver room is not going to be the same receiver room moving forward.
Mm-hmm.
Javon Hargrave signing with the Vikings today, they signaled at their end of season press conference when they restructured his contract to make it cheaper to release him this year. John Lynch said, like, yeah, hey, he's going to be a post June 1 cut. We hope to bring him back, but we think the market's going to be big, and it has been for defensive tackles, by the way, but that's a separate question.
Yep.
Talanoa Hufanga, they've been drafting safeties the last 2 years.
And he hasn't been good since 2022.
He's an okay player.
Yeah, and even Kyle Juszczyk, I know he's like a great 49er, and he's made it to 9 Pro Bowls, right?
Yeah, 8 straight. 9 straight.
He's almost 34.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you could bring him back as a coach. I mean, realistically, you could bring him back as a coach. Like, why not? Like, have him be part of your running backs room. But like, if he wants to keep playing, okay. But I mean, like, you don't get to play forever.
Right.
Yeah.
The other one, Travarius Ward. Travarius Ward told everybody at his locker cleanout, I went through so much personal trauma here. I don't ever want to go to the San Jose airport again. I don't want to be in this state anymore because of what I went through personally. His 1-year-old daughter died. And he went, where I went through all this, I would like to not be there anymore. And so he signs with the Colts.
Totally get it.
I took 1,000%.
And he got paid as well.
And he got cashed out. The 49ers are not in a spot. And this is not about, look, this is not me doing the, like, I'm going to stand in front of ownership thing. If the 49ers had come out and said, like, we're going to spend less cash, we're going to curtail our cash spending. That's what the Cowboys do, by the way. The Dallas Cowboys, the most valuable franchise in American sports, is always at the bottom of the league in cash spending. That's
crazy.
The issue the 49ers are running into is they don't have a quarterback on an affordable contract anymore. They're not going to. So they're redoing how they're doing these contracts because they don't want to sign Jonathan Allen, a 30-year-old defensive tackle, to a 3-year, $60 million deal where they might have to wind up pushing money into the future, where now all of a sudden they have this huge dead cap figure, which they do this year. More than $70 million of their salary cap is going to players who don't play for their team.
That's tough.
Right. And so they're trying to avoid that in a scenario when they're going to have a quarterback making a sizable portion of the salary cap. That's just team building. They still have Fred Warner, high-priced player. They still have Nick Bosa, high-priced player. They still have Christian McCaffrey, high-priced player. They still have George Kittle, high-priced player. They still have Brandon Ayuk, high-priced player. They still signed Diamador Lenore to a extension. Granted, it was way more reasonable than I thought he was going to get, but they signed him to an extension. They still have Trent Williams, high-priced player.
Yeah.
Like they still have all this expensive talent. Just at some point, if you're going to regroup and you're going to rebuild, and the 49ers are trying to do this on the fly while staying competitive, you have to start hitting on draft picks, which is something they didn't do in 21. They did it in 22 with Brock Purdy, but really nowhere else. And then the 2023 draft, it does not look like it's going to bear a ton of fruit either. So they need to hit on draft picks, and everybody's telling me when I say like this is kind of their goal, I get hit with, yeah, but what if the draft picks are bad? Yeah, then they're going to be bad. The team isn't going to be very good. If Brock Purdy stinks, the team isn't going to be very good. Like there's a gamble here for sure, but this is the reality of having as many high-priced players as they do and then throwing a sizable quarterback contract on top of it. At some point, you need to reload with draft picks, and you need those draft picks to be good. You need to reload with affordable free agent signings, and that's what they're doing. Whether it works or not, I can't tell you. But this is not some like, oh my God, Jed York shut the faucet off and said, you're not spending any money. Like, no, they're trying to be smart about the salary cap.
It feels like they've botched so many drafts over the last 5 years that's where their talent is fading.
That's it, dude. Yes.
And if you can't take advantage of the draft, you cannot squander first-round picks on bad kickers. Not first-round picks, but third-round picks or fourth-round picks. You can't go out and keep drafting bad wide receivers that don't make your team and can't, function. And 2 years in, they're gone. Bad running backs. Like how many times in the middle rounds have they made those mistakes where they hit gold is when they're drafting linebackers and interior linemen with those picks, but they just keep wasting them on specialty players that do not pan out. So I'm intrigued to see how they build this thing at this point. I think that they can get a really, really nice pick with, number 11. They probably can fill a starting position
Better be able
day
to.
one that can help your team, whether it's a defensive tackle, whether it's an offensive guard, whatever it is. But man, they have so many holes to fill at this point, and you just can't miss with this draft.
To your point, the 2021 draft, they selected 8 players in that draft.
Mm-hmm.
One of them is currently on the team.
Brock Purdy?
Diamador Lenore.
Oh, Lenore.
Purdy was next year.
Okay.
But Trey Lance, disaster. The only reason John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan didn't get fired for the Trey Lance thing is because they fell into Brock Purdy.
Of course.
That's it. They would be gone. Anyways, Aaron Banks got paid out, got cashed out. Trey Sermon, cut early. Ambry Thomas, cut before his rookie contract was over. Jalen Moore got cashed out by the Chiefs. That's insane.
Weird.
Hufanga cashed out by the Broncos, and Elijah Mitchell was gone anyway. He went
to the Chiefs.
The 2022 draft, here are the players who are still on the roster. Drake Jackson, not a contributor.
Precariously on the roster.
Spencer Burford, now a backup. Might start at left guard this year, but a backup offensive lineman. Nick Zakelj, backup offensive lineman. Kalia Davis, barely a rotational defensive lineman. And then Brock Purdy. 2023, Jair Brown, maybe your starting safety, maybe not. He was up and down last year. Jake Moody, disaster. Cameron Latu, not on the team. Darrell Luter, backup special teams guy. Robert Beal, not a good defensive end. D. Winters, might start at linebacker, maybe, TBD. Braden Willis, special teams guy. Ronnie Bell, not on the team anymore. Jalen Graham has been cut, but now he's back, and he's a special teams guy. That's our 2021 through 2023 drafts.
Yeah, it's just not enough, man.
Go ahead, sorry.
What do they have, like 3 starters total out of all of that?
Maybe. Are we including Jake Moody?
No, because I don't think that's going to happen.
They say he's going to stick around. I'm not so sure.
Yeah,
but
whatever.
Yeah. Jair Brown is I'll call him a starter.
Okay. Brock Purdy.
Purdy's a starter. Lenore's a starter. That's 3.
Okay.
3 in 3 drafts. You can't have that.
No.
Not when your roster's this expensive.
Well, not and also when you probably had 25, 26 picks in those 3 drafts combined.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's not like they had their 2020 draft. They had like 5 picks. It's not been that. They've had 8+ in all those drafts.
Yeah.
And it just hasn't been good enough. And keep in mind, when I say spending less, I mean like against the cap. I don't give a damn about Jed York's pockets. Like they're gonna spend money. They print money, but there's a salary cap to work under. You said TC still around? Let's get to TC. Wants to talk about Brock Purdy and the Niners. What's up, TC? What up, TC?
What's up, bro? Hey, that was we're not heartbreaking, bro. It was just the Knicks, man. Something about the Knicks, bro. We gotta figure something out here with them dudes, bro. Like some type of defensive scheme or something, but we just gotta figure the Knicks out. I'm not gonna overreact off of that. The Kings will be fine, bro. We just gotta settle in. Hopefully we can get 7, 8. If not, bro, we gonna be number 9, and we gotta make noise that way. We can't be afraid of the play-in because that's where we at right now. Kings players, media, we just got to run in and get in how we get and fight hard. That's where we at. As far as Brock Purdy, Kyle, and him, that Sam Darnold contract, bro, that's more than enough for that dude. That's where I'm at. He should have accepted the 45. I'm giving that dude 35 a year, bro, on a 3-year deal. That's $105 million. Take it or leave it, Brock. I like what Jay York is doing right now. Him and Lynch taking all the reins away from Kyle and saying, Kyle, this is it, dude. The players that we draft and bring in here, if you a real coach, then you going to coach these dudes. If not, bro, we got another losing season, you're out of here. So I'm all for it, bro. I like the move that Jed is doing right now. But 35 a year for a 3-year deal for Brock, bro, that's my deal I'm giving him. I'm not giving him 60, 70, 50, any of that.
All right, thanks, TC. So now it's not Kyle Shanahan. Got it. Okay. No, I need to, right. Okay, we're moving goalposts. Okay, cool. No, for sure.
That was some next level.
We're just being super disingenuous with it. Got it. All right, nice.
Just move them their goalposts.
No, yeah, I don't necessarily disagree on the Purdy thing. We say this all the time with NFL contracts, though, like the guarantees are what's going to matter. Brock Purdy could sign a 10-year, $900 million deal. But if $100 million of that is guaranteed, it can look like a 3-year, $30-ish million deal. And that's where I think this is going to wind up landing. The numbers will be inflated where it looks like something in the $50 to $55 million range.
Mm-hmm.
And when you get down into the nitty gritty of it, you're probably looking at like, it's like a 3-year commitment. It's this year, then 2 years, and then they've got an out after year 2 or year 3.
Yeah.
That's how I think this is going to wind up going. And the guarantees will land in the 100 or 120 range or something like that. And we'll all move forward.
Yeah. I mean, they have to get it done. That's the biggest thing.
Yeah.
We do have this breaking news. You want to
go
ahead with that?
Yeah. ESPN's Adam Schefter. The 49ers are releasing Leonard Floyd. I have to get the numbers on this. I don't know how much they're saving.
Yeah, Leonard Floyd, 8.5 sacks last year. But it sort of sound like maybe they've got Joey Bosa. Maybe there's a potential there for him to join the squad. And if he did, that would open you need not only the salary, but also sort of that position open. Although it would have been nice to have Leonard Floyd still on the roster.
Yeah, so this is hang on 1 second. There we go. All right, we're multitasking. This is one of those, like, if you can keep Leonard Floyd as a rotational edge rusher, you feel good about it.
Mm-hmm.
But he wasn't great last year. He was absent in a lot of games. This is another $8.6 million dead cap hit for the 49ers.
How much?
$8.6 million.
Oof.
They save 1.4. But again, what you're seeing is, and I think this is what's happening. They know Brock Purdy's contract is going to be some amount of money. they're, I think, trying to stack their dead cap this year and just accelerate all the dead cap to now
Okay.
instead of spreading it out over the next couple of years.
Mhm.
Where, okay, it costs $8.6 million in dead cap to cut Leonard Floyd this year. And again, that doesn't cost additional. He was going to count $10 million against the cap. Now he costs $8.6 million against the cap.
Okay.
And they save 1.4 ish.
1.4 ish seems like not very much.
No, but
If you don't cut him, what happens?
then he's on the team, and now you're going to have dead cap next year.
Okay.
And so this is, I think what they're doing is just getting all of this out of the way now. Where, yep, there's going to be dead cap on all these deals because of the way they structure them. There's going to be a little bit, but they're just accelerating the big numbers now. That's like, I think what's happening.
Okay.
Because they know they have to get younger with draft picks, and they know that Brock Purdy's contract is going to be expensive. So instead of trying to figure all that out with an expensive contract, they know he's going to make 5.1 this year. His cap hit's still going to be low in 2025. And so they'll eat the dead cap now.
Okay.
I think that's what's happening. Oh my gosh. That went quick. I'm just not panicking. There's nothing that's happened that makes me think more or less of the 49ers' chances to win the Super Bowl. I don't think they're a contender today. I didn't think they were a contender yesterday. I don't think they're less of a, I don't think they've fallen at all, really.
They're in the same range they were before.
Yeah. Their season was always going to come down to who did they draft, what free agents did they go get at on cost-effective deals, and can those players be effective, and can Brock Purdy be good? Those are the questions that are going to determine whether the 49ers are worth a damn this year or not. It's not whether they went and gave an outsized deal to Jonathan Allen to play defensive tackle for them.
Yeah.
Anyways, maybe they stink, and they might, but not freaking out just yet. We'll have some more NFL news. We'll take a look around the NBA last night. The Kings continue falling in the standings. We'll give you an update on where they're at and what happened last night. Not a good night for the Kings overall, especially on the scoreboard. We'll get to that coming up next. He's James. I'm Kyle. That's Joe. We're the Insiders, and we're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. This is ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center.
People are going a little weird in the chat. What's going on over here? People in the chat. I started something earlier. Oh, this from Rees. Don't we want Atlanta to get the pick? I don't know. It depends on what you think of the Kings roster, and it's a little complicated. So again, if the Kings don't give up their pick this year, then it rolls over to next year. Next year it's top 10 protected, right? If the Kings don't give up their pick next year, which would mean once again they didn't make the playoffs, then the pick dissolves into 2 second-round picks. And the Kings not only would have their 25, but they'd also have their 26 first-round pick and their 22 and 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, an extra in 31, and then one in 32. So, yeah, I mean, there's always a possibility that, again, this team doesn't make the playoffs, and this isn't a roster that's going to win. So I think the best case scenario would be for the Kings to be a good team and not have to give up their pick. I mean, and have to give up their pick because they're a good team. But as of right now, I'm not sure that they're that team. I agree, Owen. This is like they are a kitchen nightmare basketball team. Like full on. Sal, what would make you think that they're going to do something different? Like you moved Malik Monk in the starting lineup. Once you did that, you kind of hit a button. And to be honest with you, I would take it back and I would put Keon in the starting lineup. I just think you're a better team with Monk coming off the bench and providing that spark. And it would rebalance your offensive options in the starting lineup. Give Keegan Murray a little bit more of an opportunity. But I don't think that they're going to do that. There we go.
Good Lord. Monk and Levine went 5 of 12 from 3, and the rest of the team went 5 of 22. Oof. Granted, a bunch of those. 2 of them were Doug McDermott. 1 was Mason Jones. 1 was Markelle Fultz.
We were sitting there with I was sitting there with Sean, and I said, I almost wonder if they're not going to put Doug McDermott in here and see if he can hit, 3 or 4 threes just to give him a boost because no one's hitting.
Yeah.
And they all of a sudden they did, and then nothing. Like that's the problem.
Mitchell Robinson ran a plus 26 in 16 minutes. Good God.
Whose scotch is hiding back there?
I don't know. Not mine.
Huh.
Little frog though.
It's really peaty.
It's nice.
I don't know. Are you a peaty scotch guy?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. Bought my buddy a bottle of for his wedding. For his wedding day, we got ready at his house, and so I brought over, and it was this Japanese whiskey with a lot of peat. It was like peated whiskey, and it turns out my buddy is not a fan.
Oh,
and so I had this nice bottle of whiskey at his house, and he was like, "I'm not going to drink that." And I was like, "Well, I'm driving back home up to the Bay Area from Arizona, so I'm throwing this in my car, and I'm keeping this. You're not drinking it."
That's funny.
I don't usually do that, but he was straight up like, "I'm not touching it." It's like, all right.
Yeah, I did some scotch tasting at the house during Christmas, and it was like, oh, I don't like this.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Hey, Drew, don't do that. That's not funny. That's James. I'm Kyle. He's Joe. The 49ers, real quick, did make a signing today. They signed Richie Grant, safety from the Falcons. He might play.
Mm-hmm.
They signed Luke Farrell, a tight end, who might be the new fullback. I don't know. Anyways, tough night for the Kings last night, not only on their own scoreboard, but also on the rest of them. So, while the Kings lose their second in a row, Golden State beat the Blazers 130-120. I had 2 takeaways from this game. One, Golden State's now 12-2 since the trade deadline.
That's crazy.
The bigger takeaway for me, the Blazers are going to be a freaking problem really soon.
You think so?
Yeah. I think Chauncey Billups is doing a really nice job. Okay. They're a couple pieces away for sure. And I don't think they're gonna be like the Rockets next year, where they're just firmly in the mix. But I think over the next couple of years, I think there's a chance the Blazers are really, really good. I like what they're doing a lot.
Okay.
They seem to have an idea of their identity and what they want to be. They just don't have the dudes right now.
It's funny because they've got a lot of dudes.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not like they're a cheap roster.
Mm-hmm.
They also have a bunch of veterans. Like the Denny Avila trade. They gave up a lot in that deal.
Cooked last night, by the way. 34-17, I think he finished with.
Yeah,
34, 16, and 6.
Okay. They have a lot of guys averaging in double figures, but no true number one.
Right.
And, again, Jeremy Grant's down to 14.4 points per game this season.
Didn't even play last night.
Yeah. And Shaden Sharp, I really like Shaden Sharp's talent, but he does get hurt so often. Yeah, They've got an interesting roster. They've got tons of talent, but again, they've got kind of a group of like square pegs and round holes type guys.
Yeah.
Like the DeAndre Jordan and
Didn't play last night.
Yeah, and again, Jeremy Grant just doesn't fit their long-term roster makeup.
Yeah. I am a fan of what they're doing. Then the Rockets, the 5 seed. I'm taking the Rockets back off the board, by the way. We just got to get the Kings back up to 6.
Oh, yeah.
Not worried about 5 anymore. But the Rockets beat the Magic 97-84. Houston, surprisingly, they'd lost 10 of 15. They've now won 3 in a row as they've played the Pelicans twice in Orlando. And coming up, they have Phoenix, Dallas, Chicago, Philly, Orlando, Miami.
Oh.
That 5 seed's going to start to get really out of reach.
Yeah, they're back.
Yeah. The Grizzlies beat the Suns 120-118. Hey, man. I know the Suns are probably done this offseason anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Like Kevin Durant's probably gone and they're resetting some stuff, or as much as they can. If they don't wind up making the 10 seed with Dallas as beat to hell as they are, that would be a really, really tough look for Phoenix. Especially since Dallas beat the Spurs last night, 133-129. So Dallas wins, Suns lose. The Suns lost a full game on the 10 seed last night.
Oh, no.
That's rough.
How's that even possible?
Because the Spurs are inexplicably horrible. They are so bad. It doesn't help that De'Aaron Fox has been dreadful over really since Victor Wembanyama's gone out.
Yeah.
So most of his time they're in San Antonio. But it is unbelievable how bad they are.
I just can't. How is Phoenix just like, I mean, the 10th seed is just there.
It's there. And granted, they lost to the Grizzlies by 2. In a spot where just you got to start racking up some wins, man.
I also heard Dallas because I was reading because they're at the hard cap, right? Mm-hmm. They can't add anybody else. Right, the only thing they can really do right now, they can't even really sign 10-day contracts anymore. The only thing they can do is like use their 2-ways and sign different guys to 2-ways. But again, you eventually run out of those because each of those 2-ways are only good for 50 games. And it's like the roster spot is only good for 2 games, not the one player is only good for 50 games. Got me? So it becomes like really complex, right?
Yeah.
And then it looks like Anthony Davis and Derek Lively both haven't been ruled out for the season. And because they haven't been ruled out for the season, you can't apply for an injury hardship.
Oh,
and so they're stuck in this really weird situation where they can't do anything. Even Daniel Gafford hasn't been ruled out for the season. So eventually you're going to have to just play. The other night, they had 8 guys on the bench, and then 2 guys bonked heads. Both had to go in and get stitches, and then another guy pulled his hamstring. And it got to the point where through most of the fourth quarter, they had 5 available players who were all on the court. And then Kessler Edwards came back out. Kessler Edwards is like your savior. He comes back out after getting stitches and can play in the final 6 minutes. But that's where they're at as a franchise. And they're still a game and a half up on the Suns. That's crazy talk. At least the Kings might get to play them in the play-in.
Yeah, at the 9, whoever you get in the 9-10, you're going to feel pretty good about. The game high in that Mavs Spurs game, Mavs 133, Spurs 129. Game high score, Harrison Barnes 29 points.
Ooh.
Game high in rebounds, Kessler Edwards 11.
It's like Kings everywhere.
And then the Nuggets beat the Thunder 140-127. So Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is going to win the MVP.
Most likely.
Because when the larger NBA media kind of just starts saying that, because he had a big game the other night when the Thunder beat the Nuggets at 40. Everybody's like, "Oh, it's over. It was never close. It shouldn't be close. Shai's the MVP. His team is so much better." Da da da. Like, all right, bet. Like, I okay. Like, I'll accept that. The Nuggets beat the Thunder 140-127 last night. And Jokic went 35, 18, and 8.
Yeah.
He's the best player in the league. He's not going to win MVP, but Jokic is just so very clearly the best player in the sport.
It's funny. We had a discussion at the dinner table last night with a bunch of media people. And
any voters?
Yes.
Okay.
One.
Okay.
I think just one.
Okay.
But we went around the table, and the one voter said it's Jokic. And said, like their reasoning was very clear that like you probably hindsight now he should be a 4th straight.
Yeah.
Like the Embiid one, you didn't give it to him that year because he hadn't won a title. Then he went and won a title.
Mm-hmm.
And now you kind of feel like, okay, well, we held him to that standard, but you never held Embiid to that standard.
Right.
And he was, like the stats said that they were very close, but that Jokic was a better player. The head-to-head, though, Embiid buried him in a head-to-head matchup.
Mm-hmm.
And so it kind of swayed people late in the season, right?
Right.
But still, it's like, are you looking at his stats? Like his stats they're bonkers.
They're insane.
28.9 points, 13 rebounds, 10.5 assists. Not only that, he's shooting 57.7% from the field and 43% from 3. Like his advanced numbers this year alone are some of the greatest advanced numbers we'll ever see, that we have ever seen in the game. They're better than almost every one of his MVP years. It's just crazy how impactful he is.
Yeah.
So I don't know. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, I'm. It's gonna. I mean, it's Shea's to lose, and I don't think Shea is capable of being bad enough for long enough to trick it off here over the next 20 or so games.
Yeah.
So I think it's his award, but man, Jokic is quite a freaking player. So here's where things stand. The Rockets are the 5 seed, Warriors 6. The Timberwolves are 7, a half game back at number 6. The Clippers are 8, a game and a half back at 6. The Kings are now 3.5 games back at the 6 seed. That's something we didn't take into account when everything was all jumbled up there, and 6 through 9 were separated by like a game. And we went, man, you win a couple and you're going to be right there. We didn't take into account that if you lose a couple, you're going to fall off really quick.
Mm-hmm.
And now all of a sudden they're 3.5 back. And it's not like they've been playing horribly.
No,
they had a really bad game last night and a tough loss the night before. And 3.5 back. It's really rough. It's not over though.
No.
Get back in the saddle. Go win some. And the Mavs 4.5 back at 6. Game back at the Kings. Be shocked if the Mavs are anything higher than the 10 seed.
I'd be shocked if they're the 10 seed, but if they're higher than the 10 seed, then something horrible happened.
If they wind up landing the 10 seed, if they hold off Phoenix, or if they get anything higher than 10, I'm stumping for Jason Kidd to be the coach of the year.
Yeah, that would be wild to literally make it to the playoffs with 8 players or something.
That would be amazing.
It's wild.
It would be. I would love. It would end very quickly, but I would love to see the Mavs go to the playoffs.
Oh no! I would love to see them like
after all this, after all the like, here's all the awful things that have happened. They're like, yeah, hey, here's the 8-1 matchup.
But then watch like the week before the playoffs, AD and Lively show up and somehow they shock. They beat the Kings in the 9-10 matchup. You're like, oh Jesus.
Oh, that'd be so annoying.
Yeah.
Oh my God. That'd be so
boy.
I don't want this anymore. That's way less fun. That's not a fun scenario. All right, we got a whole second hour to do. We'll have more Kings. We'll have more NFL. This the NFL off season churns along. The NFL regular season winds down. We'll have 6 quick thoughts. We'll get back into the Kings game from last night. James Ham, 6 quick thoughts. It's coming up next on The Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. That's James. He's Joe. I'm Kyle. And we're on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Back in the loss column in Underdog Daily Fantasy for your boy last night. I've got basketball takes. That means I'm playing their pick'em game. You just pick 2 or more plays. You pick higher or lower on those player stats. And last night, Keegan Murray higher than 2.5 3-pointers made. Nah, didn't hit. Karl Anthony Towns higher than 42.5 points, rebounds, assists. Nah, didn't hit. Zach LaVine. I thought Zach LaVine was going to go off last night. He did not. 26.5 points higher. Nope, he had 15. And then Deuce McBride, I had higher than 12.5 points. He had 15 in the first quarter. So salute to Deuce McBride. He came through for me. Unfortunately, the lineup was a loss. But, I'm going to be back on the horse tonight because I'm constantly putting in lineups with Underdog. They have all your favorite teams, all your favorite sports. You can cross-match sports with your lineups. It's always a ton of fun. So download the Underdog app and sign up now using promo code KyleM to unlock a special offer of up to $1,000 in bonus credit when you make your first deposit. Join in on the fun when you sign up with promo code KyleM. Claim your special offer today to get up to $1,000 in bonus credit instantly upon first deposit. Must be 18 plus and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Void in Colorado. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org. In Arizona, call 1-800-NEXT-STEP or text NEXT STEP to 53342. In New York, call the 24/7 Hope line at 818-778-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY. Did you get the bubble? My man. Joe's the best. Look at you. Come on.
There it is.
I love this for my guy.
Mute the mics for 1 sec. You don't mind.
Okay, hang on 1 second. Breaking tag. SMG breaking tag.
Yeah, there's a Brazilian steakhouse next to Kaiser. Forgot what it's called. I haven't been there yet, though. I want to go check it out. You guys got to go check out Oz, the Korean barbecue. What's up, Rest Dog? What's up, Drew? Check out Oz. This is the best Korean barbecue around here.
Where's that at?
They got a couple. They're all down towards Sacramento. Just there's two like in the general area of Sacramento, but Oz is like levels above other Korean barbecue I've had.
Oz is really good. Skirt.
Oh boy, now they're just raking you over the coals, telling you Oz is mid.
You know, that's fine. I mean, can I have a rebuttal though?
Not until you tell this person. I don't know who this is, but they're probably an asshole. Until you tell them. Until you tell Manny what your favorite cereal is.
We talked about this a little bit before. I was trying to find like a really good one. We're about to come back. Well, I'll go with Fruit Loops, even though I haven't had them in forever. I like Cinnamon Toast Crunch though, probably.
All right. Cinnamon Toast Crunch is a great choice. Hour number 2. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil is pushing buttons. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube here on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Leader. We are taking you up to noon, and then we'll hand it off to D'Lo and Casey, and they will take you up to 4 o'clock. I'm sure D'Lo and Casey are going to be talking a lot about that Kings-Knicks game last night. Can't wait to get their thoughts on it. But you know what else I can't wait to get is James Ham's 6 quick thoughts on the Kings' 133-104 loss to the New York Knicks last night.
How'd yesterday's Kings game go?
Not
Kings
great.
insider James Ham has 6 notes you need to know. Here are James Ham's 6 quick thoughts.
Yesterday's Kings game go. Why you got to bring up old stuff, voice guy? James Ham, 6 quick thoughts. I can't do this the same way anymore. I'm going to have to vamp for a second until I can do this. Number 1. Number 1.
There we go. Malik Monk returned. He went 1 of 7 from the field to start and just looked a little off, a little out of sync. But then he finished with 21 points and 3 assists. After the game, he talked about what he learned while he was out, and that was that he needed to sacrifice a little bit of his scoring and go out and set up his teammates a little bit more. I'm not sure if what he said and what he meant were the same thing. He led the Kings with 18 field goal attempts and finished the game with 3 assists. But, you know.
I love to have to get my teammates more involved. I'm going to lead the team in shots by a lot tonight.
Yeah.
That's so funny. I thought you were saying when you wrote this that he said after the game that he can't have another game like that.
No, he was talking about like the things
that was
he
reflection
learned.
he did before returning.
Yeah, the things that he learned while he
man.
was, and how he was because I think I asked him, like what does he got to do? He's watched this team and they've had some success while he's been out. Like what is how does he add his flavor to the game into what's already happening? And that was one of his answers. So, yeah.
I'm interested to see how he pairs that with or if he's not how, but if he's able to take that role on and ensure that Zach LaVine isn't having another night where he takes 10 shots.
Yeah, to me, I mean, like we're gonna get into these. Like there are too many things that that went wrong in that game, and they need Malik Monk to become a distributor. They need him to average, let's say, 8 assists a game from here on out.
Yeah, if that's going to be the whole thing, is like, hey, he's your only point guard, cool, then go be that. He
can score 18, he can score 20, he can go for 30 on a given night.
Yeah, absolutely.
But he needs to average 8 assists a game.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not just that the number has to be there. It's that he has to play the point guard position.
Yes.
He has to bring the ball up. He needs to get the team in the offense. He needs to direct traffic. If Zach LaVine is on the wrong side of the court and getting in his way, he needs to tell Zach LaVine to get over on the other side. He needs to get in the 2-man game with Domas. He needs to get the pick and roll going. Then he needs to set up Keegan Murray for a couple of open threes in the corner. Then he needs to feed LaVine for a couple of plays. And then he needs to hand the ball to DeMar DeRozan for a couple of ISOs. Like all of these things need to happen, but it has to be one person who is saying, I'm going to organize everything and I got you.
Yep.
And that's really, I think, where he has to learn the point guard position, how to organize, how to not just be a straight hooper and how to be a game manager of sorts in certain situations.
Yep. We're just talking about Zach LaVine, number 2.
Yeah. Zach LaVine, you just need more Zach LaVine. Like he's playing so well offensively right now that you can't go through a game where he goes 5 of 10 from the field. That it's the 10. Like he shot 50% from the field. He hit a couple of threes, but you can't have him scoring 17 points when you're struggling offensively, and he can't take 10 shots. That there just can't be a game where he's taken, 10 shots. Like at a minimum 16, 17.
Yep.
And he can go up from there depending on efficiency, but that's where it has to start.
Yep. I'm there, man. The whole point of having Zach LaVine is that he's really freaking good at putting the ball in the hoop. So let him have opportunities to do that. It's not like he was 1 of 10. He's 5 of 10.
Yeah, that's the crazy thing.
Yeah, weird. Number 3.
Number 3, another double-double. Valanciunas, which I, of course, spelled his name wrong. And I also, in 6 quick thoughts, I switched his points and rebounds. He had 10 points and 13 rebounds. This is his 3rd double-double in 5 starts filling in for Domas. And not only that, but he's averaging roughly 14 points, 11 rebounds, and 4 assists. He's been really good, but you can also see some of the deficiencies and why he isn't.
My man cannot defend in space.
Holy
at all. Smokes.
No. So that was one of my concerns yesterday. Yeah. It was who's going to defend Cat?
Yep.
And in the second half, you know what they did? They sent Keegan at Cat, and Valanciunas was on Josh Hart. That's what they did.
Going to leave Josh Hart open as much as he wanted.
Yeah. And Josh Hart hit a couple of threes. One thing Josh Hart didn't do is kill you on the glass, which
Yeah.
he typically does.
Yeah.
But that's part of the problem. We saw it early
sorry.
on where Valanciunas got pulled away from the basket to defend Cat. They
Mhm.
would get into a two-man game, and then boom, there's a forward or either Mikal Bridges or OG Anunoby running at the rim for an inline dunk.
Mhm.
Straight line dunk. That
Yeah.
that just can't happen.
Nope.
And that's going to be the thing that you've got to game plan around when you're playing against a five that can shoot the ball.
Yep, for sure. The good news is I know that not a lot of people, love Karl Anthony Towns as a player. I think he's a winning player or something. Super skilled offensively though, and there's not a lot of fives you're going to deal with that are that good offensively.
No, I totally agree.
Number 4.
Number 4, Keegan Murray missed some open looks.
Yeah,
he
he did.
1 of 6 from 3. He had 9 points and 2 rebounds. He had a very, very tough game after like an excellent stretch.
Mm-hmm.
And you just need him to be just a smidge more aggressive. But the open looks like spoke to the back-to-back and the fact that he played 47 minutes, whatever, the night before.
Yeah.
And that's going to happen sometimes. But since he took the 2 games off in December because of his ankle, he's shooting roughly right around 39% from 3. He's been really, really good. And that's over like a 30-plus game stretch.
Yeah.
So you just need him to settle in and you need more of him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For sure. My biggest thing with Keegan last night is that he didn't finish with 6 shot attempts.
Yeah.
Like that's a little silver lining, but yeah, tough night for sure. Number 5.
Number 5, Keon Ellis was a bright spot. He's always a bright spot, but he was a bright spot. He had 9 points. He had 3 rebounds. He only played 18 minutes. Again, it's the second night of a back-to-back, so I'm not going to crush Doug Christie for playing him 18 minutes, especially when you had Malik Monk, who did not play the night before and hadn't played in a few games and needed to get back on the court. But like this team is better when Keon Ellis plays major minutes. And again, I thought he brought energy. He brought like some joy to the court. He did get bullied a little bit by some of their, like when he tried to defend some of their their forwards. But like, look, that is a very, very different team. And,
For sure.
the one thing I would have had him do early, I would have had him in the game at the 3 or 4 minute mark and tried to turn the faucet off on Deuce McBride, which is what they did later in the game, which is why he 15 in the first quarter and finishes with 18?
18, I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not going to belabor the start Keon point. Mostly because I don't know that starting Keon would have helped that much last night. I think they would have gotten blown out regardless of who was starting. But if I want to be petty,
Yeah.
that one, it goes in my column.
No, I'm with you.
Our column. There are other people with me.
Yeah, you're not
alone.
alone.
No.
You're not alone. And like, look, I think that you got to find a way to get Keon on the court as much as possible. And if you can find a way to start him, if you can have one of these veterans say, hey, look, I will take a step back, that's fine. But until you have that moment, it's going to be really tough to do.
No doubt. I'm going to keep harping on it, though. Number 6.
We had an Isaac Jones sighting.
Yeah, we sure did.
This is really weird. He put up 12 points, 5 rebounds, and he all kinds of hustle. But he hasn't seen the court in months. He's got 8 appearances in 33 games since Doug Christie took over, and he's played a total of 75 minutes. And I don't know what the deal is there, except for Doug probably as a young head coach, a head coach who has not been at the helm before. Doug is focusing on veteran play. And that's what it kind of feels like, that Doug feels more confident with some of these other players. But Isaac Jones, to me, he just brings an element that this team does not have. Like, they kept getting him late in the game in the pick and roll, the 2-man game near the rim, and he was just electric. He hit a corner 3. He gives you versatility on the defensive end that they lack, especially against a team that, if you're going to go run OG Anunoby out there who's playing like a NFL fullback and dropping his shoulder on everybody and just bullying him to the rim, Isaac Jones could have stepped in and played in that moment.
Theoretically, for sure.
He theoretically could have gone out and defended Karl Anthony Towns for minutes. But they don't have the confidence in him. And I get it, like Trey Lyles has been a reliable player for you.
Yeah.
But at the same time, like that dude sort of seemed like he needs to play. If it's not nightly, then I would have him in for matchup issues here and there and find ways to get him on the court.
Yeah, it's strange, but I think you hit the nail on the head with Doug being a first-time head coach. And like, man, you're in this spot where basically every game has a playoff feel now from just a gravity and an urgency standpoint, where your undrafted rookie is kind of going to go on the back burner. This is not, hey, you know what? Let's see what Isaac's got. Like, no, you got to go win. You're going to, like you said, Trey Lyles, he hasn't been very good this year, but at his best what Trey Lyles can give you. You have no idea what Isaac Jones is going to give you. And that level of certainty that you have with Trey Lyles, or that confidence you have in Trey Lyles, I think just outweighs an undrafted rookie who you've seen for however many minutes he's played as a pro. It's not very many.
No, it's not. But I definitely, any other year outside of these 3 years right here, I'm so used to a player like Isaac Jones playing the final 20 games of this season and playing 20 minutes a night and developing, because that's who the Kings were for all those years. They're a team that you actually go and give minutes to. So I would like to see him developed. And to be honest with you, I look at what they're doing with Devin Carter right now, where they're kind of doing the same thing. They're starting to give him little bits of minutes here and there. I want to see the same thing with Isaac Jones, because in all honesty, Trey Lyles is a free agent at the end of the season. Yeah. And there's a very, very good chance that he won't be back on this team next year. He's not playing well enough that you just say, oh, it's easy. But he does provide spacing. He does provide small ball center minutes. And he's not erratic, and Isaac is. But at the same time, man, you don't have another rim runner. You don't have another guy who can go above the rim in a pick and roll situation, and he can play the 4. So I would at least give him a shot.
Knocked out a 3 last night.
Yeah, he did knock down a really nice.
I would love to know, and I don't think that anybody would divulge this information to me. But if you were to ask somebody on the coaching staff, I do wonder if it's like, yeah, hey, he does X, Y, and Z in the G League, and we need him to not do those things. And so until he consistently doesn't do those things, he's not going to play consistently.
Well, yeah, but when he goes to the G League, he averages like 27 and
right.
12.
But maybe it's not about the 27 and 12, and it's the way he defends this, or the way he does this on offense. Like that, I don't know. Like I said, I don't think anybody would divulge that info to me. But I wonder if there's just these little things where they're just like, nope, can't trust it.
I'll ask, because I think I know a couple of people that might actually have that conversation with
That's
me.
what I wanted. I just didn't want you to ask for me. So I was hoping
I would say, like, watching him, he's one of their better players in the pick and roll. Like, his ability to drop in the pick and roll and defend 2 players, spectacular.
Yeah.
Like, there are
a lot of guys that do that. Yeah.
He has some natural instincts that are really, really good.
Yeah.
So I'm excited to see what he looks like next year.
Yeah, me too, man. And maybe he'll start getting, maybe last night was one of those Keon Ellis moments. Remember with the Rockets last year? They're getting blown out by the Rockets. Keon Ellis comes in, plays well, and starts to get a little more burn. Maybe that's what happens here with Isaac Jones on the stretch.
Yeah.
As long as Domas is out, they maybe give him some run. I don't hate it.
No.
Like, it's not like they're holding on to the 6th seed, and it's like, you got to do whatever you can. Like, you're in the 9. Like, go try something different.
Yeah. No, I'm with you. Like, why not?
Yeah. All right. We'll have some NFL free agency updates for you. We've got the handoff coming up at 11:45, and something else. I don't know. Oh, I have an office complaint that I'm going to air out now. He's James. I'm Kyle. That's Joe. We'll be back in a second. AJ Anunoby. Dude, it's so Matt Steinmetz, 95.7 The Game. Steiny has covered the Warriors he broke the PJ Carlesimo Latrell Sprewell story. Like, Steiny's been around. Steiny knows hoop as well or better than anyone I know. And doesn't always have the best takes, but knows the sport inside and out. And there's one day we were talking about, I can't even remember what the context was, but he's just like naming players. And so he'd be like a like a Jalen Brunson or an Isaac Jones and then he just goes AJ Anunoby. Like, who is that? So we had a lot of fun with that. That was one of our drops. AJ Anunoby. He's a really nice guy, though. Really great guy. Some people are saying, yeah. I don't think he's going to win MVP. I think he's going to be the Raiders' best quarterback in a long time, though. And I'm not even a big Geno guy. There's people on the internet who are going to tell you he's an MVP candidate. Kings need juice off the bench. Call the fullback. The Niners just released him, all right? I think you mean Crowder. Isaiah Crawford is an undrafted rookie. Yeah, number 99. There you go. Okay, yeah. Isaiah Crowder. Jay Crowder. Isaiah Crawford. Jay Crowder. Jeez Louise.
Oh.
Well. Brother, you have no idea. No. Yeah, Jay Crowder doesn't got it anymore, man. If Jay Crowder could, here's my thing. If Jay Crowder could help, he'd be playing.
Yeah, he's sitting on the bench. Like last night, he was in street clothes. He's having back issues.
Yeah, doesn't he? Even when he's suited up, doesn't he wear that back brace like at all times?
Yeah, he's like 34 years old.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
He's been a good veteran in the locker room.
Yeah, he's always one of the first guys off the bench. Yeah, it's someone ultimate vibes guy for sure. Talked about this a little bit earlier, but it's fine. It's kind of expected. I have no idea if they're going to be good next year or not. But I'm not, like, nothing has happened that makes me think, like, this is a disaster. Oh, my God. A lot of guys, I think they expected to lose. The only reason they might have been able to get Dre Greenlaw back is because he tore his Achilles. Thanks. Yeah, tomorrow I'll tap in. Probably tomorrow. I don't know, like, in case he could play.
Yeah.
And now he's a veteran guy in the locker room that they probably should have had all offseason.
Same with Doug McDermott.
Yeah. I agree.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
James Ham's over there. I'm Kyle Madsen. No big surprise. The 49ers not giving a restricted free agent tender to linebacker Curtis Robinson. Your thoughts?
I think they non-tendered him, but then signed him to a 1-year deal.
Yes, right. Which is the right move. If you tender him, he would have cost a minimum of, it's like $3.4 million or something like that.
Oh, yeah, no
and I'm
way.
sure his 1-year deal is much, much less than that. So salute to Curtis Robinson, the 49ers Walter Payton Man of the Year nominee. Other NFL free agency stuff. Daniel Jones going to the Colts on a 1-year, $14 million deal. What a mess.
Why would you pay him that much?
To get him in the building?
I guess
Because you've got a starter on a rookie contract?
Who are you competing with?
I'm sure there were other teams that wanted to sign Daniel Jones.
But for $14 million?
Yeah, I don't know if it's 14 fully. I don't think it's fully guaranteed.
Oh, okay.
But I don't they've already said it's going to be a full open QB competition.
All right.
Just cut or trade Anthony Richardson.
Yeah, why don't you just sign Gardner Minshew and bring in everybody? Jameis
Because they already had
Winston.
Gardner Minshew.
Well, I know. Just bring them all in. Just have like a.
No, I don't like if you're at the point that you're bringing in a quarterback specifically to compete with your rookie quarterback.
Mhm.
You're done with your rookie quarterback. They're hoping he takes some leap, but internally they're doing that because they're like, hey, you know what? Hey, this is not the dude. Fingers crossed he takes some weird leap.
Isn't he going into his third year?
Yes.
Okay.
Did I say second?
You said rookie.
Oh, sorry. Your third year quarterback.
Yeah. But you're young quarterback.
On your quarterback on a rookie contract.
Yeah. Oof.
He's
tough, man.
Yeah, he's not. I don't know if he's good. I don't think he is. But like when you bring in Daniel Jones on this contract for an open quarterback competition, that means you know what you think the outcome's going to be.
Yeah.
Daniel Jones is ostensibly their starter. And they'll try and make the playoffs.
That's wild.
Insane.
That's wild.
Elsewhere, Javon Hargrave and Jonathan Allen, 2 interior defensive linemen, both signed with the Vikings. The Vikings shelling out big money. They've added a couple of offensive linemen as well. They can do this because they didn't pay Sam Darnold. They can do this because they have J.J. McCarthy waiting in the wings, former number 10 overall pick, University of Michigan legend, national champion who hurt his knee last year, didn't get to play, and now he will be their starting quarterback. When you have a starting quarterback on a rookie deal, you can do things like throw money at Javon Hargrave and Jonathan Allen and a couple of offensive linemen.
Yeah, I mean, they're stacking their interior line on both sides.
Which makes sense.
Oh, yeah.
When you watch how the Eagles won the Super Bowl, if you look and you go, hey, we think J.J. McCarthy's really freaking good. Got Jordan Addison. T.J. Hawkinson's going to be coming back. We've got Justin Jefferson. Re-signed Aaron Jones. We think we can make a run. We're probably going to have to go through the Eagles. What are you going to have to do to combat the Eagles? You got to win in the trenches.
Yeah, but that's you're doing all of that with a unknown completely at quarterback.
Yeah, but you're setting that quarterback up for maximum success.
No, that's true. That's very true. I just like you have no idea what you're going to get out of your quarterback in year one.
Sure.
Coming off an ACL tear, a rookie who's never played.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm intrigued. And, we keep talking about this, like the interior line. Every other team in the league is stacking their interior line. Where the 49ers cut Hargrave, they cut Malik Collins. They lost Aaron Brooks. Banks. Yeah, my bad. Aaron Brooks was a quarterback.
Brooks. Yeah, legend.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. I'm not super worried that they lost Aaron Banks because I think he's pretty replaceable with the players they have, and he's going to be a lot cheaper than $77 million over the next 4 years. But this is, I mean, we talked about it earlier. I don't want to belabor the point, but when you're expecting to pay a quarterback top 10-ish money, you're going to have your hands tied a little in free agency. And when you already have a bunch of high price players on your roster.
Mm-hmm.
It's an expensive aging roster. They're trying to get younger, and in the process will also get cheaper because draft picks aren't expensive. That's where they're at. I do think, though, that we're going to see the 49ers, the Raiders, who have Geno Smith at quarterback now on a sizable contract. I think we're at the point of the offseason or the free agency legal negotiating window where we're going to see the 49ers and Raiders getting more involved.
Okay.
Where all of a sudden free agents aren't making top of market money, but their markets are starting to depress a little bit as teams have less money to throw around. This is where I think the good teams not the good teams. That wasn't what I was looking for. The teams with expensive quarterbacks are going to try and do the good business thing and get bargain bin free agent who is going to start 17 games for them on the offensive line. And they got him for $4.5 million. Like that's the point of free agency we're heading into.
Yeah.
Where the deals are going to get smaller. And you're going to get a lot of like Javon Holland, the safety for the Dolphins, really good player. Got the same money as Talanoa Hufanga. That's shocking to me.
Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah, but when you're at this point, like this is like teams start running out of money or money that they can allocate to resources like that. So the players get cheaper and better value, frankly.
Yeah, I mean, what you're hoping though is that you find a couple of diamonds in the rough.
Yeah.
I mean, because they have to.
Mhm.
Like at this point, especially like their defense, they have no defensive tackles to speak of. I mean, their interior line is trashed.
Yep.
And their left guard is what, 36?
Left tackle, but
Left tackle. That's what I
Yeah.
meant. Left tackle is 36, and
He's
their right
old.
tackle is no good.
Yeah.
I mean, the draft can bring you a bunch of stuff, but can it fill all of those spots?
Mhm.
Maybe it can, but that's going to be tough.
Yeah, no, it can't. If you get 3 starters in a draft, you're like, wow, nice. They're not going to be able to do everything, so they're going to have to get active in free agents. They're going to need some in-house players to take leaps.
Mhm.
Like, it's precarious for sure. I think that the 49ers are going to go into this year with a massive question mark over whether they're going to be any good or not.
Yeah, it's crazy.
There's going to be a lot of unknowns. I do think the Leonard Floyd release is a signal that Joey Bosa could be on the way. Mike Silver reported yesterday that the 49ers and the Dolphins were both offering contracts that came up short of $10 million.
That's crazy.
But the fact that the 49ers are releasing Floyd leads me to believe that they think they have a replacement coming in. And Joey Bosa is, I think, that name. But again, that can't be your only, like, that's a 30-year-old, is he 30? 31? I think he
Bosa?
turns 30. I think he's turning 30. Yeah, that's right. He turns 30 in July.
Yeah.
That's a 30-year-old defensive end who's played 28 games the last 3 years. That can't be your answer.
Nope.
There has to be either another free agent. There has to be multiple draft picks. They got work to do, man, for sure.
Your guy Nick Wagner, well, our guy here, friend of the
our
show,
guy, friend of the program, for sure. That's our guy.
Best I can tell, with adding Leonard Floyd and Javon Hargrave post June 1, the Niners are at around $85+ million in dead money on the 2025 salary cap.
Oof.
It's gone up.
Tough.
That's a
Yikes.
lot of dead money.
Yep.
But it also shows you that there's a path forward.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I think they're trying to get all this out of the way now so they can compete this year. And if you think, I think I said this yesterday, but if you think the 49ers aren't trying to compete for a Super Bowl, again, trying, I don't know that they will.
Mhm.
They may not. If you think they're not going to try to do that in a year where the Super Bowl is at Levi Stadium, you're insane.
See, that's the crazy thing.
But they're not like, okay, if they had given, there's no player they've lost that if they had been like, no, we're throwing a bunch of money at that guy, that I'd be like, wow, they're going to the Super Bowl now. If Kyle Juszczyk was still on the roster, I'd have the same exact questions that I have about him. If Aaron Banks was still on the roster, same questions. Dre Greenlaw on the roster, same questions. Talanoa Hufanga, same deal. I got a lot of questions about the 49ers, but it has nothing to do with the fact they've lost a bunch of guys in free agency and they haven't spent a bunch of money in free agency.
I kind of like a lot of the moves to trim down, but if you're gonna clear out a bunch of guys that were either injury prone or just not great and not living up to expectations, that's fine.
Mm-hmm.
But you better have a plan.
I do think this is a year where going into the draft they have 11 picks, right? And they have 8 in the top 150. Typically, when I see the Niners have 11 picks, it's been, oh, hey, you can now trade up and you can package a bunch of those picks and wind up with maybe like a 7-player draft class. But instead of having 8 picks in the top 150, you wind up with 8 in the top 100. Or not 8, 7 in the top 100 or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
7 top 100 picks would be nuts, but you understand. I don't think they're going to do that because I think they want as many dart throws as they can get in this draft. Where, like, it wouldn't shock me at all if they traded back from 11, traded back a couple spots.
Oh no,
to pick up like a day 3 pick, or a couple day 3 picks, and just as many chances as you can get to draft an offensive lineman, because maybe you find a George Kittle or a Dre Greenlaw in the 5th round. Maybe you find your next starting left tackle with a random 6th round pick. Like, there's the opportunities are there via the draft. And I think maximizing those opportunities, given where the 49ers are at, like, it's not unlike what the Rams have been doing. The Rams pushed all in to try and win a Super Bowl, and they did. And then they had a bunch of dead money, and they needed to restock their roster with affordable young talent. And so they used a bunch of draft picks. And they said, hopefully some of these guys stick, and a bunch of them have.
Okay, so when do we find out, like, if they got compensatory picks? Are they already there, or we not find that out yet?
We don't know for sure, but there's the overthecap.com has a really good handle on the comp pick formula. And his comp pick formula projections lined up with the 49ers comp pick projections. They believed, John Lynch said, that they think they have 10 picks total.
Okay.
And that was before the Debo trade where they picked up another one.
Okay, so it's possible they have 11
projected 11 picks.
Okay, so what did they get in the Debo?
A fifth.
A fifth. So
I believe it's a fifth from New Orleans, which is the 148th overall pick.
140th over. Okay.
48th.
Okay, so right now we're looking at the 11th pick, the 43rd pick, which is second round, the 75th pick, which is a third round pick, a potential pick number 99 compensatory pick from the third round.
So that they will get.
Okay.
Because that's the expanded Rooney Rule, the JC 2A, where you get a third round comp pick if you have a minority coach or front office member hired to a head coach or GM role.
Oh,
that was from the Ran Carthon, D'Amico Ryan's year.
Oh, okay.
Because you get third round picks in the next 3 drafts.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
So they will get that one. That's in there. That's for sure.
And then they have 3 fourth round picks, 2 of those being compensatory picks.
Yep.
They don't have a fifth, although they picked up a fifth.
They do now have a fifth.
They
It's
do.
just not official yet.
They have a sixth, which is 189, and then they have 2 sevenths.
Yes.
Okay, one of which is a compensatory pick.
Yes.
Interesting. You know where I learned that?
Where's that?
NinersWire.com.
My dog. Let's go.
NinersWire.com.
Shout out to NinersWire.com.
This was written by Kyle Madsen.
Yeah, it sure
Whoever
was.
that is.
Wrote the hell out of that piece.
That's right.
I got to tell you. Yeah, man. Oh, I know what I'm going to ask you this now. I'm going to do 2 things now because if I don't, I'm going to forget.
Okay.
The first thing we're going to do is reset. I'm Kyle. He's James. Joe Brazil is our producer. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube, and this is The Insiders. Okay, first thing that I will not forget today, we are giving away a $50 Jiffy Lube gift certificate and an exclusive Insiders hoodie that you can only get through this giveaway. James Ham is wearing it right now. It comes in red, blue, and black. I think we still have all the colors. I don't know. It used to come in all those colors. You can win that hoodie along with a $50 Jiffy Lube gift certificate, and it's a nice hoodie.
Mm-hmm.
No expense spared.
No, these are the best hoodies ever.
Highest quality hoodie that you can get. Go to ESPN1320.com to win this hoodie.
Right now.
And a $50 Jiffy Lube gift certificate.
Mm-hmm.
Find the Jiffy Lube contest page. And what's our word for last night?
Uh-oh.
Thud.
Thud.
Thud. T-H-U-D.
I was teeing you up, and Joe just
forgot.
walked in, and I love that.
I forgot. I looked at him.
Good work, Joe.
No problem.
Thud. T-H-U-D.
Thud.
Because that is the noise the Kings made last night.
That's right.
Just
boom.
Face plant. Ugh.
Yeah, so go to Jiffy Lube. Go to ESPN1320.com. Click on the contest page. Thud is the word.
Yep. And you'll be entered to win a $50 Jiffy Lube gift certificate and an exclusive Insiders hoodie from our friends at Jiffy Lube that you can only get through this giveaway. The other thing I would like to talk to you about is Kings related. Luke Laux no longer is on the coaching staff.
No.
Friday night, De'Aaron Fox's return to Sacramento was Luke Laux's final game on the Kings bench, and the Kings haven't won since. They haven't won since was a joke. I have had this question on the rundown for 3 days.
Yeah.
How much does his exit matter? Like, what is this something that we're legitimately by April 4th going to be looking at the Kings and going, man, Luke Laux being out has just killed them?
Okay, so I think what this does is it gives an opportunity to other coaches to step up and to have bigger roles.
Got it.
It's by this point in the season, even with Doug taking over midseason, your coaching staff should be a pretty finely oiled machine. Like, you have specific guys who are going through and doing the scouting report on upcoming games. That gets sent to Doug. Doug digests what that is. He has a conversation about game plan and everything with his group of coaches. It's an interesting one though, because I think, in all honesty, Luke was a very intriguing or interesting or questionable defensive coordinator pick by Mike Brown. He was never known as a defensive coach. This was his first year doing defensive coordinator stuff for the Kings or for anyone. And that's not to say that Luke isn't a good coach. He's a smart, good, up and coming young coach who is now taking over the Florida State Seminoles, his alma mater, right? He's also from Florida. He met his wife at Florida State. They're Floridians. They're going home. So this is a good
Florida
thing.
man goes home.
Yeah, this is a good thing for Luke and his family to go home, right? But at the same time, it creates an issue for Doug where he's got to fill up the front of the bench, and it's not just one coach that he's down. He's down two coaches, two front of the bench coaches, and the first one, of course, is himself. Because when Mike Brown left,
right,
it moved up to the head coaching job, and they didn't replace him there. Leandro Barbosa is close with Doug. They worked together with Domas over the last couple of years, and would have been a natural fit to move up to the front of the bench. And I do believe it's part of the plan to move him to the front of the bench. But Barbosa tore his quad and has undergone surgery and has been limping around for the last month.
The assistant coach tore his quad.
Yeah, and I don't know when it happened or how, because I thought it was an ACL or something, but it's not. He did some damage to his quad or his hamstring. Either way, he's been I don't think he can be on the front of the bench. He has a full leg brace.
Yeah.
And then Jim Moran is the other one who's taken a major leap forward, front of the bench assistant, maybe even the number one assistant at this point. And talk about a fun-loving, cool dude. Absolutely enjoy him. He is a very, very cool up-and-coming coach. Big dude. Last year he ran Portland's G League squad and sort of an up-and-coming guy as well.
So Luke Lauk's leaving. We're not going to see any effect on the Kings.
I mean, it can have some effect, sure. One effect is I think Doug Christie is absolutely exhausted right now. If you've seen him the last couple of post games, he's been a little snippy. I think Doug hasn't slept in a month and a half, and he needs this 2 days as much as his players do. Yeah, I mean, it's just more hands on deck when you have a full coaching staff. And right now they're down a couple of guys, but gets opportunities for some of the other guys.
Tell him to give me a call. I'll come hang out. I got thoughts. I got takes.
Yeah.
All right. We got the handoff coming up. One of D-Lo or KC. I'm not sure which one. They'll be in with us next. That's James. I'm Kyle. Joe Brazil pushing buttons. We're back in a second on ESPN 1320 at Sacramento Sports Center.
Yeah, Brian, I tweeted this out last night. Right there. I thought Doug needed to share his smelling salts with his team. Doug looks exhausted, and I get it. I know early on he wasn't sleeping at all, trying to wrap his brain around the entirety of everything. And he's at a point where he's trying to digest all the information and do everything himself, which is, when you become more and more comfortable with the job, and you're comfortable with people around you and what they bring to the table, then you feel more comfortable handing stuff off. And I don't think he's at that stage yet.
Sure.
So Scout Recycler, I have no idea what you're asking there.
That's messy.
Yeah, that's a wild accusation. I do like Leandro. He's a nice guy, and I like Jim Moran. And Ricky Foyce is spectacular. Ricky is super funny dude. Super energetic. He's the Italian coach on the roster.
One of the guys in one of my group chats not to brag, I have a group chat. Plays like rec league basketball. Every once in a while, he'll send us a text about something that happened in a game or whatever. And I guess what's been happening is in the group chat, they've been talking about playing basketball again. And you know how the new Apple update summarizes your missed texts for you?
Uh-huh.
Here's the summary of the text messages that have been happening in my group chat. Signed agreement with knees to keep working, wants to hoop again.
Wait, say that one more time.
Signed agreement with knees to keep working, wants to hoop again.
Oh.
Oh, my buddy Rashad said, I signed an agreement with my knees saying they would keep working if I stop hooping.
That's funny.
Shout out to my guys. Sean, Rashad, and Micah. Big fans.
I don't know. Like, people are asking about assistants that could be on Doug's staff. I have no idea. Like,
Vlade, Peja, Bobby Jackson,
yeah.
Brad Miller.
I mean, Bobby is one of Nick Nurse's lead assistants in Philly. Would he want to come back to Sacramento? Absolutely. He loves Sacramento. He lives here most of the time. His daughters are here, all that stuff. But would he want to work on Doug's staff, or would Doug want him on the staff? I don't know. That's gonna be a question for Doug, and that's if Doug gets a job. We'll have to see. And that's just one. You know, I think that Mike Bibby. There have been a lot of rumors about Mike Bibby taking over the Sac State program. I don't know. Hito is not going to be an assistant coach anywhere in the NBA.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Do you know what's coming up on Thursday?
Oh, yes, I do. Yeah.
Yeah, the employee appreciation brunch is happening on Thursday.
Yeah.
Which is a really cool thing. The managers all they bring in a bunch of breakfast foods, and the managers all gather around and they cook it for us.
Mm-hmm.
The employee appreciation brunch happens from 11 a.m. to noon, which is in the middle of our show.
This happened last year.
But it didn't happen early. Like last year, it started right before our show, so we got food and we got to bring it in.
Actually, no. What happened last year,
if
I'm not mistaken, is that either Damian or Kenny, or both Damian and Kenny, came in and took over for us and let us go eat for a few minutes, and then we came back.
Is that what happened?
I believe that's what happened.
I don't know.
We'll ask Kenny. Kenny's here.
I'm furious, though.
You're furious.
Feel unappreciated.
They could have done it from like 11:30 to 12:30, so then that way we could participate.
Right.
I don't know. It's just arbitrary numbers.
Instead, they go, no, 11 to hell with Kyle and James. That's what they said.
I mean, the worst part is it's managers who actually know the radio station schedules.
You'd hope so.
You would, well, at least you would think.
I'm boycotting.
You're boycotting?
If they try and come in here like, oh, we brought you, like, no.
If there's bacon, I'm not boycotting. I got to be
fold.
Nah.
I'm gonna fold.
Nah.
If I smell bacon,
Yeah, they're cooking bacon.
I see bacon, I'm going over there, Kyle. That's it.
You might have got me.
My last name might be Ham, but I don't care. I'm eating bacon.
Get it. Hang on, I haven't done the thing yet.
It's time now for the handoff. Taking the handoff from James and Kyle today, here's KC, Kenny Caraway.
Yeah, here he is. Kenny Caraway, D-Lo and KC coming up next.
Usually I don't mess with that. I let Kyle do it. I don't know if I'm
Oh.
supposed to be on or not. So I don't know. I just let my man's do it. You know what I mean?
What do you mean?
James
Oh,
was
like
telling me
introduce
the mic
you?
wasn't on, but I was like, I don't know. I don't want to overstep.
Dude, the minute you walk in, you could if you heard us say something at 10:04 and you wanted to get here at 10:15 and jump in and talk about it, you can.
Well, I'm trying to.
You guys
I'm
are
trying to make
always
sure
you guys are always welcome.
I
on the
don't
program.
want to step on the toes of the boss. He's controlling the board. He's the boss.
That's wrong. Joe Brazil's controlling the
That's
board now.
true too. But he's the boss.
He's the boss now.
Joe could just turn the mic off
He
right
could.
now. What's up, Joe? What's up? What are we talking about?
The employee appreciation brunch that happens in the middle of our radio program. Our show ends and they're like, "Oh, no, brunch over." Interesting how that
It's
happens.
usually during their show.
So here's the funny thing. Look, man. Hey, look, everybody, you don't have to center this around good old KC or even good old Kyle or even good old James here in this situation.
Yeah.
But they do these things. And like I said, it's all good. They do like 9:00. Do you know where I live? Do you know like where I gotta
All right,
where
well,
I
hang
have to
on.
come
I'm
from
gonna
to
stop
get here
you
at
right
9
now.
a.m.
I'm gonna
and then
stop
I'm
you
just and
okay.
you know when I leave?
Okay.
So you want me to be here
I've
from
been on
9
the-
to 6?
I've been on the road for an hour by the time I get to where you live.
I'm saying you are the same in the same boat. They just be because they all live around here, right? So they be like, oh yeah, 9:00. And then these are my people. Then they be leaving at like 11. So like, oh yeah, 12. So it's like, oh yeah, I'll get here an hour earlier because I'm only gonna be here till 12. Yeah, no, for some eggs Benedict, I'm not coming here at 9 a.m.
They ain't making
No.
eggs Benedict, but they'll make breakfast. But I don't think they're making eggs Benedict.
And I also understand it's breakfast. So like I said, you guys do what you got to do.
Well, it's 11. It's at 11 a.m. this year.
It's 11 to
right.
noon.
Yeah.
I mean,
You'll be here.
I might come here at 11.
You don't have to get here right at 11.
Kenny never once said no to a snack.
That's facts.
I know. If there's food out there, if there's bacon out there,
I mean, yeah,
that's
some
true.
bacon.
If they pull up with the plate, if it was like, hey, here's some pancakes, they'd be like, nah, get those out of my face. If they roll up, they're like, hey, here's some bacon.
I love pancakes, but see, here's the thing.
I'm talking about trying to eat on like.
Well, that's the whole thing. So that's why you see snacks more often, because like if they have something where you gotta like use a fork and stuff like that, like I want to enjoy my food. I don't want to rush to the side, eat.
Yeah, no, it's
I
the
ain't trying
worst.
to do all that. So just give me some bacon or a cookie or something like that.
For sure. You can tell how the Kings,
I do love Odyssey though. I love it here. We joke about it, but it's all
right.
It's
I'm doing a
good
bit
times.
for the radio.
Yeah,
It's super cool that the managers spend their time cooking food for us. That's an
we're
incredible
just messing
thing.
with these
We're
guys.
very lucky.
We have a good time.
In case I wasn't clear, they can do it anytime, and it's very nice. We have a break, we can jump out and get some food. You can tell how the Kings game went last night based on the nature of our conversation.
Woo, that was tough. That was tough, man. I worried about
Fired up for your Knicks though?
No, not fired up. Like they kind of, those are my boys. Those are my boys. Never above the
big
Kings,
New York guy.
but those are my boys.
Yeah.
But Jalen Brunson's out for a little while. I had them going to the NBA Finals at the beginning of the season. I don't know, man. I don't like the way I've seen them against Boston and Cleveland. So can't put them there. But I was worried about the Kings after that game on Sunday because that was a gut punch.
Yeah.
And typically, you would like, hey, no excuses, get back at it next day, just figure it out. But that one felt like that's not one you just recover from in 24 hours.
Yep.
The way they lost that game, the significance of that game, that and they I'm not breaking news, but they went after it. Like they tried everything in their power to win that game on Sunday and to lose, not just lose, but lose the way they did. And say 24 hours later,
I almost
gear back up and win again. I was like, it's
I almost feel like they would have had a better shot because I tend to agree with you. I thought that maybe having to just like get on a flight and get back on the court and play would be helpful. I think that might have been the case if they had lost in overtime, but lost by like 7. Like, man, they just missed a couple of threes and Harden hit one and Kawhi hit one. And man, you know what? Hey, they kind of let it get away in OT. To lose the exact way they did, where they played great defense on Kawhi on the last possession and the ball just didn't bounce their way. Quite literally just didn't bounce their way. That's one where you just go. Yeah.
I think in addition to it,
what do we have to do better?
You have to look at at what that game meant, not just in the overall standings, but the fact that you lost the season series to the Clippers. You still had one more game against the Clippers that you could have tied the season series. So not only did you drop 2 games back of the Clippers for the 7 spot, but you lost to them. And so now you have to finish above them in the standings. The way that it, again, the ball bounces at the end, it's heartbreaking, but I think the emotional toll was as much as the physical toll that it took on them. And then to see them last night, just like they didn't have it from the opening jump.
From I can't remember the last time I watched a Kings game, and even under Mike Brown, we're just like opening tip. Maybe it was the Indiana game actually. We're just right away. You went, oh, they are super not winning tonight.
Also a back-to-back too, I think. Saturday, Sunday. Yeah, they lost that heartbreaker to the Lakers when they couldn't get the rebound on a Saturday afternoon. Came back the next day and played Indiana.
That's right.
So, yeah, I agree with both you guys, and and then also shout out to the Knicks. It felt like every time they needed to make a shot to either stop it from getting to 10, from 10 to 8, or hey, this will take it from 12 to 15. They hit nothing but net. Like everybody, Anunoby, McBride, Michael, Cat got involved later in the game. They hit every shot they needed to, and they played with the desperation of we got a rough West Coast road trip. We're out without Jalen Brunson. We got to get one. This is the one we got to get.
Yep,
this is the one, and they executed. They handled business, man. So when I talk about somebody, I mentioned it yesterday on the show, and somebody tweeted to me, and was like, "You're right, KC. You could see this thing spiraling after that loss." Well, no, I don't. When I say that, they're not going to spiral for the season. I think they'll be fine, and standing wise, they'll be fine too. But this feels like something that might take 4 days to a week to get back on your feet.
See, I think there's a really good chance. I don't know if they win on Thursday. I think there's a chance they bounce back and play really well.
Yeah, I can see that.
Like they've gotten a couple days, and they've got, because that seems to happen. We've seen a couple of times where it looks like they're starting to let go of the rope a little bit. Like,
yeah,
this might be they lose 8 of 10, and then they regroup. Whether it's Doug yelling at the starters after the Golden State game in the first game after the break, right? First game after the break. Okay, they regroup and they rally. I think that's kind of, because Doug kept saying after the game last night, as James pointed out, like, that's not us. And it's like, it's not.
Right.
It's not. That poor performance is not consistent with what we've seen from them in the Doug Christie era.
Yeah.
No,
I don't think we see another one.
Yeah.
At least not anytime soon.
No, and like I said, I think they'll be fine. I was looking at the standings coming in.
3.5 back of the 6 seed right now.
3.5 back of the 6 seed, but I think they're locked into playing situation, in my opinion. They don't have to worry about
it would be a calamity.
It'd have to be a calamity, and those other teams will have to start winning basketball games.
The Suns lost a full game on the 10 seed last night.
Just when I started to be like, well, maybe so, that they lose to Memphis, and they don't have no easy games. Like the last,
their schedule's
15,
brutal.
16.
Oh, their strength of schedule is the worst in the NBA. This Kings is second worst, but man, that strength of schedule for Phoenix is just like off the charts.
I really hope maybe the Kings stay there at 9 in a sneaky way. They're only up a game on 10, but stay there at 9. Phoenix doesn't figure it out. Dallas finds a way to just keep their head above water. I'd love to play Dallas in 9-8 or 9-10. I'd love to. Please.
Why wouldn't you want to get up to 8?
I don't think you can.
Oh, you think they're
I don't think they're
9?
done, but I'm just it's tough. It's tough. They got to cover 3 games.
Yeah, because you have to clear the Clippers.
Their schedule is about to get real easy. So
yeah, and you got to leapfrog the Clippers. That's the biggest thing.
What do you guys got coming up on D'Lo and KC?
More of this calamity yesterday at the Golden One Center.
Is that the word of the day?
Calamity.
Did you guys say that?
I just said it just now.
Oh, well, that's why it was in my head.
Yeah, nice. Oh, yeah. All right, D'Lo and KC will not be a calamity. It's going to be a lot of fun. That's coming up next. For James Ham and Joe Brazil, I'm Kyle Madsen. We're back with you tomorrow at 10 a.m. on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Until then, drink water. Be nice, people. See you. Thanks, Joe. You're the best. Hey, Shouty House. I don't know why I'm saying thanks like we're not going to see each other in 30 seconds. Thanks, Shouty House.
No,
Appreciate you guys.
You're the best. There we go.
You hang up.
See you, Chatty Gang.
Have a nice day, Chatty House. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Yeah. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top two, but we ain't two, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Hey. One time for the ass whooping. Oh, man. God bless him.
That was nothing nice last night. That was nothing nice last night.
Welcome you in here to the Tuesday, March 11th edition. Happy birthday, Sprout. It's the March 11th.
Happy birthday, Sprout. No, Aaron.
Happy birthday to attorney at law, Kamara Williams and his brother Atiba.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
I'm Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we are live.
Slums of
Yeah,
Sacramento.
they pretty bad today.
Ooh.
They pretty bad today. Shout out to the people still tuning in to hear about their basketball team getting their ass whooped and all the free agent moves going around the NFL. We got you. We're thrilled that you're here with us. We're going to have fun as always. Not so much fun when we talk about the Kings, though, because, yeah, they stink. That was bad.
That game was
That
not
was
fun last night.
tough.
I watched that game with the family, and like I said, the 7:30 start, had a little bit more time to just kind of settle in, and that was just not fun at all. That was it's the best way I could describe it. Not fun.
It was fine. Like, it started out like 5, 6, 7 minutes. All right, okay. Kings hit a couple shots. Knicks. All right, here come the Knicks. And then it was like, oh, there go the Knicks.
Well, yeah,
and it was like it was over.
Led by Steph McBride.
Jesus Christ.
The hell was
5
that?
for 5. This felt exactly like the last game. This felt like the game at the Garden.
Yeah.
It was, I think it was OG that time.
Yeah.
OG had about 30-something in that game. And not that, I mean,
game too.
OG's he's a capable scorer, but he normally don't go like that.
Right.
And wasn't it, I don't think it was the Timberwolves, wasn't it Julius Randle last year who hit all those threes against Sacramento?
Julius Randle.
That was as a Knick, right?
Yeah. When he came into the Golden One Center, went crazy.
There's always someone on the Knicks who's man.
Josh Hart turns into Klay Thompson when he plays the Kings.
I don't get it, man. Leave us alone.
Didn't Josh Hart grab like 15 rebounds one game against the Kings?
Yeah, that was the same game Julius Randle went crazy. And the only saving grace in that game was Mitchell Robinson was about to throw up.
That's my favorite part.
There's always someone
in the
throwing
first
up
quarter.
in these Kings games.
Always. My man was about to lose it.
Yeah, man. But that was
tough.
That was not fun to watch.
37-22 after the first quarter, and it never got better.
I even stopped taking notes.
Yeah, there was
about halfway through the third quarter. I said, all right, there's no need.
I'm pretty sure I fell asleep.
There's no need. This thing is over.
Well, you know it was over, like Casey said, like middle of the third. There was no reason to like stay up. Like they weren't coming back. They did that little run in the beginning.
Yeah,
that was it.
So the run happens, and then it's like 9-0 after that. And I'm just watching, and all of a sudden, like Draper's gone, and there's Deuce and Mo. I'm like, what?
James, what day is it?
What happened?
There was the end of that game. The Kings had got it down to 8, I believe it was, in that third quarter, and the Knicks go on an 11-0 run. That was it. Yahtzee. It's over.
Yahtzee! Game over.
It was over at that point.
Yeah, not fun, man.
I think we got it. And the Kings cut it down to 15 type
we
call
got
yesterday, I
one of
think.
We got one of those. Man, Knicks put up 37 twice.
Wow.
First and the third, put up 37. Doug looked fed up last night. Valanciunas looked like he did not want to answer questions. Shout out to him. He did.
Yeah.
He was just like, we've got to be better. Like, we'll look at the film. We'll figure out ways of getting better. I think Malik said they got punked. They got beat up. I feel like that phrase has been used far too recently, though, for it to get recycled again. I think that was the line after the Warriors game.
Yeah.
Got punked.
Yeah.
And Doug just looked flabbergasted. He looked so frustrated.
It's one of those things where you could see them trying to prepare themselves and combat, whatever letdown they may have been facing. One of the great new gimmicks, I shouldn't call it that, just routines or traditions that Sean Cunningham has is he'll go in the Kings locker room and there's always the
quote of the day, saying of the day,
and it's always an acronym maybe or something like that. Maybe that's not even a word, but it's just TZ, and nobody knows what it means. Maybe Doug tells him later, but going in, nobody knows. Last night it was ZE, and he was like, anybody want to guess what that means? I don't think Sean was going to know until later. And I think a lot of people, including our guy Cam Rudolph, said 0 excuses. And I was like, that makes sense. I think that's what that means. So I say all that to say they tried to prepare themselves for the tall task at hand, losing that game on Sunday, having to go right back against a rested Knicks team. But they just didn't have it. Sometimes you get in these modes where you see it, but you can't do it. You know what I mean? That happens with me now because I'm old, right? So I'm playing basketball and I know everything that's supposed to be done. I see everything that's supposed to be done. I just can't get there. Like I either can't get there or I don't even want to put the energy out because my whole body will just rip apart if I do.
Terrifying,
So
yeah.
I'll just be like, I see it. I just can't get there.
Yeah.
These guys obviously aren't 40-year-olds. They're in prime condition. But sometimes you see it, but physically the connection just can't happen. So if it's a closeout, if it's, getting to a loose ball or something like that, you can, but maybe it's mental and physical exhaustion or fatigue. It just doesn't allow you to get to that next point. And I don't know, but I wonder if that was what they were trying to battle last night. They knew what they had to do. They just couldn't get there last night, and they got worked out.
And that that happens. There's no 62-0 team in the NBA. Like those moments happen. Every team has been blown out. I think what's tough for Kings fans today, and even potentially the Sacramento Kings, is the night before. And we said, the Clippers game there'll be more context to the Clippers game after the Knicks game. Well, we got it. We got it. Now you're kind of scrapping and clawing. Like your next set of games, that's another back-to-back. It's it's against Golden State. Like you're essentially playing to keep the 6th seed alive. You might be playing to keep the 7th seed alive as well. I don't think that's extreme because I don't think the Timberwolves are the Warriors. But the Warriors are like they create some. You're probably out in terms of that.
I kind of already got them there.
I got you.
Yeah,
No, I feel you. Because the Kings would have to win a certain amount of games,
exactly,
and the Warriors would have to lose a certain amount, and they haven't lost with Jimmy Butler in the lineup. They've lost since the Jimmy Butler trade, remember, but they haven't lost with Jimmy Butler in the lineup. So you're right. That might be out of the realm.
I got the 7. I got the 7 and 8 kind of out the way. I do,
like that.
And I don't want to say
I don't like that.
I don't say it's impossible, but they'd have to get hot for that to happen.
Well, they're not bad right now.
They're
not.
They're not. But they'd have to get hot. Like that's what we're talking about.
They're not good. That's my bad. No, they're 500. Over the last. I got 3 wins, 2 losses. No, that's 5. No, that's wrong. That's 5 and 2.
I was about to say because then they just come.
No, that's 5 and 2. No. It's 5 and 2,
5 and
8
4
and
now.
2, 8 and 4.
That's not bad.
It's not
bad.
It's not bad. But
I'm looking
again,
at
the Warriors are like 15 and 2.
Right. I'm looking at the Warriors. I'm looking not only at what the Kings would have to do, but what these other teams would have to do to be able to reach and pass them. You're 2 games behind the Clippers, but you're really 3 because you don't have the tiebreaker. So you've got to clear them. And their schedule starts to lighten up a little bit, especially when you get to the end of March and into April. And I don't know. It's not over. I don't want to present that, but I'm not. Hey, let's get healthy. Let's focus on playing some good basketball.
Yeah.
And get prepared for possibly having to win 2 games to get into the playoffs.
Man, I'd love to avoid that.
Yes.
I would love to avoid that.
Yes.
And if you'd like to avoid dealing with bad realtors, call our man Johnny Jennings. That Made for More Realty team is top notch. The real estate bar has been raised, and you can avoid the hassle of selling and get at least three, KC, three guaranteed cash offers in 72 hours.
That's like my girl Jennifer. She heard about Johnny Jennings.
I'm trying, Jennifer.
And his guaranteed offer program on the radio. Like I said, listening to D-Lo and KC, I'm sure. And wanted to hire him because she needed to sell her home quickly and for top dollar in a neighborhood with many other homes for sale. Johnny Jennings and his company Made for More Realty were able to get her full price offer and her home sold the first weekend it was on the market. So they take care of you always.
They sell your home 27% faster than other homes on the market. They sell your home for an average 3% higher purchase price than other realtors. They've been voted the #1 team in Roseville for the past 3 years. Ask them about these guaranteed cash offers. Ask them about getting multiple instant cash offers. You can even ask them about the Bay Area marketing plan. They'll tell you all about that. Expect more, get more with Johnny Jennings at Made for More Realty, California, DRE number 01982171. Just Google Made for More Realty today and get more for your home. I can't tell you how much that number 01982171 used to beat my ass when this all started.
What's the thing? It's when the numbers are there, it's difficult, or when the words are there, it's easier.
So now I just know the number. So
Gotcha.
It's easy.
Yeah.
It's easy now, but we had multiple pieces of copy that would have like a 0, a 1, a 9, an 8. Then we had one where they spelled 1, spelled 0.
Yeah.
And
no,
man,
that was crazy.
That made it so easy though, because you're just reading words rather than trying to decipher these numbers. But it's like clockwork right now with our crew over at Johnny Jennings and Made for More Realty. We have a lot to talk about, both with the Kings, both with the NBA and the NFL. We're going to do all that. As a matter of fact, I'm lying. I don't know what the hell there is to talk about last night. They got the ass kicked. Maybe you keep moving. I'm not sure. But we'll come back. Steelo and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
But people just need them.
That's
left
a
and right.
week from Monday, no? Yeah, I don't think it's next Monday. 24th, yeah. It's the 24th.
Well, they still getting shelled out. People just hit them left and right.
Oh, for real?
Well, I saw. I know Miller was there.
Yeah,
ask
the night
I
before.
just need to know who's holding the keys now.
I think Allison was there tonight on Friday.
Who?
Not Allison.
One of the salespeople.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Well, either way, someone has them. That's fine.
Yeah, she was there.
Yeah.
There's like 4, dude. Like her name, Allison, Pamela,
No.
Kelly,
No.
Justine.
It is. Is it Alicia?
Does Kenny not know someone's name?
I might have forgot it. I thought it was Allison.
Welcome to the club, pal.
Allison.
No, it's not Allison. Now that I think about it.
Alyssa.
Why do I have Allison in my?
I don't know. I
talk to Alyssa all the time too.
Well, the problem with Alyssa is you can't hear her.
Yeah.
Like Alyssa will talk to you, you just don't hear her.
I don't know why Allison was in my head though. But yeah, she had him Friday.
Oh man, my bad. I don't even have the chat open. What's up, everybody? I love you. You're from around the way. Good. Everyone throughout the Lisa, Pamela, Angela. That's very good. Y'all were on that. Very good. Very good. You weren't hooping last night? You posted a video.
No, that was Sunday.
Oh,
that was late post.
Okay.
Late.
We got you, Russ. I was hoping you. It was funny, Russ. Manny, I think you were number 7 or 8. Manny was the number right before you.
I don't think I've ever tried Shasta Orange. Is that what you're drinking today, Casey?
Yeah. The orange joint.
What does
Yeah,
that
yeah.
taste like? Is that
What do
good?
you mean Shasta orange is crazy? What are you talking about? We know who's gone to barbecues and who hasn't at this point.
Yeah, that's
That's
true.
kinda
Shasta,
bad.
yeah, don't talk down on Shasta, Jalen. What are you doing?
I can't wait to get to 32 Brew Street and get a nice club soda. Their club soda's popping.
All right. Okay.
Okay.
Let
Oh,
Dan
hey.
do his thing over there.
Kyle, you pro club soda?
Are you pro club soda?
Like by itself?
Yeah.
No.
Wow.
Yeah, hey.
You guys
Hey,
are
that's your
ass,
boy
bro.
too. That's your boy too.
The look of disgust I got from Kyle on that is terrible.
Yeah, he asked right now, is he just literally drinking straight club soda?
Yeah, that's fantastic. Oh my God, man. You guys are losers. You guys.
That's way worse than the guy who doesn't put salt in his eggs, right, guys?
Jesse fading the heat.
No, well, we are a radio show. It's that time of year. Time to put a bracket of all our worst food takes.
We won't be doing that here.
Worst food
For the
take
fourth straight
bracket.
year on this radio show, mashed potatoes is the winner.
Oh man. Y'all are crazy with this club soda take, man. It's just brutal. I don't know why, but James in shorts is just amusing the shit out of me. James said it's 68 degrees outside. I'm wearing shorts. Boy, James out there just living his life.
That reminds me, when you get an opportunity, can you the work laptop did the thing where they converted, but the thing didn't go all the way away. So
Check to see if
yeah.
Casey's corners. I got you.
I heard Sexy Red, and I was like, let me ask him before I forget.
I hate how much I enjoy Sexy Red.
Get it, sexy. Get it. She need to come to Sacramento.
That's an Ace of Spades joint, yeah.
Yeah, it's Ace of Spades. Yeah. Or
venue,
the new spot.
Oh, the new spot. Yeah, well, I don't. Well,
What about
that'd be
Sexy
nice.
Red
I don't
from
think
Cesar
you're ever
Chavez
gonna-
Park?
Yeah, I don't know that that's ever going to happen. One more time.
Sexy Red from Cesar Chavez Park?
No, I don't think we can get Sexy Red for concerts in the park. We couldn't even
That'd
get
be
Young
fire.
Zell out there.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy.
Sorry, Zell. They took a whole ass night from a. I ain't gonna tell you how I feel about concerts in the park, but come hang out with D-Lo and Casey. We'll tell you all about how we feel about. I have never wanted to punch more people in a short time frame as I did the last concerts in the park we did. When that dude took the microphone out of my hand with that stupid ass look on his face, it took everything to just all right, just
Sounds like these people keep testing you, man. Almost got kicked out of that one spot, the speakeasy.
Yeah, he almost got kicked
I'm gonna
out of the
have to
spot.
ask you to leave.
Yeah.
Okay,
Didn't happen.
you're right. Just lower your voice a little bit. I do it, but my man snapped out of it. It's like, oh man, we'll get you a table over here.
He had a bad
It's
moment,
fine.
you
He
know,
did.
or
He was
just
having a rough night.
Yeah, rough night.
It's all right. It's all right, man. He was having a night like the Kings had last night. That's all it was.
They have.
That was all. McBride had just hit his 5th 3, and then he came over to tell me I stole my best friend's reservation.
I don't know if I'm making a point here, but like,
That's great.
well, no, like, cause like it's kind of like Captain Obvious, I think, in a way, but it's like yesterday, it's not that bad if they just handled business on Sunday. against the
Yeah.
Clippers. Like I feel like if you handle business against the Clippers Sunday and you get blown out yesterday, we're kind of like, yeah, that's tough, but you got the game you needed to.
So
Now
that's
it's just kind of like you already got 2 in a row. You're only a game ahead of Dallas now.
yeah. So
Yeah.
that's the thing we were kind of talking about yesterday. Is the Clippers loss is brutal. But if you get this game against the Knicks, you'll feel a little bit different because my thing, their goal is to win every game. My thing was grab 2 of 3, and if you can't beat the Clippers, you have to beat the Warriors. Stay in this as much as you can. Now you can't do that. Now the climb is getting steeper. We mentioned you've got it's the Clippers and Pelicans, I think, tonight.
Yeah.
Pelicans can win that game, obviously, but you look in the. I'm sure the Clippers felt they knew what that game was. Like that, they knew. They saw Sacramento right there. 40, not even 48 minutes, 52 minutes. They're fighting down to the final seconds. They knew what that game was. So yeah, it's tough. That could have breathed a little life into them, and you go 5 of 6 over a stretch, and one or two teams in that cluster go in a different direction, you're locked.
Yeah,
that easily.
And that was one of the things that I was worried about after the way that they lost is, man, this might take a couple days to regroup, to get up off the mat for them. It's not going to knock you out. You're still going to have every opportunity that you wanted to as far as getting into the postseason. But that game on Sunday felt like 3 losses. It just felt like that. I'm not even doing like the math or like, the tiebreak. It just felt like its own 3-game losing streak, the way you lost that game. And like I said, they'll recover. They'll bounce back. They are tougher than a $2 steak, like we've said a number of different times. But that one had them on the mat. And you combine that with physically and mentally maybe being tired and going up against a team that was well rested, and just not playing good, like you didn't handle business as well. Yeah, it's a 30-point game. It's a 30-point game against a good team like that. So, that I think we're talking about on the handoff. I think they'll play a good game on Thursday. Will that result in a win or not? We'll find out. But I think they would have shaken everything off by then. They'll be ready to go. They'll play.
I hope you're right, because this whole thing could look different pretty quickly, because it's not a game, it's a set of games. Again, they got Phoenix the next night, and I don't know what to make of Phoenix. I have no clue. But you lose this if 2 games, if a 2-game losing skid becomes a 4-game losing skid, it seems far-fetched, given Dallas isn't going to play San Antonio every night. But the idea of falling completely out of this isn't out of the equation.
It's not.
It's unlikely.
Yeah. They are.
But it's not out of the equation.
What are they right now? 3.5 back the Suns are of the Kings. 4 games in the loss column. They've already lost the season series.
Okay.
The Suns have lost the season series to the Kings. So it's not out of the realm of possibility. But they'd have to have a lot go in their favor. And that includes them having the toughest schedule in the league. It's kind of how I feel a little bit about the Kings trying to get to 6. Not only would you need the Kings to fall back if you're a Suns fan, you guys got to start playing some great basketball against the best teams in the league. Tall task. That's all I'll say. It's tall task for sure. But if you're the Kings, you don't even want to breathe life into that by losing 2 in a row and losing one of them to Phoenix. Find a way to get one of those. I think they're kind of, I don't want to say locked in, but they're in that 9th spot, and you got to start wrapping your mind around winning 2 games to get in. And get it done. I do think they're capable of that. I do look at the 4 teams that are probably going to be there, and the Kings can absolutely get one of them in a 1-game setting, or all of them in a 1-game setting. I'm not overly concerned about going to LA or going to Minnesota, taking on Dallas. I would love for Dallas to find a way to hold on to 10. Just find a way to hold on to 10. That would probably require Phoenix to continue to fall off the cliff. I don't think Portland's going to be able to do it at this point. Yeah, Dallas, just win like 5 games. Go more, just a little bit, and I think you can get in there.
I don't think there's like a skies falling aspect with this team or coming up or anything like that. But there's a point. Like if they lose Thursday, I think it's like, all right, now we focus on the play-in.
I think the Kings and Suns play the last game of the season.
They do at the.
So there's 2 left. So they haven't won the season series
left.
That's
right.
Yeah, they've won the 2 games.
Yeah.
But they can, a lot like they could with the Warriors the other night or a week or so ago. They could clinch the season series on Friday which that could wind up going a long way.
Yeah,
I could wind up going a long way. Yeah, that's kind of what's ahead. Malik Monk and Jonas Valanciunas both called the loss embarrassing. They got beat up by the Knicks twice. I know we said the number yesterday. How many points did the Knicks score at the Garden? Wasn't it 130 something?
I thought it was 140.
Was it 140? See, at Celtics Bulls, you think I'd be able to find? Oh, there it is, right? 143, 120.
Yeah.
Man, OG had 33. Kel 27. Triple double for Josh Hart, 20, 18, and 11. Yeah, that's tough.
You think games like yesterday are a symptom of this team? Where it's just some nights they just don't show up with the physicality and all that. They don't. I don't want to say effort because that makes it seem like something else, but just they don't have that physicality. It's just they just didn't show up today.
Yeah, and I think that's more so what it was. Like I don't think they lacked effort. I don't think they were up for the challenge of being physical last night. I just think number one, they didn't make shots. They didn't shoot the ball well, and it just kind of got blitzed a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
They got blitzed, and the game it actually worked to get the game back. Or in the notes I did take, I think it was like a 17-point lead at 1.19 in the second quarter or something like that. I said, all right, the new goal, like a lot of people always say, get that game to get the score to 10 or under 10 by the half. They got it to 10 with like 8 minutes to go in the second quarter. And it was like, oh, you guys are ahead of schedule. Had another run take place. They ended up, I think, going into the half down 15, I think maybe. So they kept, like they were engaged in what was going on. They just couldn't. They couldn't execute last night.
I know no one likes it because we're in the final, 20 games of the season or whatever. And, we've been so hyper focused on this group and trying to figure out who they really are in these stretches of really good play and this kind of shifted play since the Warriors meeting and all of these like different things. But games like that happen to everyone. It sucks. You don't want them to happen anymore. You don't want them to happen as this season comes to a conclusion, but it's just kind of what happens. It doesn't mean that the Kings don't care. Doesn't mean that there was a lack of effort. I'm more with you in that they had some of the looks they had too were great, especially in the first quarter when I do feel like when not just McBride, but when the Knicks were hitting shots in that first quarter and that 15-14 game, 15-15 game suddenly became a 5-point deficit, a 10-point deficit. It did feel like the Kings were trying to do that thing where you make up for it all in, a single possession and you come down and maybe you take an ill-advised three or a quick shot clock three that winds up going the other way. And then you try to get it back immediately. And again, some of those looks were really good. They just couldn't hit them.
Yeah. They couldn't.
And they were probably too damn tired to drive to the basket like Levine and DeRozan did, the night before for 40 minutes against the Clippers.
And the frustration then started to set in. You saw DeMar was frustrated pretty much the entire game.
DeMar picked up a tech yesterday, didn't
he? Yeah. I mean, he was the frustration was kind of overwhelming those guys a little bit. And it just kind of spiraled. And then, like I said, even with all that happened, a lot of that was in the second quarter and they got it to, I think it was 8. I can't remember if it was 12 or 8 in that third quarter before the Knicks 11-0 run kind of put them to bed. So, like you said, those games happen. Jesse, to your point, they do happen with this team. I guess the ratio now would be like once every 2 weeks or so. They have a game like this. The last one, there was the Warriors game was the last one. And that was about 2 weeks ago. The one before that was the Magic game. Levine and them had just got here. Or actually, it was just Levine had just gotten here. And they got beat up. But yeah, that doesn't happen often. And the reason why it doesn't happen often is I think they play hard. Mm-hmm. Sometimes there are situations they just aren't making shots or whatever. Mm-hmm. But they play hard. They stay focused. I think they stay together, in these games the majority of the time. And sometimes they just not hitting shots and not executing on the defensive end, and maybe not rotating, leaving guys open or whatever. And it just compounds and turns into a 20-point deficit.
Yeah, they got the lead to 10 at the start of the second half. That lead became 19 in about a minute and a half.
Oof. Wow.
So that was kind of it.
Yeah.
That was really just kind of the end of it. They threw that last haymaker and it went south. But again, those games happen. There's nothing to point out. Like, Malik was solid. DeRozan had a quieter night. Zach LaVine shot 50% from three, just didn't shoot a lot of threes. Didn't really shoot a lot, period.
Yeah.
There's not much there. Devin Carter played some minutes. Isaac Jones played some minutes. There's just not a lot there to talk about last night's game, man. I wish there was, but they gotta wash the stink off of that one, man, and get out there. And you got a couple of days before the Warriors. That Warriors game it's a big one. And I still think the 6th seed is in play. I think it's a reach. I think it's far-fetched. But you have to win on Thursday. You can't you don't win Thursday, it's over. The Warriors are playing incredible. Again, I think it's a long shot because of the way that they're playing. Mm-hmm. But it could just, you get a couple of things to go your way, and you could be right there.
Yeah.
You could be right there.
So you gotta find a way to shake this off a little bit, and and get back at it.
Yeah.
You gotta shake it off. You gotta shake off what happened Sunday. You gotta
shake it off Mariah Carey. Shake it off Taylor Swift.
You're asking which one?
It could be either.
Well,
I know which one you're saying.
I'm gonna always say Mimi.
Yeah, I know.
No shade to Tay. But I'm going Mimi. Shake It Off is a prominent song in Sing.
In what?
Sing, the movie Sing.
Oh, Sing.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Phenomenal movie too.
Okay.
One of my favorites of the new generation.
Okay.
Yeah.
I gotta up my Disney game or Pixar game or children's movies game. They're not, my children's movie game is not strong. I saw a production of Alice in Wonderland over the weekend. I was like, I don't really know the story. I've never seen it.
Yeah.
And the amounts of really, you've never seen Alice in Wonderland?
No, it's not that kind of movie.
I was like, no, I haven't.
You can't be doing that to Alice. Like, I haven't seen Alice in
Wonderland. Yeah, I ain't seen it either. And
Alice in Wonderland, you talk about that's very old school.
That's old school.
All right, Kyle Matson's giving us a look now. Maybe we're wrong, I guess.
Nah, I ain't seen Alice. First of all, I ain't seen it. Plus, it's like the whole.
Kyle's asking for a little too much smoke, by the way. Between his little club soda look and his Alice in Wonderland look, we just settle down in there.
The whole backstory that I've heard behind Alice in Wonderland is it is just a drug-induced production.
Okay.
Kyle Matson misunderstood, by the way. Says it's not crazy that we haven't seen it.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, just the people who made it were on the highest of highs.
Well,
how did she end up in the Wonderland? Do we know?
Not her, but the people who made it were on. I shouldn't say that. I'm not going to say that. But yeah, they just came up with whatever storyline they wanted.
Well, to be clear, the production I saw was children. So just wanted to point that out.
Well, the story of Alice in Wonderland.
Yeah,
who wrote it?
I think a lot of those early Disney children's movies were based off copious amounts of drugs, for sure. It probably just is depending on. Well, no, this is a coke-induced film.
That's my theory.
This is an acid drop film over here. I think that's what they say about Fantasia.
Oh, wow. Yeah,
that's the Mickey joint, right?
Yeah, I ain't never watched it.
Yeah, I heard. Yeah, I don't think you're supposed to unless you're. I think that's the acid movie. I could be wrong.
I didn't know it was an acid movie.
Oh no, that's the one where if you're not on some sort of like very potent drug, the movie makes no sense.
No wonder it looks ridiculous to me. Like I I can't imagine sitting there and watching Fantasia. It looks Fantasia looks awful.
When was Fantasia? When was that movie made?
Oh, that is very early. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, I'll get the
they've
exact
had remakes
date.
and stuff like
I
that.
have this theory, like
Have
how
they?
like there's always these.
Well, updated new graphics, all this other
Oh
stuff. But
man,
the original,
I don't know how to. I don't know how to spell.
it's
Oh, I did it. I got it.
It's Fantasia.
No, I got
Is
it.
that the same way that you spell Fantasia Barreno?
I don't believe so.
Just like Ludacris.
Fantasia was made in 1940.
Yeah. And then they re-upped in probably the 80s or 70s or something like that. And then they try to bring it back. Remember when Disney used to, this is the last time you'll be able to buy this.
Yeah, I'm
Remember
not
those
sure any of
commercials?
what you're saying is true.
What?
No, I think there's only been one Fantasia.
No, but they,
Fantasia
it's
remastered.
yeah. That's what I
Oh,
mean.
Blu-ray version.
Right.
Okay,
right.
got
They,
you.
And they added to the color and all this other stuff. The actual movie's been the same the whole time.
I'm trying to.
It looks awful though. Fantasia looks like the worst Disney movie ever made.
Kyle says they put it in the Disney vault.
So you can't access it anymore.
Should lock it.
Is it? So
Throw away
does
the-
that mean
like
it's,
they weren't going to sell it? Yeah, he says.
Oh, okay. Is it on Disney Plus?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Shout out Kyle Matson, our Disney insider.
Well, that's facts.
Yeah.
That's facts.
Does Kyle like Fantasia?
I was
So yeah, it's fine.
That movie looks awful.
critical. What was this? Mickey Mouse? How could it be that awful?
Because they're not even doing it. They're just playing music and doing no dialogue,
Why do
no
you hate
plot,
mu-
anything.
Why do you hate music?
No, I hate that movie. It's awful.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
That movie looks like a waste of time.
Wait a minute. You've never seen it?
No.
You just said you hate it.
Yeah, it looks like a waste of time.
How could you hate something you've never seen? Well, look,
Oh, that's
Will,
easy. You've never hated on something?
what Will says Fantasia is just a long music video.
Just no plot or nothing. I shouldn't say I haven't seen it, but it looks like no plot. Just nothing.
It's like those silent films from back then. They try to tell, oh yeah, these are so great, blah blah. And dude, like this is trash.
At least they had a plot. They just out there waterfalls and Mickey doing this and that. And goodbye.
Wow.
Turn this off. What are we
This
doing?
is like D'Lo taking down Morton's.
This is a wild level of hate for a movie you've
Fantasia
never
Moreno
watched.
greater than Fantasia the movie.
Okay. Fantasia
Fantasia, watch
and
your back.
drugs. Oh well, that
I better
brought
say
up,
put Disney.
I was
man.
going to say
Put-
that brought up the wrong Fantasia. That brought up the wrong Fantasia.
Fantasia a type of drug now?
The result of a true visionary, not influenced by the use of psychoactive drugs.
Oh, please.
All right.
All right, well, this is the
Said
kid's
it.
fault.
Well,
There's only one Fantasia I acknowledge.
Well, apparently she has a drug issue too. So
Allegedly.
I don't think there's any allegedly about it. I accidentally Googled the results.
What do you consider drugs?
Oh, good question. That's a good question. Aren't aspirin drugs? Drugs?
Yeah.
Isn't
Sure,
it?
they are.
Yeah, the drug
But
store,
nobody-
the drug
Like
store
they
stuff.
call it the drugstore.
Yeah,
like
it's
it's
like the
medicine.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Medicine
saying.
and drugs.
Yeah. But nobody.
We're not talking about
the
those
drug.
types of drugs, though.
That's what I'm saying. So they usually split them up by saying street drugs,
Okay,
Street
what type of
narcotics.
drugs was Fantasia addicted to?
sleeping pills, and aspirin.
Huh. Survived an overdose
That's
in
crazy.
2010 of sleeping pills and aspirin.
Man.
Sleeping pills, I understand. I have never thought, man, I'm just going to pop some aspirin today.
Yeah, that's
I hate, but truth be told, I hate taking medicine. Like, hate it.
not a fan.
Was
Fantasia's
this
a lot
a, was
better
this
than talking about the
a,
Kings.
was she, both Fantasias are better.
No, just one. I'll break down the third quarter.
Was this
before I watch Fantasia?
an
the movie.
accidental overdose, or did she?
I'm not sure.
She just wanted the noise to stop. Overdosed on aspirin and a sleep aid because she just wanted the noise to stop. Oh, man.
Fantasia, when she be getting into the performances, man. Fantasia, she be taking them to church, man. She be wilding. You seen the
Fantasia is one of the most beloved singers that doesn't have a career that matches her belovedness.
Okay, we might fight.
No. Don't do this. Are you thinking about her career?
Yeah.
No, don't do that.
So, I mean, she has an iconic song.
She does.
She has a song that when it comes on,
Yep.
at least 13,000 will sing.
Yeah.
Um,
But like she's loved.
yeah, I'm one of them.
But okay. All right, settle down. This is your Jodeci thing all over again. Will you relax?
Did you check the text line? Did people get to 20?
No one got to 20. We asked people on KSFM yesterday. Casey, they're like, they got 22 classics. Like, oh, Kenny. Jodeci. I love Jodeci. They do not have 22 classics. So we asked people on KSFM, and we got rain. I think the closest we got was 18.
Yeah, I even brought the number
The
down.
lowest we got was 11.
Okay, get them out of there. Don't get them the tickets.
I just think we're crazy. You in particular get really comfortable with the term classics.
That's facts. That's facts.
Some classics. What you talking about?
Nah, whether it be Disney movies,
Nope.
New York Knicks teams,
No.
like just anything.
No.
I think I think you're trying to pick a fight
What
with
Disney
me
movie
too later.
did I say is a classic that isn't a classic?
I think Moana 2 or Moana you
I
threw
didn't
in
say
there.
no. Moana is a
in
classic.
there. I don't
Moana
think
2
it's
is
classic.
not.
No,
a
because you
classic.
threw like how the
Moana-
Laker fans like you threw like a distinction, a disclaimer in there.
Moana 2 on Disney Plus starting tomorrow.
Moana 1 is a classic.
You said it was like
That's
a new
going
generation classic. Like we
Yeah.
got to overall, we got to lump in all the movies here.
Well, okay. Well, some people in the 40s thought Fantasia was a classic. It's not. So they can have that as a classic.
And to be clear,
sometimes you've got to.
When Casey says the 40s, he means the 1940s, not 40-year-olds.
So yeah, shout out Fantasia. No, we'll have to break this down during the break.
All right, we'll come back. Kenny's. I think I broke Kenny. Yeah, I broke his brain. He's over here trying to figure out Fantasia song. Now he's going to the essentials. Yeah. His be all end all to an argument. We'll come back. Steelo and KC.
You kind of bugging. You can see out at least 5.
5 what?
5 songs. Yeah, 5 songs.
All right, this conversation will continue during the commercial break. Steelo and KC brought to you by Sky River Casino. The Wake Up Call live today. If you want to go check them out, their afternoon show, Randomly Retro. They're going to be doing that live at 32 Brew Street from 5 to 7. If you want to go hang out with Gavin, Katie, and Kevin at Sky River Casino. We'll come back with more here on ESPN 1320.
Now, when I say 5, that might be it. She might even just have 4, to be honest with you.
See, look, you're already changing. Now that we're off the radio, you changing your tune.
These are some.
Did they even put together an essential?
These are some master songs. When I See You,
bro.
When I See You, Free Yourself, Truth Is.
Kenny, stop it. Those aren't classics. Those aren't 4 classics that you just named. Stop it. Those are 4 good records. Those aren't 4 classics.
When I See You and Free Yourself are classics. What? Okay. If we're at the Golden One Center, what percentage of the crowd makes it a classic? Like if the DJ put it on. Would you say 80%?
Are we talking about people who bought a ticket to show up and see Fantasia?
No, that on Saturday. If the DJ would have played it, if 80% of the crowd,
yes,
I'll
give you that. I'll give you that.
80% definitely when I See You and Free Yourself.
No chance. Not even at Mary's crowd. No chance. 80%.
I promise you.
No chance.
Those two for sure. I say that confidently. Now the whole thing, it's probably
when I
more
See
3.
You probably could get 80%.
It's probably if you don't want me, then don't talk to me. All them women in there, all the Mary J. Fine, when that part comes on, oh, you can hear that. That's gonna go all the way to the rafters. Don't want me, then don't talk to me. Go ahead and free yourself. No. So yeah, 5. 5. So she's got 2 for sure. You can get to 5 if you really, really like Fantasia as an artist, like her catalog. Stephen Brown, you wouldn't know anything about this. Sit this one out. Casey Tucker. That's not necessarily. I understand what you're saying. That's not necessarily true because there's songs in a rock genre that are classics that I don't know nothing about. That doesn't mean they're not classics because I don't know them. There's iconic songs. I guess that's the next level of like that span across genres. But James, we mention the songs all the time that I ain't never heard of. I don't know. Hey, Stephen Brown, when last time you went to a Mary J. Blige house?
That's a good question, Stephen Brown.
Stephen Brown, it was at a Barbra Streisand concert last week.
Hey. I can't believe this is the first line I have to use when we get back on the radio, but leave Stephen Brown alone. There's nothing wrong with dating a white woman.
No, it's not.
Now, Stephen Brown may obsess over white women, but hey, man, Stephen Brown, 6'5", 250.
On 2K. In real life, 5'4", 152.
Oh, man, Stephen Brown's height's one of my favorite gimmicks. It's so good.
Stephen Brown,
so
man.
Good.
Still saying, man, you got.
By the way, for those who are just tapping back in on the radio side, we went from 5 Fantasia classics to 2.
Well, I didn't say she had 5 classics.
I think you did. I think you did. Don't do that. I think you did. Okay. We'll run the tape. I think you did.
Well, she's got.
And now we're at 2.
She's got 2 classics for sure.
Okay.
She's got 5 songs like that people will sing along to. Not as much as those 2, but they'll sing along. Truth is, they'll sing along to that.
Okay. So, you think people will sing that song like they sing Love?
Which
either one?
Yes.
Okay.
When I see you,
probably.
Yeah, when I see you for sure. It depends on maybe the crowd for Free Yourself.
Mm-hmm.
How many women are in the crowd that are going through some stuff?
Okay.
Yeah.
I had to explain Love to somebody. They didn't quite understand. Like, her voice was cracking. I was like, no, you have to listen to what she's saying.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you have to understand this is the ultimate I'm going through it record.
It is. Classic, boy. Shout out to my girl, Keisha Cole. Keisha, she a wild one, boy.
Well, yeah, she's that. She is that.
She Oakland for
I'll
sure.
always remember my first experience with Keisha Cole. It sucks so bad. She tried to make it right. It was an awful interview. And I knew it was awful, so I was just like, it's cool, man. Forget it. Like, you don't want to do this, and I don't want to do this, so just forget it.
Mm-hmm.
And then her record guy comes back, hey, can we try that again? I was like, man, we can, but, yo, tell your girl to just talk to me for a minute. Like, we'll make it work.
Mm-hmm.
She came back, and we did it. This was Keisha Cole before Money.
Mm-hmm.
She looked different. I've tried to find that picture for years so I could send it to you because I don't think you would believe it was her.
Oh, well, it's okay. It happens. You know, you glow up.
Yeah, ain't nothing wrong with that. I looked at pictures of me 15 years ago. I was like, whoa. Whoa, this is crazy. Short hair, like bald cut, poorly fitted, like just a terribly fitted suit. Teeth crooked. It was bad. It was like, how would anyone sleep with me? This is terrible. This is awful. Cleaned it up a little bit.
That's all it is, you know, to glow up. Some people, you know, age.
Shout out
poorly.
Dr. Walters for the braces, because man, that was a life changer.
Yeah, braces are game
changer.
I really like that's I don't have a lot of regrets in life. But one of the things was my mom in middle school was like, do you want to get braces? I said, no, they're going to make fun of me.
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm not doing it. She should have told me, shut the hell up. You got an appointment tomorrow.
Facts. Yeah.
and I didn't get them until I was almost 40 years old.
Yeah, but you did it the right way. You got the Invisalign. Dr. Walters wouldn't give me the Invisalign. He was like, "Hey, let's just put these on. This will get it over with much quicker. I have a lot more control. This is how we should do it. I'll do what you want, but this is how we should do it." It's like, all right, man. Like, okay. There is not one single picture of me from the 2008 Olympics because of those braces. Not one. I don't know that there's a picture in existence, period, of me during that time frame. I could not wait for those things to be gone. And what's funny about it is, like, you get braces, people, oh, you got braces. They'll notice it right away. Then when you get them removed, someone will notice like 8 months after you got them taken off. Oh, you got the braces off. Yeah, like a year ago.
Right.
People they stop paying attention to it.
Yeah.
But you think about it.
Right. Right.
But it's worth it. Especially when I saw that picture, I was like, somebody married me. Oh my God.
But I was doing my research for the two. The people that, I would see and would talk about it, is like, there's really no difference between metal and Invisalign as far as like how they work or the time.
You just have to be diligent.
Yeah. Like if you're like,
you have to be
I might
diligent.
lose them or whatever, or
you have to leave them in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then you might want to just go with the metal.
Like when your head starts hurting because your teeth are moving, you got to leave them there.
Yeah. I had a pleasant experience. I never had any issues as far as like pain or nothing like that. I never had no problems.
Good for you.
I embrace the tightness of
even the dope. One more time?
The tight, when you get a new set in and it'll be tight. I embraced it. I was like, yeah, I need that. It's working.
Even the dope ones updated the original cartoon graphic.
They did.
The original cartoon graphic had a little space. Little space in Casey's smile, but
you know who didn't update was 95.7 The Game.
This is Kenny Caraway. ...
Oh, they had the picture of me before I was on The Athletic.
Oh,
I said,
man.
come on, man, don't do that, man.
That might just be a gimmick at this point.
Jackasses. Oh man.
All right. Well, if your teeth are crooked, get braces. It's a life changer.
Yeah. Well, never mind.
I'll say it.
He always does that.
Say it.
See, I'll be ready to move on, and then he does that.
That's a good producer.
Say it. Yeah, we're not going anywhere right now.
It's a good producer. What?
It's not a big deal. I just told people, like, hey, I had braces. I had Invisalign. Like, I can do testimonials.
Oh, got it. Yeah, I got you. Oh, that's cute.
Go by the same way to the bathroom.
Oh, your bath. Yeah.
I'm gonna put this flag back in my pocket. I thought we were going somewhere else.
No. Poor Kenny. Kenny.
That wasn't that bad for you not to say that. We've been saying that.
No, I think he was trying not to call anyone out.
Yeah, that's all, man. That's all, man. I'm just trying to,
trying not to call anyone.
Look at Kenny trying to be better.
Invest in braces and invest in skincare. That was the other thing that stood out. I know it seems expensive and ridiculous. It'll be worth it. I found this picture of me, and I think I got a picture with Rihanna where she just looks stunning. It will never see the light of day ever. And it's like, man, just like wash your face better. The picture looked awful.
Send it to me. I'll spruce it up.
Oh, yeah, because you're Mr. Photoshop right now. I'm sure nothing will go wrong with that one. I'm sure that won't get out there.
It is our new graphic designer.
Yeah.
I told Reese got braces when he was like, his baby teeth weren't even out. And that's the other misconception. They used to always say, like, you have to wait. And
yeah.
They were like, no, you ain't gotta wait. Like, it'll be fine.
Really?
He got braces at, what's he, 12 now? Probably like 9. And I
remember him with braces.
I was like, hey, man.
That's when we were friends. Now that he's 12, he don't like me anymore, but I remember that.
I told him, I said, hey, man. Because he's like, oh, I don't want braces. Look. I told him the story. I was like, I wish my mom would have just put her foot down and got it done. Like, trust me, get it done. So he's right. He's got like another round or two he's going to have to do because the permanents are coming in and stuff like that. So
yeah,
but it's fine. It's all good.
I'm trying to find this picture of me and Riri for the chat, and maybe I've deleted it forever. It's me and your girl, Christina Milian.
Oh
man.
Oh boy.
I'm wearing Raider gear in that picture.
Oh no, hold on. We gotta see that.
Yeah, I'm wearing
Raider Dame.
I'm wearing a Bo Jackson throwback in that joint.
Dame and Paul.
Bo Jackson throwback is the size like triple X though.
Oh, this is tough. Oh man, that picture. I found it. It's bad.
The Rihanna joint.
Yeah.
I bet you it's not that bad.
Yeah.
I bet you it's not.
No, it is.
Jerseys that were 3
It's
sizes
bad.
over.
I'm wearing a button-up collar shirt. This is
December in the club.
December 19th, 2005. No, where's it? Who?
They had us looking crazy trying to get in the club back in the day.
Oh man, this is tough. There it is.
You know wait, who is that? Rihanna or Christina Milian?
No, that's Christina Milian.
Look at D-Lo.
Yeah.
Look at D-Lo.
Yeah, man. Little punk ass baby face child right there.
She looks just fine.
Standing next to a baddie.
Just fine.
Oh, look it. I got a chain on too. You see the chain? Yeah. Raider gear and a chain. Ain't this a bitch?
Man, the Bo Jackson joint.
Man.
Hey, quiet as kept. The white Raiders jersey's fire.
Oh, absolutely.
It's fire.
Also, I'm fat.
Well, you didn't look fat.
I could see.
Yeah.
That's tough. You're right. Yeah, but Jesse, look how low the sleeve is. That's definitely a size too big. That's definitely too big.
What was the belt buckle looking like? What was it? Was it do you remember? Was it a big, was it a digital belt buckle?
It wasn't that. It wasn't that. Well, this one, I got the Sean,
everybody listening on radio, go to the YouTube.
I got
at some point today.
I got the who belt buckle on in this one with the two-way and the phone clip.
Oh yeah, I remember that one. Who's that in the Culpepper?
That's DJ Cool.
That Culpepper go crazy right there.
That's DJ Cool and Dougie Fresh.
After Casey brought Redacted to the West Coast.
Wow.
Yeah, that's facts.
Thank me.
Thank God for him.
Thank me. I told you.
That picture definitely wasn't taken 20 some odd years ago. What year did you bring Redacted to the West Coast?
It was way before that. It was like 96.
God. Oh,
it was before I went to high school.
It was before it was actually created.
What are you talking about? It was Get a Clue. I went to Get a Clue. I had a black one with the red lettering. So nobody else was around rocking that.
No. So to be clear, you bought it on the West Coast.
Yeah, I brought it over here. Nobody was getting it. They didn't know what it was.
By that
It
logic,
was on the joint.
It's already here in the West Coast.
You are Christopher Caraway over here.
No,
this is Kenny Columbus.
Nobody was
talking
buying
about.
it.
I discovered Sean John.
It was already here. We were thriving here.
So I thought
that don't mean nothing.
No. I thought this whole time you found it at some place in New York with Aceberg or whatever, and then brought it back and were like, yeah, everyone started wearing it after me. You bought it in downtown Sacramento.
At Get a Clue, rack was full. Nobody knew what it was. Nobody was copping it.
Some other dude probably bought that same shirt 2 days or an hour ago.
I was outside. I never saw nobody with the shirt. Never saw nobody. It was me and Mike. We was the only one rocking Sean John out here.
In 96?
Yeah, we was the only ones out here.
14 years old.
I just said going into high school. Me and Mike. We was the only ones rocking it.
Yeah, brother. I told him, what if we don't do that, but we try to go over this way?
What are we talking about?
Kenny Hogan over there. Kenny Hogan.
I was there. I was looking around.
In front of us right now.
I was looking around. I was like, yo, let me see if anybody else got it. At least get the black shirt with the white lettering.
Said, slam.
Nothing.
You're lying to us all right now.
Nothing. I was the
this
only one.
This story is embarrassing.
I was the only one. Like I said, if I saw somebody with it, I'd be like, yo, salute. I would do that.
Get a Clue just kept loading up Sean John merchandise, even though no one was buying it.
No one's buying this
except 14-year-old Kenny Caraway.
I would say
who set the market off.
I would say, to be honest, I'd say I was probably 6 to 9 months ahead of the wave.
God damn.
I ain't saying years. I ain't saying that. I'm just saying about 6 to 9 months ahead of the wave. Matter of fact, to be honest with you, this is real talk. I think I called Get a Clue. I called them.
This story keeps getting
I think
better.
I called them before, like, yo, do y'all got the Sean John? They said, nah, we ain't got no Sean John. And then a couple months later, it was in the store. I'm for real. Oh, for real. Because me and Mike was on the
You
hunt
really,
for it.
no, you really are Hulk Hogan.
Me and
The
Mike were
more
on the
you
hunt
tell
for
the
it, bro.
lie, the bigger it gets.
I was there.
It's
I'm telling you what happened.
It's like 20 years ago, Andre the Giant was 500 pounds, but on the documentary, he was 700 pounds. By the time Hogan becomes like 75, Andre the Giant would have. I body slammed the 1,000-pound Andre the Giant, bro.
Sterling L. Grove will tell you because she was looking for it too for me.
Casey and his buddies like, yeah, we went over the whole match list by list or whatever, and we told the story. This is
No,
how we wanted to go down.
It was just one other person. It was me and my cousin Mike. We was the only ones looking for it. I called, get a
And
clue.
14-year-old
They didn't
Kim
have
Caraway
it.
knew this.
They didn't have it about 3-4
Might
months
have
later.
been 13.
About 3-4 months later.
And the store
It
was
was in
like,
the
hey,
store.
we got to
Boom.
keep
Hey,
ordering redacted merch because
hey,
this one
guys,
kid keeps
some
buying it.
Bitch ass kid called for some Sean John. Can we get it loaded up in here?
Like I said, man, if somebody had it, I'd be like, okay, I see you. You know what time it is. It didn't. It was just me and Mike.
I literally thought like you up until this day that he bought the shirt somewhere in the East Coast, New York, or whatever you want to call it, and brought it here. I was like, oh yeah.
No, at that time I wasn't going
The
to New
story
York.
was bad then.
You literally
It
just
got
went
way
back to
worse.
school
Going to New York
shopping
at
and they
the
had
time.
redacted there.
I wasn't going to New York at the time. That wasn't until I was about
All right.
17, 18 years old. That's when I went to the Bronx to get that Sean John velour. I mean, people were wearing it at the time or whatever, so I didn't bring it then. You know what I mean? But I was in the Bronx. I got the Sean John velour, the gray one, straight out of there.
How the hell did Tiger Woods rupture his Achilles?
Goodness gracious.
What was he doing?
Practicing, I think.
Yeah.
Like he was
probably
like warming
lived.
up.
I don't know how that
Put out a
happened.
statement. I think he was
You
warming up.
could
and then he fell.
rupture your Achilles on that game show? Man, that's
That's
a tough look for Tiger.
He needs to hang
That's
it up.
tough.
Damn.
That is tough.
Remember him passing? Is it Arnie? Is
it
Arnie
Arnold
number
Palmer?
one?
And it,
Or is it Jack?
I think
it's Jack.
Is it
Yeah,
Jack's
Jack.
number?
Yeah.
It was like a foregone conclusion
Yeah.
that this is going to happen any minute.
You think if that stuff never
Wow.
comes out, that Thanksgiving, it was Thanksgiving, right?
Yeah.
You think if that stuff never comes out, he does break the record?
Yeah.
I think so.
I mean, his body broke down for sure, like in a major way. His body broke down, but yeah, he like
That set everything
everything
off.
changed
Yeah.
after that Thanksgiving.
Mm.
Everything.
Man, that's
changed.
tough, man. Get well soon, Tiger. Hold on, man. No, they're still slandering.
I don't think it's slander. I think
Polo
they're-
L talking about KC brought true religion to the West Coast. That's not true. That's not anything I ever said. I was one of the only ones out here wearing the red monkey jeans. I ain't see him. I'm just telling you, I didn't see him.
Mhm.
So if somebody had them
well, it's
out
probably,
on Water Avenue,
well,
I don't know.
yeah,
But when
it's
I was
because they're
outside,
red jeans.
no, red monkey jeans was not red jeans. There was denim jeans. It was a brand, the red monkey joints.
Oh, I thought you were wearing red jeans as well. I was like, you're bold.
No, the red monkey joints. It was a brand. And like I said, I didn't see nobody else with them. I had them. I had those. I think I seen a couple people with the Avizu joints. I had those too.
They sell those pants at Marshall's.
They might now.
Shout out to those.
They might now. But I think I seen a couple people with the Avizu joints. I had those pretty early. And then, like I said, I ain't seen nobody with the red monkeys. Not out here. I'm just saying. I got now, and I did get those in New York. I was
None
with
of
Ace.
this would have happened if the Kings didn't get their ass
That's
kicked.
facts.
I
last
was
night. None
with
of this
Ace.
would be
Then
happening.
and he said, "Yo, you need to get the red monkeys. Take those back with you." I was like, "Man, for real." Saw the price tag. I was like, "Come on, man, you tripping?" He's like, "No, I'm telling you, get the red monkeys." Got the red monkeys.
Okay.
At the NBA patch joints, but everybody had those.
All right.
Is that the one with all the logos on it?
Yeah.
Those were trash. I don't know what you guys were
I
hating back then.
could not agree more.
Yeah, it was
I hated
trash.
that, James.
Yeah.
Hated it. I never thought those were
Oh,
hot.
bugging. The jackets are fired too.
I didn't mind the jackets. I always thought the jeans were dumb.
The pants were weird.
I never liked
They
those.
were weird.
I never liked those. Like
One kid in like high school wore those.
since we're on the redacted, like the Fat Albert joints were always pretty hot, but like once stuff became the NBA thing, it was like same for me.
Yeah. I like I said, I had a pair of those. I got another pair of those at Burlington though.
The FUBU joints?
No, the NBA patch jeans.
Okay.
Burlington's had like 3 different names over the last 20 years.
Burlington is still go to.
Shout out Burlington
right
Coat
now.
Factory.
Oh, yeah.
The original.
Yeah, man. I go there to this day. To this day.
I'm not even sure I've been to one.
You remember when they threw blood on Michael Scott
Yes.
coming out of Burlington Coat
yeah,
Factory?
they think it's funny.
Yes.
Do you remember, Casey, how Michael got the money to buy a fur coat?
Well, yeah, because that's when Bill Packer, like he did
Todd
his
Packer.
Keep calling him Bill.
It's Todd Packer. Yeah.
Sorry, Todd Packer.
Yeah.
That's when he had devised that one plan. And
Okay.
that's what happened.
That's it. Nailed it. Great synopsis.
You put
right
like 3
there.
different episodes together
Yeah,
right there.
no, that's great. You nailed it.
Oh, Cole, what you know about Sauconys? I didn't have a pair. My homeboy had them. I was like, yo, those is kind of fire. I never got a pair. They back out there, though. Sauconys, they back out there, especially now with the whole walking shoe. That's what's hot right now.
Mm-hmm.
Although they really are. I want some Vomeros. I do want some Vomeros.
Okay. Tyler Jennings said Casey called Crisscross to tell them what's up. Did you wear your clothes backwards too?
Nah, I did have cross colors though. I didn't bring that out here, but I was rocking the cross colors at that Crisscross concert, my first ever concert.
Mm-hmm. I got a chance. I think it was on Thursday. It was bouncing back and forth between our studio and the Wake Up Call studio, and I got to hear a little bit of their afternoon show, the Randomly Retro show. Listening to Gavin and Katie attempt to explain Crisscross to Kevin was spectacular, because that's what Randomly Retro is. It's like their version of Flashback Friday, but they cross over like different genres.
What day is it?
It's every day.
Oh, it's every day.
It's Monday through Friday. Yeah, so that's the show that they're doing live.
Oh,
at Sky
okay,
River tonight.
got you. Yeah.
Yeah, listening to them try to explain Crisscross to Kevin, and Kevin trying to grasp. Wait, they wore all of their clothes backwards?
What do you think the equivalent of that is here?
What?
Where I wouldn't understand.
Well, we could start there. Do you understand Crisscross?
Yeah, like that was a gimmick and stuff.
Do you
like
know
that.
who Crisscross is?
Yeah, the kids. They got that song that plays on the radio all the time.
No, okay. Well, all right. That sounded like Kenny explaining The Office, but that's fine.
I wasn't around. Like that's as far as I know.
What would be the equivalent of the Wake Up Call explaining Crisscross to Kevin? Us explaining something to Jesse.
That's a good question. I have to think about that.
Yeah, we might have to sit on that one. I feel like there could be a couple of things we could
think
do
about that. Would like is like how dope we thought Bulls versus Lakers was.
Oh, the video game stuff.
Yeah. Do you like understand like how?
I think we talked about that before. Like that was always. I don't understand that.
Have you ever seen the?
I don't get. Yeah,
have you ever seen the Jordan versus Bird handheld game?
Oh
no.
Oh, so that's a good one. Like the little digitized joint.
Yeah.
Yo, we used
have
to
you
play
ever
those
seen
all the
like
time.
have you ever seen like the original handheld games where it's not a game console, it's like it's a game?
Let me see if I can
like you got to put AA batteries in it.
Put a picture to them. Yeah, I can't put a picture to it now.
We got to find Jesse a YouTube video of why I would sit around for 2 hours playing Jordan versus Bird.
Basic ass game.
No, we was locked in.
Is that like along the lines of NBA Jam?
Well, damn,
No,
don't
it's
say that.
it's way before NBA Jam.
And let me see if I could. So I can't really. So this was the game. This was the game. Right there.
That looks like an Etch-a-Sketch.
Yeah,
it's kind of what it was.
Boy, I had that joint rocking.
Hey, we was doing everything we could to play that all the time. What you know about Game Boy?
I used to have one, the little Game Boy Color, the rectangle one. No,
not.
I mean, it was
the
original
Game
but
Boy.
it was like green.
The original Game Boy that was.
I don't know. I had the Game Boy Color. It was turquoise.
The screen was.
That was like my first thing.
That was the one with color was Sega's. What was Sega's thing? That they had the color. That's when it used to pop off.
You ever play Duck Hunt?
No, like I know that was like that. That's
like the game that came with Nintendo, right?
It was Mario and Duck Hunt.
Yeah, it came with.
I think my dad has talked about Duck Hunt and stuff like that.
Game Gear, come on, what? Oh, Game Gear came out
okay.
and they had color. It's like, oh my god!
Ever get the little adapter with the little light so you could play at night and stuff like that? Yeah,
I had that. Yeah, okay, all right. See you, Jesse.
I'm not that young.
Yeah.
What do you know about that, Dan?
I was never a video game person. After Jordan versus Bird, I was kind of done.
I had the PS1 and the Game Boy.
I think I had a handheld. I don't think it was Tecmo Bowl. It might have been Bo Jackson. Might have been some special Bo Jackson game that I had where you could play baseball or football or something like that.
Yeah, I remember you used to be able to change games.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, good times. Good time. But there's still something else that I got to figure out that he wouldn't.
Yeah, we'll think of something. Yeah. We'll think of something better. Again, this is all because the Kings got their ass kicked last night. Had they not gotten their ass kicked, this show would have been a lot more focused. Domantas Sabonis will be reevaluated today. Or he's perhaps being reevaluated right now. I assume he's on the same plan Malik Monk is, based on the way Malik Monk progressed. Domas would be back and available for Thursday's game. He did get a workout in Sunday, the day of the Clippers game. So I assume they did something with him yesterday. They'll reevaluate him, and hopefully he'll be cleared to play for Thursday's game against the Golden State Warriors. Kings need all bodies available. No one played well last night. It was just a game that got away from the Kings really, really early. Made a little run there at the beginning of the third quarter that was immediately erased in about 90 seconds. So Kings are 3-2 in the games without Domas. I'm counting the Rockets game because he literally exited 60 seconds in. But it'll be nice should the medical team decide to have Domantas Sabonis out there in the lineup.
When we come back,
or as some would say, on the other side.
On the other side, do you have any thoughts about the post-game comments last night?
Okay.
From Valanciunas and Monk.
Sure. Spoiler alert, not really, but
we don't have to tease it because I don't either. But a lot of people were talking about the comments. I said,
nothing. Yeah, it was nothing. Like I don't think I missed anything. Like
I don't think so.
I thought
either.
Doug was the surliest of all. Doug was the one who sounded fed up. Malik was like, all right. I thought it was interesting. Malik wouldn't talk about any viral videos. And shout out to Jason Anderson. Jason Anderson will ask
He's gonna ask that question.
He will ask the uncomfortable question every damn time.
He's gonna ask that
he
question.
Does not care. Yeah. And Malik's like, yeah, I'm here to talk about basketball. We was just talking.
Yeah.
Like, okay. Which is going to get people talking because he didn't address what it was.
He did say this. That's just how we communicate.
Yeah.
But
he's here to talk about basketball. Yeah. We'll come back. We'll look at some other Kenny's hate for Dorian Finney-Smith is pretty wild.
What?
JJ Redick seems to love him though.
I like him.
Lakers dropped their first game without LeBron James against the Brooklyn Nets last night. Second straight loss for the Lakers. We'll look at the rest of the Western Conference. Then we'll head over to the NFL. Lots of things changing for the San Francisco 49ers. Lots of things changing around the league. We'll touch on all of that at Steeler 1KC. Brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
My grandma used to have the Nintendo 64. She had some WCW game for it.
Oh, WCW NWO.
Yeah.
So I was so brand loyal. I would not buy a WCW game. I was like, nope, give me Warzone. My cousin Mike, he'd have thunder and stuff like that. He's like, yo, it's kind of fire, bro. I get over there, I'm like, damn. That is kind of dope, but nah, I ain't getting it.
I remember, I didn't have a lot of video games growing up, but I remember I had Warzone, thinking it was the dopest thing ever. When The Rock came down to the Nation of Domination music and hit him with the elbow drop.
Check this out.
We lost Trista today, so we'll have to fill that. Okay. She just texted.
More video games, more clothes. Check this out. When Warzone came out, I was in my family reunion in South Carolina. I bought Warzone at the Target in South Carolina, knowing I wasn't coming back to Sacramento for 5 days.
All right.
I don't know why. I don't know what I think it was just going to be sold out. Nobody was going to have it in Sacramento. I don't know. I think also part of it was I wanted to play it as soon as I got home. So I think we were getting home at 11 p.m. I was like, I don't want to wait. I don't want to have to sleep and then get up, go get it. I was like, I want to play it. I sure did. As soon as I got home, I played that then until 3 in the morning.
Now we're just planning on the show till 3 in the morning.
Ooh, and that new MLB The Show looking tough. Woo!
Still playing 24.
I got 23. That's why
We gotta be at opening day, don't we?
I got in trouble like last week. I was up to like 3 o'clock playing the PS5 or whatever. Woke up at 6. All right, let's start the day. All tired. I was like, yeah, you can't be doing this, bro.
I love when you say you got in trouble. That's by your
No, I did, yeah, but my
No,
fiance, she told me, like, yeah, cut it out.
That's fantastic.
She told me, grow
I
up.
love that. No.
She runs the house.
Nothing wrong with that. You're gonna have a happy marriage understanding that.
Like I said, I'm always get rebounds, play defense. Everyone else run the show.
Who facilitates in your house? So Crystal facilitates for you?
Yeah, if she gets indecisive about stuff, she'll come to me and stuff like that. But ultimately, I'll go like she'll handle it.
Is Jazz the facilitator?
What you mean by
like, is she the one who kind of, okay, this is what we're doing, this is how we're gonna do it?
I mean, I don't even know. I asked. Like, yeah, sure. Yeah, you know, part of it is she's great at it. Like, she's great at organizing and running a house and running schedules and stuff like that. And the other part of it is she's a little bit more easier flustered than I am. So I'm like, do what's going to make you comfortable. I can adjust to anything. So whether it's our schedule, whether it's what you want in the house or whatever, go ahead, just do it. I trust you, first of all. Second of all, I'll make the adjustment. Whereas, like, if I did something or if I forgot something on a grocery list or double booked something like that, like, she's just she's easier flustered and it'll just throw off everything. So I'll just be like, just do what you do. I'll adjust.
The only decision I remember was like she trying to get a dog and stuff like that.
Oh, they're trying to bring up those conversations again.
Well, yeah, I said no for so long. It's like,
well, the kids would love it.
All right, you know how I feel about that. I don't even want to say it either.
No, yeah.
So
I get it.
I don't want a dog.
I get it.
But look, my sister, she just had her dog had a litter. Oh, look at this. He's so cute.
I'll tell you what, though, when I get home at 6:30 every day and that dog is there waiting for me, it's the best part.
Yep, it's the best.
I got kids who wait for me.
No?
That's enough.
It's tough. We're talking about pets and adding pets.
It's a lifestyle show today.
Family.
Kings got their ass beat.
It's been a lifestyle show for 2 months. So let's be real. We quit doing sports for a while.
You
like we talk Kings for about an hour, maybe. Everything else, like, we'll get to you.
Well, if the Kings give us a big story, we'll ride with it. They play well, we'll ride with it. But
we're gonna have fun one way or another.
Yeah, we always gonna find a way to have fun. I think about that. Sprout turned 11 today. Like, I think about, like,
Sprout.
Happy birthday, Sprout.
Would I do this again? Like, living through what I did with Smoothie, knowing I'm going to have to feel that again. Would I do it again? Are they your
first dogs?
Yeah.
Yeah, everyone's different. Coco was my second. Like, we had a family dog. We lost him on Christmas, like years ago or whatever. That was tough. But and then you kind of like, you learn to, like, I guess, remember and, like, be happier about that rather than, oh, that's tough. Because like, it does get kind of weird after the first few weeks.
Yeah, you try to live. You know, you try to remember those years. I just know, man, that's losing Smoothie was brutal. And now having Sprout, especially by herself, you know, now we're going on, you know, Smoothie was 9 when she died. So Sprout's, you know, she's 11. It's been almost 2 years, or has been 2 years. It's hard to imagine, like, and I feel like I hit the jackpot with those 2 dogs. Like, they were great. They were different, but both, like, you know, loving and fun and, you know, never anything crazy. Didn't have to worry about them tearing stuff up. Like, we're going to do this again. And I don't know.
It's so funny taking care of your pets. When I went on vacation in November, I'm telling Crystal, because we're leaving Coco with her friends or whatever. I was like, we're leaving him alone for a week. He thinks we're abandoning him. He thinks we don't even love him, stuff like that.
Yeah. I mean, I wasn't sure I could do the KSFM thing until I knew my mom was moving here. Because I was like, I'm not going to mess up her schedule. She needs to eat at a certain time. She needs to walk. I don't want her alone. I mean, it started out, we're at the house, like, you know, 6 hours, you know, 7 hours a day. Sometimes that 7 hours becomes 9.
Right.
God forbid there's a game. Then it becomes 10, 11, 12. Like, I'm with Jesse. Like, you just get obsessive about the way that they're, you know, taken care of. I think that's the way most dog owners are. But especially for me, with no kids in the house right now, it's like, yeah, that's my girl. That's my priority.
Yeah. I'm against it.
You might lose though.
I may soften the stance or whatever.
Because you probably got Cheryl and Elk Grove on their side. There's probably a lot of people on Team Dog side.
She might be, but she's probably a little bit more like me.
Mm.
I can't even bring up that dog that we lost to her.
The dog's name was KC, right?
Yeah. I can't even bring
Mm-hmm.
don't even bring
I
it up
remember
to
her talking about him to me.
Yeah, so she might be, she ain't gonna push it. But
What about a family fish?
well,
Throw a
tried
little
that
food
couple
in
times.
the. Oh, never mind.
Yeah.
Shout out to those.
Well, not
fishes, though.
recently.
Wait, what happened?
Oh, you got a fish. Hey, we're going to PetSmart. Let's look. We got a fish, Reese. Oh yeah, put it in the aquarium thing or the whatever. Oh yeah, look, got to feed him. Okay. Next morning.
Hey,
No way.
no, hey,
I
hey,
don't even know what happened. bro.
Oh no.
hey, 5 to 13-year-olds been serial killing fish for about 20 years. Bro.
Oh no.
And to be honest, and I don't even know if it was him. I don't know what happened. I thought we did what we were supposed to do. But
Oh, that's
You've
terrible.
never gotten a fish from the fair and it just didn't die within the next few days. You haven't lived yet. And I'm sorry. It's like a passing of the torch.
A fair fish is crazy.
I think I got one from my school fair too, like in elementary school.
Oh man.
yeah, but no,
That's tough.
I don't know. I'm not really for any pets.
You get a tiger
I-
like Tyson.
Well, or like in Compton, or that was East LA.
It was East LA. Yeah.
One of those. But yeah, I already don't have enough of my own space as it is.
You have compound. Like you got room out there.
No, it's not enough room.
You got a loft with TVs.
We've
everywhere.
almost-
You got a sports bar in your house.
We've almost outgrown that house. No, we have outgrown that house already.
Really.
Yeah. So we're
Well,
just gonna bring a dog in
what you-
there.
That's what you get for having kids.
Well, that too.
Kenny, you heard him. Johnny Jennings. Kenny's ready to upgrade.
I know. I think that was a cry for help right
Kenny
there.
said, "Hey, Johnny Jennings, if you're listening,
The one thing I
Kenny
said
ready to
though,
upgrade.
the one thing I said, and I've softened the stance a little bit.
You have 3 cash offers by the end of the day. You put that mansion in Elk Grove on the market.
I softened the stance a little bit. My thought was always that house will always be in the family. Always.
Oh,
We
there
may
you go.
move,
Okay.
but we ain't never getting rid
Oh,
of
so
that
you're
house.
talking about you're going to own property?
Yeah. and
Something
that-
you made fun of me and Pino for like a day ago.
Oh no, I didn't make fun.
It felt like
I
it.
just said that's rich.
Oh, that's not what that is.
That's I aspire to be you and Pino. That's rich.
Okay. Smart investing. Seeing this from our guy Anthony Slater. Looks like Jonathan Kuminga will be back Thursday.
Oh, great. No, it's perfect. It's perfect.
Jonathan Kuminga returning
Welcome
to
back.
the Golden
This is
State
great.
Warriors Thursday. I don't think that's final. That's not definitive. That hasn't been announced by the Golden State Warriors. It's something Anthony Slater said. It looks like they've been kind of getting him ready for this game on Thursday. So don't be surprised if he's out there on Thursday night.
Okay. All right. Well, hey, I said it on Sports Sunday the other day. And, I'd love to play the Pelicans and Wizards for the final 16 games,
Mhm.
but that's not what it is. You're playing good teams. And look at this as an opportunity to earn your way into the playoffs.
Mhm.
Like, don't look at it as like a death sentence that you got. Hey, we got a chance to leave no doubt that we should be a playoff team and that we're good enough.
Yeah.
And I think that's how they're going to approach it. Will they be successful? Will they make it? I don't know. Like maybe they're just not good enough for it to happen. I don't know. But, look at it that way. Look at it as like, hey, we get an opportunity with these teams that we've got to play to leave no doubt that we should be in the playoffs. And we'll see what happens.
Yeah, they got their work cut out for them. Sacramento Kings got their work cut out for them, and it's going to get tough. Like we all knew this was. We all knew that this schedule was ahead of them. It doesn't mean that they, can't succeed, but like they've got to find a way to start winning games. That New York game was going to be tough. That was a team that lost 3 games in a row. They're kind of solidly in their spot, but that's again, it's a team that had lost 3 in a row headed into last night's game. Now you got the Warriors who they might be the hottest team in the league, especially with the Lakers cooling down the last 2 games after the LeBron James injury. You got Memphis coming up. You got Cleveland coming up. You've got lots of back-to-backs coming up. You've got Chicago on the way. You got Milwaukee. These are all tough teams. And then, of course, you've got that stretch of the Bucks, the Celtics, and the Thunder, those 3 games in a 4-day period. All at the Golden One Center, so the fans are going to get their money's worth. You're going to get to see Giannis Antetokounmpo and Dame Lillard and SGA and Jason Tatum, Jaylen Brown, all of those guys in a 4-day span. But the Kings are they're gonna have to win tough games, man. You said it. Like, this is how you're going to win your way into the playoffs. That's the only way it'll happen.
And hopefully, we talk about Kuminga coming back on Thursday. Hopefully, the Kings get Sabonis back. On Thursday, and try to get these guys back into their roles and where they're at. And adding a guy like Domantas Sabonis doesn't hurt anything. You know what I mean? Like, it can only help, especially with, these guys logging heavy minutes as of late. Like, you need as much relief as possible. So we saw one of the things that happened last night that we wondered was if Devin Carter would still be in the rotation, and he was. He played, and it looks like Markelle Fultz is out. So,
yeah, probably. Which I guess makes sense. Maybe you try some things on different nights if you're Doug Christie. But this thing will get compacted a little bit more, even with Domas coming back. You got Valanciunas, who's played really well. Finding a way to keep Valanciunas on the floor or get Valanciunas back out on the floor is critical for Doug. Like, we knew when Doug took over, there was a lot he had to figure out with the rotation. And if memory serves me correctly, I think Keegan got hurt. I think maybe Malik did. There were some things that happened pretty early that allowed DC to get Keon out there. And it really, as that win streak was going along, that initial win streak, it really didn't become till everyone was healthy, where it was like, all right, how we gonna work these minutes now? Now you've had some adjustments. Now you have a different team basically, and you had one of your key cogs go out in Domas, and you had Valanciunas step in and play really well. Of course, that was the whole point in acquiring Jonas Valanciunas, but you want to make sure that he stays, active. Because he could be really, valuable in a 1-game setting against a tough basketball team. So it seems like it's just a constant array of challenges that pop up for Doug Christie that he has to, figure out. A constant array of new challenges that he has to figure out on a day-to-day basis.
Yeah, and you worry about, at least I worry about, at some point, does it just become too much, that they've had to overcome and work through, and not being able to have consistency, a level of consistency with this group, whether it be drama, whether it be trades, whether it be injury. You wonder if it just becomes too much at some point. And I don't think we're there yet, to say like it's just too much. But that is a concern. That is a concern, that it's just a constant uphill battle. And mentally and emotionally, it just becomes too much for these guys.
33-31, the record for the Sacramento Kings right now. The Clippers and the Wolves, they sit at 29 losses. Warriors sit at 28. So again, that 6 is slipping away. And you said this earlier, the 7 and 8 might be slipping away too. The Kings, worse, want to find a way to ingrain themselves into that 9th spot. I still think of few things can go their way. You got to win games, and they have, for the most part, done a good job with that. This team has not been terrible because they got blown out last night doesn't mean that this is suddenly a terrible basketball team. This is a group that most people, most of us, were speaking pretty highly of. Taking a quick look at the Clippers.
You're looking at their schedule right now. Or?
Well, I'm less their schedule and more the results. Like they had a stretch. They play some good basketball teams in here. They had a stretch where they went 1-6.
Yeah.
Very recently. They also have this weird thing where win 2, lose 3. Win 3, lose 3. Win 1, lose 3. Win 3. That's where they're at right now. That's been their most recent games. But the ones that they lost was the Bucks, it was Pacers, the Pistons. Again, good basketball teams. They beat Chicago. Lost to the Lakers twice, damn near by the same score. Then lost to Phoenix.
One of the things I look at with them and looking at their schedule again is, and this lines up with what I originally thought is, you better catch them before April 1st because they've got some games, they've got a road trip, and some things can happen for the rest of March.
Ooh.
But you better catch them before April 1st.
Yeah.
Because they might not lose in April.
They have the Pelicans on April 2nd, which is also who they're playing tonight. They have Dallas twice. And then San Antonio.
And then the final 3, Rockets, Kings, Warriors. Rockets and Warriors might not be playing for anything in those 2 games.
Man, the Pelicans, Mavericks, and Spurs. That's tough. Yeah, you're right. You're right. You better catch them before then. And in that mix before April is the Pelicans tonight. Then they head to Miami, Atlanta, come home for Charlotte, and then a lot of the teams the Kings play. They got Cleveland, Memphis, Oklahoma City. Then they got a road trip at New York, at Brooklyn, at Cleveland, and at Orlando. And then that's when the calendar turns to April.
I could see them, having a little bit of a tough time being around 500 or a couple games below 500 the rest of the month. So there might be a little bit of an opportunity. But like I said, if you don't get it before April 1st, it's gone, in my opinion. So
possible.
You're gonna have to win some games yourself and look for a little bit of help along the way. But I think about what it would take to get this team, and I'm looking at 7 and 8. 6 is still a possibility. We'll know a lot about their chances for 6 after Thursday.
Yeah,
you win that game on Thursday, it puts you right back in the mix for an opportunity to get there.
They'll go from none to slim if they win.
Right.
That's the difference. It's not like, oh, they got it. Their odds become slim or none.
Right.
Those are the 2 results to Thursday's game.
Yeah, absolutely. So you try to see what you can do in these games that are coming up this tough little stretch and see if you can make some headway there. And really, I'm looking at see if you can get into 7 and 8. Give yourself 2 opportunities, and also guarantee that second game at the crib. The win or go home game at the crib. So if you can find a way to get to 8, man, that would help out a whole lot. But it's definitely an uphill battle.
Karen Bagley said something. It's got my attention. Kings are 16 and 15 at home. In the Western Conference, that is the worst record of the top 10 teams. Dallas is 19 and 15. They have the same amount of losses. Obviously, they've played more home games. For context, Portland at 28 and 38 is 16 and 15 at home. The San Antonio Spurs, who are 26 and 37, are 15 and 15 at home. The Miami Heat are 29 and 35, 15 and 15 at home. Atlanta, under 500. They're 31 and 34. They're 16 and 16 at home. Man, I think what pisses me off the most about that is this was a talking point. They were talking about this offseason. Like winning games at home. We've got to be better at home.
Yeah. I
think they're worse.
Well, I kind of wish you tell the whole story here. Zabo brings up a great point. That 5-game losing homestand, man.
That'll do it.
That'll do it. That'll make everything go all bad. And Kyle brings up They're 10-3 at home under Doug Christie. So 16-15 is your record. Like, that's what it is.
The problem is the Kings can't make the playoffs based on Doug Christie's record.
Well,
they make the playoffs based on the Sacramento.
Where are they at
Kings
now
record.
with 21-13 or something like that?
That'd be my guess.
Yeah. And if you want to be better at home, you're gonna have an opportunity. You got once again, you're playing the best team, so there's that. But you got what is it, a 7-game homestand, 6-game homestand?
I think it's 6.
Yeah, man. See what you can do at home. See if you can get 4 out of 2. Or excuse me, 4-2.
Memphis, Cleveland, Chicago, Milwaukee, Boston. Did I leave one out? Oklahoma City. Yeah, it's 6. Oh, Portland. Is it 7?
Portland,
it is 7.
Portland, yeah.
It is 7. Yeah, my mistake. It's 7.
Yeah, see if you I mean, I know I might be asking a lot. See if you can go 5-2.
I have paid zero attention to this all year. So that Oklahoma City game is on TNT.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Thursday's on TNT too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it sure is. They got a couple of NBA TV games too, for those that celebrate.
Poor Kings fans, man. We try to, and Mo and everybody over there, and Maurice, you know what I'm saying? They try to get everybody hyped because they know NBA TV. So going to be watching, get on your feet. Scott Fresh, get on your feet, wave your towels like we're here. This is what's going on in March in Sacramento. Yeah, we here because NBA TV watching. And they didn't get a chance to wave them towels again.
No. At least they did at the beginning.
Stop putting the games at 7:30. I'm like fully on board with Dan, bro. Like 7:30 sucks.
I don't understand this.
Doesn't make any sense.
It's dude, like the
I
game
don't
is
understand
10,
what
10,
30
10
minutes do.
15, and the
There's
game
no
is
need
still
for
going
it.
on.
There's
George even
absolutely
tweeted it, like, I think,
know.
yeah, he's like, this game is still going.
I don't understand what the 30 minutes do.
Does a lot.
piss some of us off is what it does.
I don't want to be working on the rundown at 11 o'clock.
It's about 10:30.
It's different, bro. So that's a whole half hour. Thank you, Kyle Renata in the chatty house. 7:30 start is trash. Will Z, look it. We got deadlines to meet. I finished my article at like 11 p.m. last night. It was awful.
He's just selfish. That's all it is. He's selfish. He ain't got nothing to do. So he's like, whatever, man.
I don't
Start the game at 8:30.
Kids to put to bed. Like, what do you expect us to do here?
The thing that I don't understand is, like, to me, it'd be different if it was like, yo, we usually start at 5, but today we start at 7:30. It's 7 and 7:30.
Nah, those 7 o'clock games, some reason end up around like 9:30.
But it's not even 7:30. It's usually like what, 7:40?
That's true.
Yeah, the other ones was like 7:11.
Well, it's getting later. It just keeps getting later.
It's the same difference.
No, it's not. It's not the same difference. How's the same difference?
If the game starts, if the schedule says 7 o'clock, they don't do tip off till 7:12.
But the game is over at what, 9:15, 9:30?
Yeah.
Okay. So when you move it to 7:30 and make it 7:40, the game's now over at what, 9:50, 10:15?
Well,
Hey, get out of my face.
Wait, you put a whole hour on the end?
No, I put
You
30
said
minutes.
9:15, and then you just said 10:15.
10. No, sorry. 9:45 to 10. That's too late.
In my promote DCR has a good point. Game yesterday ended about 8:20 yesterday.
No, that's a good point. That's a good point. It did.
Yesterday we were a little lucky, I guess.
I don't even know that it ended that late, to be honest with you.
Oh man. No, 7:30. 7:30 is okay with me. It's okay with me.
See, like Abram says, I need those. I need my recovery time after my partying with fake
true.
James Ham.
Yeah. Did you see him this week?
No, I didn't see fake James Ham this week. I don't imagine I'll
Maybe
see
outside. I don't know. Maybe
it looks
him
like
again.
it. I hope I do. Oh, if I run into fake James Ham again,
We're
that'll be
talking
the
7:30
greatest.
starts and all that. There's got to be a Kings fan on the East Coast that stayed up till about midnight for that ass whooping.
Well, where's
I bet Miss
Kamara?
P did.
Yeah, Miss P. Kamara. I don't think he's in the
Kamara's
country.
celebrating his birthday. Kamara, he probably had a gym alarm at 2:30
East Coast
in the
time
morning.
zone has it the worst for sports.
By
It's
far,
awful.
it is miserable.
It's awful.
I remember the day Odell Beckham caught that ball. It was like 11 o'clock at night. It was so damn late.
Once again, it's just I'm up at 11 watching sports anyway. I was watching USF and Gonzaga last night.
Okay, well, I'm not.
Even though, like,
I'm going to bed.
I was trying to find anything other to watch than sports. I was so frustrated with that game. You know how they were on that Niners schedule. When Niners lose, ain't watching no highlight shows, nothing. I couldn't find nothing. I ended up watching Beauty and Black. That show's crazy.
You always say something is crazy when what you actually mean to say is it's terrible.
That show is crazy. That show's a mess. An absolute mess. But yeah, I ended up watching USF and Port.
No more 7:30 starts for the Kings, by the way.
Yes, facts.
So they make the playoffs.
No, that's
different.
But there's nothing on the schedule.
Well, what the hell is different about it?
The vibes are just up. Like the vibes are just up. It's different. It's different. 7:30 on a Monday. Like, nah, I can't.
Yeah, that's the other thing.
Like a regular season ass game. Like, nah, make it game 1 on a Monday. We could talk.
Those hoes are lucky. I even watched last night. Now we got a whole 45 minutes to fill because Trista's not here. Oh, you thought the start of this show was weird. It's about to get weirder.
Well, we're gonna get it popping.
Trista covers about 45 minutes on this show that we really depend on.
Yeah. She's got one of those migraines today. She was like, I'm trying to tough it out, but I ain't gonna make it.
Wow.
It's all good.
Take a nap.
45 minutes on migraines at 2:00.
Yeah, thanks.
Take a nap, TK.
Warriors won their 5th straight. Overall, we mentioned they haven't lost with Jimmy Butler. 10 straight with Jimmy in the lineup. Mavs beat the Spurs yesterday. Suns lose again. JJ Redick, I'll save this. JJ Redick has some really high praise for Dorian Finney-Smith, which I thought was funny given how much Kenny hates him.
I don't hate him.
You only talk like you do. So we'll run that for you. And then we've got a lot of NFL stuff to get into. 49ers are going to look different this year. TC, hang on. Hang tight. We'll talk to our man TC and anyone else who wants to talk. Elk Grove Kia Talk Line 916-909-1320. Stealing with KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Now, Cole, this is ridiculous. Now, all right, you guys are. Cole says, yeah, living in Florida, I rarely ever saw Niners games. They come on at 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yeah, no, like, Cole, take a lap. It's 4 o'clock. Throw some on the grill, bro. Like, what do you mean?
Hey, that's wild. That's wild right there. Oh man.
I saw that message. Like, yeah, I guess it makes sense. Then you kind of like said it out loud. Like, wait, no, it's not gonna work.
4 p.m.
Yeah.
On a weekend. That's funny, Cole. That's funny. Oh man.
Yeah, we've got it the best over here. Like football starting at 10 and then ending at 8:30 is just there's nothing that's better than that. Then you throw in maybe a little 6:30 a.m. London game sometime.
Oh, they need to settle down with that one.
I love waking up for those ones.
And I think the Niners, they're gonna end up they might end up playing one of those games. All right, settle down.
I don't even like stay up the whole time too. It's just the idea like, oh, football's gonna be on so early. I'm excited.
Especially since who knows what I'm doing Saturday. I gotta get up.
I always said I caught Jags versus Dolphins at 6:30 on 2 hours of sleep. Urban Meyer kicked their ass. Russell, I fast forwarded through most of the show. I caught the cage match and stuff. That was cool.
We called it. I saw one of the highlights, but we called it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Sure is ballsy to leave Cena at a Madison Square Garden and put him in Belgium. I'm sure there's a reason for it, but man.
You saw the Roman, Paul Heyman, and CM Punk stuff too?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Roman was on Raw?
Yeah, he returned.
They returned yesterday. Paul Heyman was helping out Punk and he didn't like that.
You had to have a story. I like it.
Beans and toast. Get the hell out of here, London.
Rich the Kid was in attendance. Fabulous was in attendance.
Where? At
Yeah,
Raw?
Yeah. I did see that.
I really tried to be a Tottenham fan for like 6 years. I was like, this isn't worth my time. They suck.
Yeah, you led me astray.
Yeah, I kind of left you there.
Wow. Now I don't know what I'm doing. PSG, we back. You know what I'm saying? We took a win. It's PSG. I don't know if they would. I don't know if they would Jordan no more. But I'm gonna stay with PSG.
I just realized I grabbed the wrong juice. That is
Uh-oh.
mortifying.
Oh,
That's
no.
all right. It's all good.
Did you grab a bad one or a good one though?
No, I grabbed someone else's.
Oh,
That's all right. It's fine. It's just a little sweeter than the ones I normally drink. JJ Redick had some serious praise for Dorian Finney-Smith yesterday. Lakers have lost their last two. Obviously, they got roughed up by the Boston Celtics on Saturday night where LeBron James exited. Lost to the Brooklyn Nets last night. That's a tough one for them. But JJ said our season turned around when Dorian Finney-Smith got here and just praised his overall efforts on defense. They went from 21st to 4th overall. I should say prior to the trade, they were 21st. Since then, they have the 4th overall defense. So high praise for a player Kenny regularly mocked here on the show.
What? That's cap.
Is it?
It is cap. It is cap.
Kings didn't do better because they didn't get Finney-Smith?
I believe Finney-Smith was never coming to save the day here.
I believe that's what
He wasn't. He wasn't.
What if it was Finney-Smith and Jonas Valanciunas though?
You'd be pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
You'd be pretty. He's helpful. He's helpful. Just like all these guys that they got are helpful, but they weren't changing the team. Like even with like if Finney-Smith was there, I wish we could find out like where they were when they got Finney-Smith, or excuse me, before Luka got there. I think they were 6.
Before Luka got there, they were before. If it's just before Luka got there, they were trending up. They were playing.
Yeah,
well.
they were playing well. I think they were 6, but they
okay.
weren't. Nobody was looking at them like championship contenders, and that's all I'm saying with Finney-Smith. Like you need Finney-Smith like players on the team. They contribute, but specifically where the Kings were at, I don't think he would have changed the fortunes of.
Well, no, I don't think anyone. I don't. But the Lakers Kings are different.
But that's all I'm saying when we talk about, like, I would keep bringing up Finney-Smith's name. That's all. Like for the Lakers, once again, for anybody, you need Finney-Smith like players on the team. Like he is a valuable piece to any winning team. You need guys like that. So I understand what JJ's saying in that respect for sure. I wanted Finney-Smith here. Like, yeah, go get him.
I don't think you were very inviting, if we're being honest.
I do, but I mean, like I said, if it was only for people were speaking as if you're going out and got a Finney-Smith, now you're looking at being a top 4 team or a team that can get to the Western Conference Finals. And I was like, I don't. Maybe.
I'm sorry. Did you say a top 4?
Yeah, a team that can get to the Western Conference Finals.
All right, man.
I was like, I don't know if that's where this team is because of that, but maybe.
Did you see your boy Travis Scott's WWE T-shirt?
Did I see? No, I didn't.
So it's got the Cactus Jack logo on it and the whole thing, but it says wrestling is real.
I thought it was pretty cool.
Yeah, it was good. Take advantage, and it's got a picture of where Cena's holding up the belt, Travis is next to him, and Dwayne The Rock is in the ring with him. I think it's pretty dope, though. I think hip hop fans will love it because it's got the Cactus Jack logo on it.
I like that shirt.
It's probably an $800 shirt because it's got the Cactus Jack logo on it. No, it's $55.
I like that shirt.
So when we talk about that moment, Travis Scott is part of that moment, correct?
He is. Yeah.
We'll never forget when John Cena turned heel with The Rock and Travis Scott.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like
That's facts.
I like Travis. I've said though, Travis has always cracked me up in that moment. Like that was entertaining to see him out there.
Why? I mean, he was saging himself in the corner, which was weird.
Yeah, he looked a little like the fact that he looked a little out of place, and you know
the funny thing is he
playing
actually
this character.
He actually looked more comfortable than Cena did.
He was playing this character, and just the weirdness of why is he there cracked me up. That really cracked me up. Like, what is he doing here? It was entertaining.
There was a certain point where it's like, oh, Travis is in the ring. He's still here. And then The Rock starts talking. Cody's here. And it's like, why is Travis still here? It was to plummet Cody Rhodes later on.
Smack that boy up.
Beat his ass. Get TC in here. 916-909-1320 Elk Grove Kid Talk Line. TC, what's happening?
Yes, sir. What's up with my two brothers?
What's up, man? How you doing, big dog?
Oh, man, I'm just vibing, tapping in, man. You know, kind of frustrated. You know, everybody a little bit last night. The Knicks got our number, bro. We got to finish. We got to figure out some other package, some defensive scheme when we play them dudes, bro. Or they got our number. But you know what? We're going to strap our boots and get up off the ground, right? And we ain't going to complain about that. Like y'all said, bro, we listen, we're trying to shoot for 7 or 8. But if we got to get in where we at 9, bro, we just going to win our way in. We ain't got time to be, oh, we want this person to lose. We need them to lose. We don't like Kings fans, bro. Like, we got to get in how we got to get in, period. As far as Domas and Valanciunas, Valanciunas going to need his minutes regardless of Domas come back or not. And Domas, I'm talking to you directly, bro. When you come back, you talking about clarity. Yo, clarity is Doug Christie, bro. So miss me with all that. That's all I'm going to say on that.
Planting the seeds for a heel turn.
Domas, I'm coming for you.
Did you see wrestling fans were chanting that to Booker T when he walked out?
No.
He walked out to do commentary, and they was chanting, Hulk Hogan, we coming for you. Hulk Hogan, we coming for you. Book was laughing the whole way. That's great. I don't know. TC's okay. I love how TC take a saying, but like change it and make it like his. It's something like we got to put on.
What was the one today?
I think we got to put on our bootstraps. That was one.
Yeah.
He had another one in there. Instead of get in how you fit in, it was just we got to get in where we can.
Not wrong.
No, he's right.
He's
right.
Space is scarce at this point, fellas. We just gotta figure out a spot.
Get in where we can. Get in where we can.
Yeah, man. But I mean,
play Valanciunas' minutes. I thought he was going to say something about the 49ers too. But
well, yeah,
we'll get there.
Yeah, I'm sure he's waiting for one more person to leave. The 49ers.
The wrong Kyle left. TC saw 49ers wave Kyle and got excited.
But yeah, you know, I want to see how Domas, when he comes back, does he adjust his game at all? Does he implement some of the things that JV was doing that was successful, and saw like, hey, this is where Levine likes the ball, or, you know, maybe we set this type of screen, or it doesn't necessarily have to be the dribble handoff or something like that. I wonder if any of that happens at all.
I don't know. Like he got hurt in the Rockets game, but you go back. I mean, the Warriors, I guess it's only 2. They had only played a couple of games. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think Domas adjusts anything. I think his game is actually equipped to help those guys be better.
That's what I would think too. But I know James always talks about like it's difficult to play, not with Domas, but it takes an adjustment. It's different than a traditional center.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't. Is there
which
any,
Valanciunas kind of is
right? Is there any? I want to say, is there any bend? But it's not like I don't think people are being stubborn. I wonder if somebody says, "Hey, I'll sacrifice how I usually go about things to be a little bit more traditional for you, to make sure that you, you know, can get all the looks that you're looking for." And I guess when I say somebody, I'm talking more so Sabonis than Levine, because I don't want Levine conforming to anything. I want him to continue to play like he has as of late.
So the concerning part about that is you don't want anyone to play unnatural.
Yeah,
I think that's what ultimately got the Kings in trouble in the first place, prior to the infamous or perhaps famous Warriors meeting. seemed like that was kind of the crux of the issue with those guys, is there was a level of discomfort to the way that they were playing. And so it stinks. You know, you get a couple of wins, you feel like you're playing well. Domas, gets hurt, but then you adjust immediately with Valanciunas and continue to play well. Right. So maybe that's been exhausted now with a couple of losses to the Knicks and the Clippers. And it's time, maybe to retool. And now that we think Domas will be back again. It looks like he was following the same trajectory that Malik Monk was on. Malik Monk was, reevaluated. He got workouts in and was cleared the next day to return to action. The Kings have the extra day between games today, as they don't play till Thursday. So, unless there's some concern about him playing a back-to-back, which I don't think there would be, I expect to see him back Thursday.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking forward to.
I expect him to be Domas. I expect him to be the facilitator who doesn't shoot enough. And hopefully it creates some looks for those guys who have been shooting pretty well from three. Zach LaVine, despite it was kind of a quiet night, I think LaVine was 2 for 4 from three last night. It's not enough threes for him,
right?
But he's still shooting at that clip. Yeah, Keegan, who had been playing really well the last handful of games, and DeMar, you pointed this out like to start the show. DeMar was frustrated. I also think DeMar, and not excuses, nothing. I think DeMar was a little gassed.
Probably so. Probably so.
Not only did he play all those minutes the night before, 44 to be exact. Like, bro was living at the foul line. Yeah, it means he was working.
Yeah, getting to the rim.
They just not going to call something on Sacramento. Like, you got to earn your trips to the free throw line if you wear a Kings uniform. And DeMar was doing that.
And even when you do get fouled, you don't go to the free throw line.
No, they overturn it.
Last night, you bringing up Keegan. Had a rough night with Prize Picks last night. Had a rough night. Once again, in a different fashion, a blowout takes away from potential earnings. I had Zach LaVine at 22.5 points. I'm going more than that. He only had 17. He only played damn near 3 quarters.
Yeah.
And then the other one's just kind of hurt. Karl Anthony Towns, 26.5. I had him at more. Finished with 26. It beats like that. Keegan,
that hurts.
1.5 threes. He had 1.
27 minutes for Karl Anthony Towns, by the way.
Yeah. And then Malik Monk, 6 assists. I had him at more. He only had 3. The only one that hit for me, Valanciunas, he had 13 rebounds. I had him at more than 11.
There you go.
So it was that was nice. That was like Mason Jones hitting a 3. So what? We lost. We got beat down yesterday in Prize Picks. But I'll be back. I'm not going nowhere. Got to look at some games today. Look at how I want to go about some things, because I'm jumping right back in there on Prize Picks. You can too. Download the app. Put the promo code KIFMN, and you win $50 instantly with your first $5 lineup.
Well, you don't even win it. They just give it to you.
Yeah, they just give it to you. You don't have to win, lose, nothing. They just give you instantly $50 with your first $5 lineup with that promo code KIFM. You must be present in certain states. Go to prizepicks.com for more details. Prize Picks, run your game.
This dude's got catchphrases now. Why is there a taco next to Zion Williamson?
It's Taco Tuesday.
Is the taco good?
Yeah, well, yeah. Taco Tuesday. Every disc, you get discounts all day long.
Well, they got 19.5 for Zion Williamson against the Clippers with the taco. I might take the taco. I don't know what it is. I might take the taco.
Well, I think that's also a good, like, they marked it down for you.
They did. They went from 23.5 to 19.5.
Oh, yeah. See, yeah. So,
Derek Jones Jr. Demon.
I like the new layout on the Prize.
I do too.
That's good stuff.
I do too. I'm saying, talk to somebody. I'm looking at lineups. I'm looking at
Zion playing today. That's interesting.
You still buy Zion Williamson?
One more time.
Do you still buy Zion Williamson's future, I should say? If you had stock, would you sell it now? You got stock. We say we had stock. We were all in on Zion at one point. I thought he'd be a superstar. We all had stock. But at this point, are you selling and moving on from it, or are you still holding on and hoping it gets you some money?
Sorry.
No, you go ahead.
I'm probably holding it because I lost money already. Like that. No. my financial advisor always says, you don't lose money until you sell.
Mm.
That's when you lose money.
Yeah.
I happened to check the bad day. If you in stocks, don't check.
Oh,
Don't look.
Oh.
Like, just leave it.
yikes.
Do not look at what's going on in our world right now. But if I have the Zion Williamson stock and we got in early, that stock was sky high. It's not there anymore. There's no point in selling. I'll lose everything.
Right.
Or not lose everything. I'll lose a lot. I'll hold on to it with the hopes that joint go back up.
Yeah, and along that same line, maybe a little bit pie in the sky, but what he could be is still so high. Much like you just said, I might have to just ride that to the wheels.
What would you do?
I think I'd still hold on just because I still buy into the whole a different situation could help him.
Okay, so
I don't know if New Orleans was ever the right situation for him.
So that's the other question I was going to ask you. We're talking about him as the individual player. If you're in New Orleans, are you still buying into Zion?
Okay, if I'm New Orleans, I'm selling. Like, if you're New Orleans, you got to know this isn't going to work.
I'm sorry, I got distracted. What is all that stuff they're bringing in here? Is that the stuff for the brunch?
Brunch is Thursday, so I
think it might be because they got orange juice and alcohol.
Oh, it might be. Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you focus?
Well, they came with the big old cart of food.
Well, no, you saw food and you.
I'm not
you
gonna lie,
like.
I
You
saw
What
panicked.
are they doing?
No, you panicked when you saw the food.
I saw the reflection
go
of the
ahead,
mirror
go-
too.
The brunch is Thursday, right?
Yeah, that's eggs and stuff. That's cartons of eggs and all that.
Okay, so
I'm
yeah,
gonna
they're
steal that,
making
actually.
brunch here for us,
What if we just take the eggs?
bro. That we could go out there and sell them on the street.
That's what I'm saying. What if we take the eggs right now?
Oh, that might be the move. Allegedly.
If they put eggs in that refrigerator, at least a handful of them will be gone by the time they go to cook them on Thursday. I guarantee it. And shout out to our boy Miller for having the brunch at 11.
Yeah, well, that caused some frustration with the insiders.
Well, welcome to our world, pal.
That's what I told them.
New guys just gotta deal with it this one time.
Yeah, yeah, it's cute. It's cute, rookie. You guys got upset. Okay. All right.
But so you selling if you're the Pelicans, huh?
Jesse is selling. I'm not
Absolutely.
selling it.
Really?
Mm-mm.
What
But
do you?
it's changed for me because I know earlier, I think months ago, I was like, nah, you got to get out of the Zion business. And
But but I'm saying, but the way Jesse phrased it, in terms of a stock, you don't sell this stock right now.
Yeah.
Now,
Well, if you're the Pelicans, it's in terms of
if you're the Pelicans, it's a little different. Yeah, with the Pelicans, it's a little different.
with the Pelicans, because I was so bad this year, I might not need to move on from Zion.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm going to have a top 5 or 6 pick.
But
I'm going to potentially have a franchise guy right here with me that I can, try to build up and see who he is.
But at this point, if you're the Pelicans, like, can you even count on Zion to be your second guy or your first? Like, because the Pelicans, you've seen him here and up close. Like, he's not going to play much and all that. The thinking is from another team's like, I can fix him or whatever. Like, and I do think a different situation would be better for him and all that. But I feel like with the Pelicans, like, what more are you hoping for here at this point?
I think you're hoping that so there's 2 things, though. There's 2 things. One, you're hoping that everything settles down. He's able to stay healthy. I think he got injured earlier this year, but at least like in the second half, because that's when he went on is like, I feel fine. I'm ready to play both games. They're not letting me. And that's been the second half of the season. So he hasn't been hurt. It's just been their way of going about it, of not allowing him to play back-to-backs and stuff. So that's the one thing that you're hoping that he figures it out. The other aspect is, what can you get for him? Like if you're able to get, I'm just throwing out a name, like I don't want to go too crazy, but like if you're able to get, I was going to say Giannis, but I don't want to go that crowd. If you're able to get Karl Anthony Towns, which I don't think you're able to get for Zion right now,
Right.
Yeah, maybe you would. But if the market is Finney Smith,
Wow. Wow.
If the market is, these Trey Young, like I don't know if I want to do that. Like I might as well just hold on to him. It's almost the stock analogy. Like if I'm getting very little in return,
Yeah.
I might as well just keep him
Keep
and
it.
see what I can get.
Yeah.
Would you do it for a bunch of first round picks? Would you take the Rudy Gobert deal?
Was that 4?
4, we'll call it 5 because
It's actually 5, yeah, because it got the
an
rookie.
absurd amount of first round picks for Zion Williamson.
I might.
If you're the Pelicans, that's
As
how you
long
start
as
your
one of them,
rebuild.
as long as one of them is this year and it's a good one.
I think that's the value you get for Zion. I don't think you get player for player at this point or anything like that. I don't think like you trade him for Kevin Durant, talk to Phoenix this summer.
That's the thing I would think about the most is extended draft capital.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm not 100% sure I would do it, but I would think, long and hard about it if it's draft capital.
That is something that you think about.
Shams confirms Anthony Slater's report. Jonathan Kuminga will return against the Sacramento Kings on Thursday.
Let's go. Bring it on. Not that you can't have too many first round picks, but that's kind of what I was talking about where like you got that this year. Like you got one. You got a top 5 pick.
Mm-hmm.
And you can always use more, but if it was like the Pelicans last year,
mm-hmm.
right, where you made the playoffs, Zion got hurt again, you're out of the lottery, yeah, you might be willing to move him for damn near any first round pick, but you already got one.
Mm-hmm.
You already got your first round pick. That's a franchise player waiting for you potentially. So I don't know. The last month or so has probably flipped my thinking a little bit with Zion. I was ready to move on. And he's played consistently.
Yeah,
when they let him play.
He's just not playing back-to-backs right now. That's it.
Yeah.
He's been playing otherwise.
Yeah, and he's the production is there. It's like, damn. He reeled me back in. Reeled me back in a little bit because I was ready to move on. And I was like, now I'm hesitant. I'm not saying I wouldn't move on from him, but
mm-hmm.
like, damn. Maybe there is something that was figured out here.
He's a fascinating one because all you're talking about is availability.
Yeah.
That is the singular conversation around Zion Williamson is availability.
Yeah.
Man, that's a tough one. That's a tough one.
I think to make a decision, though, I think he's shown enough for me to try it again next year. Could be insanity.
Do you think there's conversations this offseason?
Should be.
We have it as the summer of KD.
Yeah.
We know KD's almost certainly getting traded this summer.
I mean, I'm buying into the fact like if they traded Luka, then
well, yeah.
what are we doing here? At this
point?
That's
that's probably one component to that trade we haven't talked about is how often do we see names of that stature get traded? I still don't think it's very many because Luka's literally there's 3, 4, 5 guys in that conversation with Luka Doncic.
I don't think the Luka trade is pushing things forward, but I think it's making people have conversations about what they have.
Well, I think so. I agree with you, Jesse, and I also think this second apron thing is we're going to see that.
Yeah,
because
Draymond was right.
He was right in that respect because Luka is this situation on steroids, but we'll just use De'Aaron Fox, for example. Under the old rules, you sign him and you figure it out.
Mm-hmm.
With these rules, it's like, all right, he's an all-star caliber player, but look where we're at. Do we want to sign him for X amount of dollars for X amount of years and then have to pay these penalties? I don't know. Hey, we're open for trade discussions, and yeah, I actually hate the new rule, the new salary cap or the CBA.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think it's awful. Yeah, I think it's awful, man.
Why is it awful?
Because it's gonna open the door for more player movement as opposed to more continuity.
But does it close? Was the idea, and maybe this was maybe that is an unintended consequence when the idea was, well, we gotta. If guys can kind of manipulate the way these rules work a little bit, where if you get a player under your umbrella, you can do what the Warriors did and be, Draymond's argument when the collective bargaining agreement happened is, Well, teams like us, like we're being penalized for it. And as much as we like to trash Draymond Green, like his point was, I've been, a $100 million player. Clay's been a, $200 million player. Steph is approaching a $300 million. We were all drafted here. And we're like, you want players to stay with their teams, but we're being penalized because we're all good. When the idea, I think, was to stop a team from trading a bunch of picks, acquiring a Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant's now a member of the Sacramento Kings, and now we can pay De'Aaron Fox $300 million and Kevin Durant, $100-something million, and Domantas Sabonis $200 million, and you find ways to. It's not a manipulation of the rules. The rules are, you follow the rules. But I think that's what it was trying to eliminate. And the unintended consequence is teams like the Golden State Warriors, perhaps teams like the Cleveland Cavaliers, who acquired guys. Of course, they got Donovan through trade, but they had guys there. It's like, okay, they got to figure out how to pay these. Oklahoma City will be the ultimate, test barometer in all of this.
And I think the damage that they're doing to those teams like the Warriors, the Cavs, all those teams that are built it together is greater than the damage they were trying to get rid of before. Like what they were trying to get rid of before. Maybe they don't like it because they're the ones that have to pay. I don't think it was a big deal at all. I think eliminating the opportunity for a team to that built the roster through the draft, homegrown guys, eliminating that opportunity or making it very, very difficult. I don't like that at all. Like if you drafted them, you should be able to do whatever you need to keep them without, just kind of destroying the cap or something like that, or destroying the second apron and all this other stuff. So I hate it. I blame CJ McCollum.
I blame CJ McCollum a lot.
Well, he's the president.
I said we blame CJ McCollum for a lot. We should have been paying better attention. He was the president or still is?
I think he still is. I think he still is.
We'll look into that. It's obviously hard-hitting information. We'll come back. A couple of I want to get to, what we're talking about the 49ers. We're talking about the NFL, and we'll do that when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Oregon State with a commanding 14-point lead over Portland in the West Coast Conference Championship final women's. Third quarter.
I was recording it, but whatever. Whatever. I got a confession to make. I don't have the slightest fucking clue how solar works. No clue.
Like, what do you mean? Like the science behind it, or
no. Like what it actually it'll cut your bill, and I have no. We
gotta have a solar person on the chat. Like, someone, can you explain it, please?
Like a true up bill where I just have to pay one big bill a year instead of a bunch of this fucking sucks. I hate it. Probably didn't do enough research on what exactly, or not what it is.
You just pay one bill a year then?
It's called a true up
for
bill.
that.
Yeah. At least that's what PG&E is. The true up bill. Mine's doing like April. It's up to like $2,000 something. I have no idea if it pays each month or not. I don't understand this. Like, are you saving me money, or are you just actually moving it to one time a year?
Yeah, I think that's what they're doing. As far as I'm concerned, take this money I got right now every month.
Yeah, I do not understand it. I look at this little thing that they send me every year, every month. It's not every month. I can log into it right now and see, like how much energy I consumed, how much it saved, and I don't know what the fuck any of this means. It's ridiculous. Let's see. What day is today? March 11th. And I can switch it to dollars. I've spent $67 in the first 11 days. This is ridiculous. John Poles, I do have a car charger set up at home. It runs at night, like in the middle of the night, when it runs. Yeah, it's new. Bro, you got 84 panels? Wow.
That's rich.
That house is gigantic.
That's rich.
What if we all just stop paying our bill as a
Well,
team?
Kenny's friend told us.
Yeah, like as a team, let's just all just stop paying our bill. What are they gonna do, huh?
Man, look, hey,
A,
they still
a large portion of people in the Sacramento area have just stopped paying all their bills.
It is crazy. Like they charge us for stuff. Who the hell are you to charge us for water or land? What? You mean property tax?
I didn't ask to be here, pal.
What are you talking about? How are you charging me for land that's not even yours?
Property tax. Bitch, I bought it.
We need to go take over some little like
RJ's right. We should stop paying the true up bill. Just everybody universally. Just I'm not paying this bill anymore.
we need to put our stake in some land and just make it a country. D'Lo and KC the country.
I think it's full PG&E, Scott.
When people really band together and do things happen. Like when they're trying it again, but people got real crazy, or they got real crazy with gas prices. And people just kind of stopped driving as much, and they had to bring them things down.
Stop driving again, please.
What are they now?
It's still like $4 or $5. $5.
Mm.
Oh yeah, don't even get me started. Taxes. Oh, what? Why are you charging me more for what? I'm already paying you. Why do I got to pay you another $5 per purchase?
I think I know what we're talking about for the next half hour. Government ripping us off.
Well, we've all agreed we're going to stop paying our bills. So if you want in on this, just stop paying.
Just stop paying.
We all have to do it collectively, though. It has to be 100%.
D'Lo and KC is not liable for any legal
Facts.
trouble you get in if you do not
Facts.
pay your bills or anything like this. We're not telling you to. We're just suggesting.
That's it. That's it.
I think I covered us there.
Yeah, I think so.
Thank you very much.
Pay your bills, guys. NFL free agency underway. New league year underway. Lots happening with your San Francisco 49ers. We saw Dre Greenlaw head to Denver. Charvarius Ward is off to Indianapolis. Aaron Banks is off to the Green Bay Packers. Kyle Juszczyk has been waived. This is speculated that this might happen last year. Wound up happening this year. Team's going to look a little different.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I expected 2 years ago. I felt like last year was the last, or not this past season. Well, yeah, kind of the past season, but the year they went to the Super Bowl, that was their shot with this group. That group had been together for the most part for the past 3 or 4 years, and I'm just a believer that that's the time with a specific group that you get in the NFL. And they weren't able to cash in and win a Super Bowl. And all right, it's time to retool. You bring it back a little bit, because you have those guys there, and you bring them back and see if you can make one more run, but you can't. You realize you saw that you can't this past year, and now it's time to It's time to, move in a different direction with guys. It's time to reload and replenish the roster with younger guys, cheaper guys. So I saw Manuel Acho yesterday.
I blocked him off that video.
I saw him have a tweet where he's like, yeah, Niners, they don't pay attention. They're going to find themselves in a full rebuild. All right, man. Like none of these guys that they've moved on from, starting with Debo, is unexpected.
I hear you. Yeah.
Like this was what needed to be done. And once again, I'm talking about guys like Debo, who I say all the time is one of my favorite Niners. But it's what needed to be done. Like it's time to move on. Dre Greenlaw was probably the one surprise, the one guy I believe they really tried to keep to a certain degree.
Okay.
They still had a number though. They're like, man, hey, we really want you to be here. But if you get offered above this number, we're not going to bed. I think he ended up signing for like $10 million a year. I think it was 3 years, $35 million for the Broncos. And I just don't think they were willing to go above that. And as much as I want Dre Greenlaw here, and I understand that, like it's time to. I don't want to be disrespectful to him because he's a hell of a football player, and I don't want to be disrespectful to any of these players. But it's time to go find a new Greenlaw. Like you get in the draft and you try to find his replacement. That's part of the game. And I think that's what they're going to try to do. So they've had a lot of upheaval, but nobody was unexpected on my end, and I don't think any of them were unexpected on the 49ers end. Is it Tyler Nogufanga? He's with the Broncos now. I think they were ready to move on from him a year ago with some of the draft picks they made, getting guys like Mufasa and yeah, they've been planning for this a little bit, and then this season, this offseason, they'll be ready to continue with that plan.
So nothing Greenlaw maybe, but no. Oh, damn. No. And Kyle Juszczyk was like, I like Kyle Juszczyk a lot, but that was, and that was more sentimental. Like people really, really like Kyle Juszczyk.
All of them are to a certain degree.
Okay.
Like that's how I feel like with Juszczyk, how I feel about Debo, and how I feel about Charvarius Ward. Like, damn, those are my guys, man. I hate that they got to go, but football wise and trying to build a roster and moving on to the next phase. Yeah, I understand. It's time. It's time for those guys to go. And you bring in the next wave of guys, you go find some new guys that can help you get back to your goal. So they haven't had anyone right now that's made me look at it like, oh no, man, this is gonna be bad. I don't feel that way. All those guys it was time.
Yeah.
It was time for them to move on. One of the interesting things about the NFL, and maybe you guys could help me or tell me wrong, outside of Saquon may be the greatest free agent pickup in NFL history, maybe.
Yeah.
I've always, like, you ain't going to fool me on free agency. Like people, and as a fan, because usually what happens first couple of days of free agency, oh, they signed so-and-so. Oh boy. Oh man, they didn't got the watch out for this. And it never really
paper champions.
Winning free
never
agency
amounts
has
to
always been a
anything.
curse.
Yeah.
Winning free agency has always been a curse, I feel.
Yeah.
It never amounts to my stance on that isn't that you can't find good players in free agency, because you can, and they can help you be successful and all this other stuff. But for the most part, if they hit free agency, the team's ready to move on in the NFL. Like the guys that they really want or look at like they're vital to this franchise, we can't lose them, they don't let them hit the market. If they're there for you to get them, probably like, you move on.
Yeah. They're the Joey Bosa types.
Exactly.
Joey Bosa's a name, but that's what he is.
That's how I feel like with circumstances are a little different. And I it's a good move for them. But like Devontae Adams going to the Rams.
Mhm.
Oh, the Rams got they going for it. They serious.
Well, I feel like it's that, or like the team just can't afford the player at that position because Travis Ward is still very good now. Like
it's not like they're bad, but for an example, like unless they thought it was time to move on, Niners ain't letting Fred Warner hit free agency. Like those guys don't hit free. It's always these kind of, he's really good, but you don't see. Hell, when it got down to it, and I don't think he would have been a free agent. I think he was requesting a trade, but they didn't let Myles Garrett hit free agency. Like those guys don't hit free agency like that.
Mm-hmm.
The quarterbacks don't seem to hit free agency like that. Bryce, I see in the chat, he says Drew Brees. That's a good one too. They both won Super Bowls, Saquon and Drew Brees, so they're probably neck and neck. But
yeah, Drew, sure. As for Drew Brees was a really unique circumstance.
Mm-hmm.
Saquon was a true free agent signing. Like
right.
Peyton Manning was a free agent. Like he's right. Like it's a little different, but it's fair. But like the Chargers made the Andrew Luck Peyton Manning move, and they decided to move on with
hell, they didn't know if Drew Brees was
gonna play. Right. Yeah, his shoulder was shredded.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a good one.
Yeah. So
stupid.
But no one expected that from Saquon though, especially as a running back.
Right.
Yeah, no one like the Eagles probably won the Super Bowl because of Saquon Barkley.
I'd say so, yeah.
Yeah, and like you could say that about Peyton Manning to the Broncos. You could say that about Drew Brees to the Saints. Those are quarterbacks. This is the last time you said this team won because of their running back that they acquired that offseason.
I can't remember at all.
So glad the Dolphins chose Dante Culpepper over Drew Brees. Totally didn't alter the future of my sports life at all.
Not at all.
Yeah.
Not at all. Not at all.
That was a good one. Naveen says Brady and the Bucks.
Yeah, there you go.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
That's a good one. Bryce, another good one.
But again, quarterback.
Deion Sanders.
Okay, there you go, Bryce. Yeah,
that was also a different time, though. I think that was pre-salary cap. So it's still free agent. It's still.
Is this man worth $25 million? That's just a wild Sports Illustrated headline, looking back at it now.
Well, point still taken. Deion was a free agent, and he shifted the balance of power twice.
Yeah, because he won with Dallas, right?
Yeah.
And then won with San Francisco.
Yep.
Still the coldest 49er uniforms. Those are the absolute coldest 49er uniforms.
I got the Steve Young. That's my favorite. I try not to like double up on the same color, same style, or whatever, but I might have to get another one of those.
Don't you have a different quarterback for that one?
Well, no, it wasn't the throwback. It was inspired. No, it's not.
It's not the 94 version.
No, it's not the same. It's not the same.
Is that the Trey Lance jersey? No, it's funny. It's super funny when you pay $120 for toilet paper.
I still have the Trey Lance. It's in the closet, man.
Why? It's just sitting there wasting space.
Throwback now.
Honestly,
I said Goodwill.
I'm gonna find. No, I'm not. It was a very nice present, very thoughtful.
Well, it's the reason no one gets any presents anymore. Trey Lance ruined presents for everybody. Literally, no one gets nothing.
Oh, was that his rookie year, or after his rookie year?
I feel like it was his rookie year.
It should have been his rookie year.
Yeah, I feel like it was his rookie year.
Man.
I got it that Christmas.
Oh, and it was done 2 games into his second year.
On purpose, they put a hit out on it.
Like, did you ever take the tags off? Like, did it ever? It didn't even make it to a season. Maybe we could return it. Hey, what's your return policy?
Well, Amex does it for NBA jerseys.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I think if you bought it with,
I knew that was a thing. Oh, okay.
You can, and the player gets traded or something, you can exchange it for a current player.
That's clever.
I've never done it. I just seen the commercial, so I don't know what's maybe they say it that way on the commercial, and then when you actually go and buy it, it's really just 50% off your new purchase.
That's probably what it is. It also says except for Luka Doncic. Like we are not exchanging all these goddamn Luka Doncic jerseys.
Right. The first 100. That's the first
it.
100 people.
Yep.
Never forget it. Kyle Shannon called a quarterback draw, looked to the middle linebacker, gave him the throat slit motion. And told him that was it. Still can't believe you guys tried to tell us that Kyle
gave him the rock joint.
He did it on purpose, guys. He got Trey Lance hurt on purpose.
That one, I remember that too. That was tough because it happens and it looked like just an awkward tackle. And I was like, ooh. And I didn't think it was, I was just like, ooh, be careful. And then he gets up and I think he like tries to take a step and he goes right back down. I said, oh no. And then you see the still shot of him lying down.
Yeah.
I said, oh my gosh.
Yeah, that was bad.
Oh no.
That was bad.
Yeah. Felt bad for that kid, man.
Wasn't as bad as Dax. Dax was awful and in plain sight.
Dak's leg was pointing this way.
Yeah, so bad. Oh, so bad.
Goodness. What you guys think about that though? What I said, like the true game changers never seem to be available in free agency.
Not when they're game changers.
Yeah, well, yeah, you never let those guys
That's
go.
a good point.
Yeah,
Their name used to be.
Yeah, Saquon, like the quarterback movement is very rare. Like with Breeze was an exception. Because Breeze was really young. The Chargers made the decision to go with Rivers, and a young quarterback with a wart, as you would say, hit the market with the shredded shoulder. No one knew what that was going to wound up being.
I do think though you could still make a difference like through free agency, not if you're bringing in 7 guys, but like you brought up the Rams and Devontae Adams. Like I think that's going to be a big help for them. That they might have even upgraded over Cooper Kupp, and Adams had something last year. The Jets weren't very good.
Yeah, I think I like that move a little more.
They're for me, they're the front runners to win that division.
Yeah, I was going to ask you that. It did make
they
me
could win
feel,
playoff games. I think.
I think, I'm not going to. I underestimated them last year. I'm not going to do it again this year.
I think it's cool. I really like their defense. Their defense is young and they get after it. So I like the move, but is it Stephon Diggs? Is it DeAndre Hopkins? You know what I mean? Like when those guys got traded or moved or something like that. Like
probably
this
not.
It's
probably not.
This is around the time when that happens though. Like where Devontae Adams is in his career, where his name still holds weight, but he's not that no more.
He feels like more like Odell after the Jets type thing. Odell has some really good years in Cleveland. Yes, actually might not even be Odell after the Jets. I said the Giants.
Yeah.
Might be Odell leaving Cleveland. It might be there where Odell had a good, he had some good games when he played for the Rams. Of course, he had that injury. It looked like he was tracking towards the Super Bowl MVP before he got hurt.
I think Devontae still got some.
But I think I like it a little bit.
Yeah, he played 14 games last year, 11 with the Jets, 3 with the Raiders. He still put up over 1,000 yards and 85 catches despite like all that nonsense.
He's still really good. I mean, if there was a way in some universe for him to be on the Niners,
shout out to sorry, I didn't mean to distract you.
Ben says the year was 2000, so I probably had it before Kenny.
I
don't know what
he's talking about Sean John, I'm sure.
He's 2000. He was 4 years late. What are you talking about? I had that going into high school, fam. What are we talking about, Ben? I'm trying to give him a little grace and say he might be talking about the Red Monkey jeans. He might be talking about that. Because if he's talking about 2000, bro, you late to the party.
Ben watching this show is just like the movie Inception.
It's so terrific.
Yeah.
It's so terrific. I actually just put that message on the screen for the chat. I should have known that it was going to just completely derail Kenny and he was going to lose it. That's my fault.
But I think Devontae Adams is still pretty good. I think he's still pretty good. So I think that's a good pickup for them. Like I said, if there was
the Saquons are rare. Peyton Manning was at the end of his career. Denver was going for one.
The Saquons happened because we saw it live on Hard Knocks because the GMs are idiots.
Yeah.
Not trying to be rude, but that was idiotic. Letting them go.
Yeah, 100%. Their jobs were threatened and they didn't get fired. What a bitch you have to be of an owner, by the way, to threaten their job on television. They go on to win the Super Bowl, and you're like, it's cool.
Yikes.
It's all good, man. All right, bro. Good luck to you and Coach of the Year, Brian Dable.
I have a list of the greatest free agent signings in NFL history.
Okay.
I don't know when this was put together.
Great.
Look, it's on the NFL.com.
Okay.
But I would say my guess is probably like 5 years ago. Is
Okay.
when this was put together.
All right.
Or maybe not. But
Great. No, we've really established the timeline here.
on the list, well, I'll tell you why I think it might be about 5 years ago in
Okay.
just a second. But on the list is you got Jerry Rice at 20, him going to the Oakland Raiders.
Okay.
Went to the Super Bowl.
Okay.
Went to the Super Bowl with he was on the Tuck Rule team too. So Tuck Rule and went to the Super Bowl. So he's 20.
Forgotten.
Simeon Rice to the Buccaneers. It's a real old.
Are we really doing all 19?
No.
Oh,
Just
okay.
The ones that people know.
Okay.
Scroll down a little bit more. Priest Holmes.
Okay.
To the Chiefs. He was on the Ravens. He was
One
a
of the most
backup.
underrated
Are we
running
sure
backs
that-
of all time.
Okay.
He was a backup for the Ravens and
All right.
went to the Chiefs. Who else is on here? That's Rod Woodson. I think they won a Super Bowl.
Is
Rod
there
Woodson.
was this list from this century?
That's what I'm.
This is like
So look,
Is the NFL.com in black and white? Like, what is this?
Before.
Well, look, I'm gonna tell you why it gets a little more present.
What,
Now, this
wait,
isn't
you
it.
got-
What about the
Brett
Bart
Favre
Starr
Jets?
acquisition? Like,
This isn't it. But Rich Gannon is 8. Rich Gannon to the
Okay.
Raiders.
okay.
Throw this list in the trash. Where's Secretariat at?
This is stupid.
Charles Woodson to the Packers at number 6.
The answer is definitively no.
You
This
have
was
not
not from
named
this.
anyone post
no
2010.
one.
Now here we go. Peyton Manning to the Broncos is 3.
So this is when that was written.
2012.
That's when it was written.
Peyton
2012
Manning
was
is
when
in
this
the
was
Hall
written.
of Fame.
I'm just saying.
If that's the most recent one, that's when it was written.
Well, Coach Fields, number 1 all time is
Bro.
Reggie White.
Jesus.
Reggie
Christ.
White,
Don't take a
1993.
Offensive back, Caraway.
But look, I'll ask the question though.
Nah, throw his ass out.
No,
You're out of here,
I'll ask the
pal.
question. Drew Brees is number 2, and I'll ask the question. Outside of Saquon, which ones since Peyton has there been?
So you know what's funny
I don't know if
is
there have been many.
you know what's funny is I pulled up a list from CBS Sports that was written last year. It's the same. Reggie White is number 1. Peyton Manning is number 2. Drew Brees is 3. Kurt Warner at 4.
I got a newer one.
Tom Brady is at number 5. It doesn't appear there is one. Dion, Charles Woodson to the Packers. This is a top 10 list. John Riggins, Casey remembers that.
Shout out John Riggins.
Chris Carter.
Well,
and
check
Curtis
this out.
Martin.
This is written about a month ago.
Okay, well, Saquon is going to be somewhere up there then.
Drew Brees is number 1.
Okay.
Number 2 is Kurt Warner.
Mm-hmm.
3 is Tom Brady.
Okay, I'm already not taking this seriously.
Because Tom Brady's
Where's Peyton Manning?
4.
Okay.
Did
I don't Peyton win 2 with Denver or 1?
Yeah, he won
2.
2. He
right?
won 2.
He won.
No, don't do that. Don't do that.
No,
Don't do that. I know what you're
stop,
going to do. Don't do it.
Stop. No,
Don't
I'm
do
going
it.
to because I love Peyton Manning.
Don't
Peyton
do it.
Manning was at one point the greatest of all time to me till Brady made it just whatever. But like that last Super Bowl, like, come on now.
He only
won.
won 1. didn't
No, he won 2.
No, I think he won 2.
He
What
won.
was the other one?
The last one where his neck
That
was
was
in pieces.
That was the
Wait, did he-
Niners
wait,
one.
he only
that was
won-
at Levi's.
Oh,
Is
wow.
that
He
the
only
only
won
one he
one.
won?
Yeah.
That's the only one he won with the Broncos. How many years was he? So
About
he
3
got. I
or
remember
4.
he got. I remember who did
He won one with
He
won
won
with
one-
the
he
Colts
beat-
and then
who
yeah.
Tim Tebow threw the touchdown pass against? Was that the
That was
Steelers?
the
Yeah,
Steelers,
Steelers.
yeah.
Good
Okay.
to Demaryius Thomas. Wow, yeah.
Yeah,
It's
Ryan
only
Clark
one
didn't
one
play.
He
with
only
Denver.
won
then.
1 with Denver.
And that was that broke ass Super
So
Bowl.
he only has 2. So
Well,
he
'cause
has
that
2
was
total.
That was the whole
Yeah.
thing. Is he finally was able to match Eli
Okay.
when he got that second one? Because Eli had 2 when he had 1.
I really romanticized his time with Denver then.
It was only what 3 years?
Yeah, that sounds about right. That sounds because he
2 or 3 years?
he won 1. He lost to the Ravens.
In the conference.
Yeah, and he got to 2 Super Bowls. Got their ass beat by Seattle. That's what happened.
That's right.
Yeah.
Fumbled the snap on the first.
I don't know why I assumed he won a different one.
Yeah, I thought at first I was thinking he won a.
You
two
hold
of
that
them too.
you
Got
hold
to
that
touch.
last Super Bowl near and dear to your heart, or
No, I just think people do. No, don't do that.
I'm just asking because
No.
you look like you're ready to jump out the glass.
No, I feel like people like who was it? Osweiler? Was it Brock Osweiler?
Yeah, Brock Osweiler.
Like they were terrible when he was in that. Like Peyton, even as a game manager who could barely throw the ball, is the reason that they won the Super Bowl. No, don't do that. Yes,
Von
he
Miller's
is.
the reason why they won the Super Bowl.
No, they wouldn't even have made it if it wasn't for Peyton doing that.
I don't
I think Brock Osweiler was getting his
Here-
ass kicked.
Here's what I'll say about that. What Peyton did in those playoffs specifically, there's a lot of quarterbacks that could have done.
I don't think that's true at all. That in fact, that is not true at all.
When we come back,
He
we
played-
can pull up the numbers.
Hey, don't try to
numbers
send me to
nasty.
commercial break. Talk about when we come back.
No, we still got a minute.
What are you talking about?
Well, look. To finish
Your
off the
Buddy
list,
Hield throwing up a half-court shot with 7 seconds left. Goddamn Shabano
Hey,
Caraway
hold on,
over here.
Hold on. Hey, Brock went 5-2 while he was the starter that year.
Peyton didn't.
On a 13-3 team? Was that the Super Bowl team?
Peyton.
It was a 13-3 team.
A lot of teams could have did what Peyton.
No,
did.
that's cap, bro. That's cap. No, that's not true.
Peyton
That's not true.
He had a good first half
Not
against New
true.
England because they drew some stuff up,
That's not true.
and then once they were just holding on at that point.
That's not true.
We'll talk about it. But
I don't
he's
want to
4.
talk about it.
He's 4. 5 is Reggie White. 6 is Saquon, and they've got Saquon ahead of Deion, which I disagree with. Deion's probably he's not even number 1 in either one of these lists. But Deion swung the balance of power for 2 different franchises within 2 years. I think he might be number 1.
Well, this show is stupid. Come back for more of it next on ESPN 1320.
If you don't want me, then don't talk to me.
They used to talk about paying crazy till they won that first Super Bowl too. Lamar is Peyton Manning right now. Not ability. I'm not talking about throwing the football, like relax and all that stuff, you guys. But
Is it Josh?
no, because Lamar's been more successful. Like Lamar has the MVPs and all that. Like Lamar has everything but that. This is always a classic clip. You got to run back. That's what I'm saying, Casey Tucker. They talk about him the exact same.
Let me see.
And once Lamar gets that Super Bowl too, like he'll be elevated to all-time status and all that stuff.
All right, man.
What do you got?
Yeah, I got Peyton in those playoffs.
Payne couldn't throw the football.
All right, man.
We'll hide this one from D'Lo. Because I used to love Peyton Manning, but I remember that last 2. That was rough. David J. KC brought up Josh Allen. What do you think about Josh Allen for Jim Kelly?
Wizzo,
The comps are there.
I don't know what argument you're trying to bring up. What point you trying to make? You trying to tell me Eli better than Peyton? What point you trying to make?
The 4 greatest football players ever, no order: Brady, Rice, Reed, and Lawrence Taylor. Ed Reed, I mean.
I never heard people say Ed Reed. That's a good question.
He's the greatest safety of all time.
You said Rice.
Rice. I want
Taylor,
Rice, Lawrence
Brady.
Taylor, Brady, and Ed Reed.
This
Belichick
is a real.
loves
This
Ed
is a
Reed.
real late July conversation, but it works.
is.
It works. Damn.
I'll take Ed Reed over Ronnie Lott. They're probably 1 and 2, but I'll take Ed Reed just given up. Everyone talks about him.
I don't know. I think
Just for the sake of the argument. I guess Ronnie Lott would be 4th for you, I guess.
I don't know. I'm taking Deion over both of them.
Over both?
Yeah. I'm taking Deion over both of them. It's a good question.
Who's talking about Pat, Dustin? That was a July 6th last conversation, though.
They lost the. We'll talk
All right, we didn't.
All right. Well, no. Well, hold on. You're not getting out of that this easily. Plus, we had a July 17th question come up during the break. First of all, Peyton Manning in that Super Bowl run against Pittsburgh, he was 21 of 37, 222 yards, no touchdowns, no picks.
Criminally made him throw the ball 37 times.
That was the best performance. 17 of 32 in the next game, 2 touchdowns. That's like I said in the first half. They schemed some stuff up for him, and then New England was hit and he couldn't throw no more. 176 yards. And in the Super Bowl, 13 of 23, 141 yards and a pick, no touchdowns.
Modern day Jimmy Garoppolo.
Re-signed with the Rams, by the way. Jimmy G.
Are you two done?
I didn't do anything.
No, I think you started this.
Might have. I'm a Peyton Manning guy, though. It's just he wasn't great that last year. We're back on the air, by the way. This is big.
No, I know where we are.
This is big. Like some one of us doesn't know vibes. I'm just so we're all on the
No,
same page.
I'm well aware of where we are.
I ain't got no problem with Peyton, but there's a lot.
I ain't got no problem. Y'all
I ain't got no problem
you
with him.
treated him like Scotty Barnes and Dorian Finney-Smith.
He was
I'm
looking
saying
like
is
Finney-Smith, the quarterback.
He was low-key PJ Brown on the Celtics in 08.
What I'm saying is, not everyone could have managed those games the way that he did. Like they won. Like Peyton was the play caller.
He almost didn't even manage the Super Bowl. He threw a pick.
Like I said, Brock Osweiler went 5-2 that year. Couldn't have been that difficult.
In the postseason.
Hey, that defense was really put up 10 points and we're good.
In the postseason, he was 2 touchdowns to 1 interception in 3 games. Come on.
This is ridiculous, man. This is ridiculous.
Come on. He was never above 60% passing. The highest was 56.8.
It's me on Heisman and NCAA.
So Brock Osweiler could have done it. Brock Osweiler could have.
Would have been a little bit more difficult, but that defense was legit. That was one of the
No,
greatest
the
defenses
defense
of all
was
time.
legit. There's no doubt about that.
It was literally like, hey, put up 10, 13 points, and I think we got this.
Somehow they never went above 25, but they scored 20 in the AFC Championship game and won.
Well, No, I didn't say the defense was bad.
They scored 24 in the Super Bowl, and did Von Miller score one of those?
I think so.
Oh, I think
Or
so. Was he the
either that
or
or
was it down at the
he-
one?
Yeah, I think he was down at the one. I think.
Wasn't he the Super Bowl MVP?
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, he got two.
He got two.
That's all that matters.
Top 3 quarterback of all time.
Jesse asked the question. Like I said, very July 17th vibes. And when Tristan's not here, it is what it is.
Well, that's might be why she wasn't here. She keeps doing that show.
He said the 4 greatest players in the NFL.
Yeah, I asked if Jerry Rice, Tom Brady, Lawrence Taylor, and Ed Reed are the 4 greatest players of NFL history.
I took Ed Reed.
Say that again.
Are Ed Reed, Lawrence Taylor, Tom Brady, and Jerry Rice the 4 greatest NFL players of all time?
I took Ed Reed out of
So is Ed Reed is the
To me, Ed Reed is the greatest safety of all time. Bill Belichick talks about him as if like he's this genius and just that's top of the top. So I'll give Ed Reed the nod over that and everything else that comes with it. Like people love Ed Reed. Everyone that ever played with him, everything.
He's special. He's special. I love Ed Reed too.
They talk as if he was Peyton Manning of the defense. Just the way he could read stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But he was also safety because he couldn't cover. Not like he could cover as a safety, but you put people on safety because they can't play corner. Traditionally. I said prime. I put prime there.
Okay.
The first 3 we all agree on.
Yeah, I think so. Prime, Ed Reed. Do one of the Woodsons belong in there?
Charles might belong on there.
I mean,
who's better, Ed Reed or Charles Woodson?
I guess that's for you guys.
Might go.
Oh, wait,
I might
hold
go
on.
Ed Reed. I might go Ed Reed.
What do you mean?
I didn't watch Charles Woodson.
What
like,
you mean?
in
You
his
act like
prime.
he was
I wasn't
so
there.
long
I
ago.
wasn't
What
there.
are you talking about?
I wasn't
you
there.
were there.
Nah, I was there, but like not like you guys.
With no linebackers in there. All right, can we have a real discussion? Should Ray be in this conversation?
No.
I'm gonna go no because you're not the best. Like I'm like
No.
these are like the best at their position,
No.
and maybe
Man, you talking John Ray Lewis? You talking all sorts of crazy things today.
Who was a better middle linebacker? Maybe I'm just forgetting. Maybe I'm forgetting.
I'm gonna
like he's
like better
he
at
might
their
be
position.
the best. Like he might be the best at his position.
Ever?
Yeah.
I guess best middle linebacker. If we're just going linebackers in general. Like I guess that's where I was going. Like linebackers in general. I was getting Lawrence that nod.
I always look and
I know because there's edge and stuff.
Yeah,
but
I look at
outside
him
linebacker
as a
stuff.
rusher.
Yeah.
As a rusher.
You might.
That jackass was fantastic.
He's a dummy,
he was fantastic.
but he's a very good football player.
He was
you might
one
have
of
to.
one.
We have to determine. That was great, just right into the microphone. Especially at that position, it probably would be. It's probably Ray Lewis is probably up there.
Yeah, I like all those guys. So I don't like Ray Lewis, but Ray Lewis, I do like Ed Reed.
Yeah.
Obviously, I love Prime. So yeah, all those guys get some love.
Check back July 17th for the rest of this segment.
Jesse asked an interesting question. Obviously, we were talking basketball earlier. Kings lose last night. Talking playoffs approaching, and who could elevate? Like what's like NBA star? So like a top tier player. What top tier player could elevate with a strong postseason? Like elevate the most. Like, oh man, he might have hit a different level. Like we thought we were seeing it with De'Aaron. It didn't happen. We did see it with Ja. Players who get that a lot of he's verified now. A lot of the magic of Dame Lillard happened in the playoffs.
Yeah. I think it's a pretty easy answer. And I got 2 answers, but
okay.
Easy. It's Cade Cunningham and Jalen Green.
Okay. Cade is interesting. I like Cade. So I think Jesse's original example was the best one. So
Yeah, I went with Donovan Mitchell. Donovan Mitchell's kind of an NBA star purgatory right now.
Mhm.
I think if you were to get him, because this Cleveland team can win the title, if they were to do that, I think that kind of gets him into the conversations with the Tatums and stuff. Because he's not there now, I don't think. Right now, he's kind of stuck like Jimmy Butler. He's good enough to lead a team and get through all that, but they don't get that respect. I feel it's being that guy. Like Jimmy Butler led a team to the finals twice. Bubble and all that still, but just as far as like Tatum, like superstars, like true, like just greats of the game and all that. Like Donovan Mitchell doesn't get his due. Like he's not even an MVP front runner or anything like that. I guess his numbers aren't as high, but like he impacts the game so like he adds wins.
You mean respect from just like general talking NBA stuff?
I guess that, but also like if Donovan Mitchell wins a ring, like I think that does a lot for him just as far as like
for sure. Like
I don't want to say all the time, but like that elevates him to like the next level of like just superstar.
It definitely elevates him for sure.
I think he's got the most to gain from that. Like Cade can get that later on, stuff like that. I think Donovan Mitchell's kind of the most to gain here.
Well, I don't want to be super sports talk guy or whatever, but if Cade has an Ant-Man like run, we're talking about a new candidate for face of the league. Like he's next.
Okay.
That, but I also think Cade can get there like the way SGA has. Hasn't really had too much postseason success, but like he'll eventually be inserted in that conversation. I think Cade will get there just doing what he's doing. Donovan Mitchell's kind of stuck, I feel.
Ibram Khan brings up a good point. Does the Knicks title help Brunson or Cat more? Feel like, and maybe not answering that specific question, but if the Knicks go to the conference finals, you think Cat can be elevated?
No, because he's the second guy.
But the argument might be you couldn't get there before he got there, so maybe he is the guy. And I'm assuming Cat is going crazy, right? Like I'm not saying just like second fiddle stuff.
See,
I'm
if the
talking
Knicks,
like
I think
26 and 13 a night.
I think that's fine, but I think ultimately we're still talking at the end of the day. It's Jalen Brunson is the one who's leading them at the end and stuff. Like I don't think there's an instance where Cat is leading the Knicks to the conference finals or the finals. I don't think he's that player.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, the argument would be you couldn't get there until I got there.
But I think the conversation will go towards Brunson.
If he's doing what he did last playoffs, yes.
I think there's
because I'm not worried about Brunson. Like Brunson's going to be 25 to 30 a game in the playoffs, I'm sure. If anything, you're looking for someone to help Brunson. But I don't think he has more to get. Like I don't think it elevates in the way it would Mitchell though, because Mitchell's been kind of teetering, just glass ceiling almost.
I do think
like if the Cavs won the title, Donovan hits a different level.
Well, whoever wins the title is who doesn't already have one is going to elevate.
But would Cade hit the same level? Well, Detroit winning. Would Cade hit the same level Donovan does if Donovan wins?
He would. It would be more, and they would look like
they look at that Detroit title.
I think
we've got the next
Well,
great player in this league.
I think with this conversation, we can be a little bit more realistic about it too, because like Detroit, like they're not winning a title. Like that's pie in the sky a bit. So I think the best is a run from Cade, like as a second round run. How much does that elevate him? Like realistically, I think like looking at Donovan Mitchell, you could see him winning a title realistically, and like actually like what that does for him. Like Cade, yeah, you can win a title, but like I don't think that's happening.
But I don't think like. Do you think we can take winning a title out of this because that just elevates you just in general.
This is like a postseason run,
world championship or world champion. Donovan makes the conference finals. Does his perception change that much?
Nope, he's the same player. I don't think anyone talks about him any differently, even if they lose in the finals. To be honest, yeah,
I agree.
I don't think anything changes.
I agree with you. So so my thought is because of that, there's only one way he can elevate. Whereas Cade might not even have to win a round. If he has a De'Aaron Fox first round.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah,
like,
Cade can Yeah, he can escalate. Yeah, he can escalate with a strong, with a De'Aaron Fox. Yeah, it's a perfect example. De'Aaron Fox, first round loss series where it's like, whew. Got to have a bit of a better follow up, but
so Caden Donovan might be the biggest too. I think
they're the biggest.
I think Donovan hits certified level. Like he's almost on the cusp of it right now. For some reason, I don't think he gets the same like accolades that Dame gets, and they're kind of the same. Like Dame hasn't won. Neither has Donovan.
Well, Donovan's won more in the postseason than Dame Lillard.
Yeah, but doesn't it feel like Dame is more
Dame's top 75, all that stuff?
Yeah, like
not that he shouldn't be, but it's just Donovan doesn't get the other just accolades like Dame. So
I feel like a title sends Donovan to a new level.
It does. I feel like
verified level.
I feel like, and I feel like, and maybe not even arguing this, but I think Dame has still like been better though. He's been
yeah, but they're close.
They are. And but to your point as well, is he's got Dame has those postseason moments as well.
He has those. He has a couple. He has the bye. He has some big time moments. And Donovan has some, but nothing like that.
Right.
I think one of his biggest moments might have been in the bubble.
Yeah,
the Jamal game.
In the bubble. Yeah,
that was Jamal, right? 50 versus
Jamal,
50.
Yeah, and he had on the low, just because nobody watched it because it was NBA TV. He had moments last year, against Orlando. I think in that game 6 where they were trying to close it out, he might have had I can't remember. I thought he had like 40 something, 46 something like that. In a playoff moment like that. So Donovan has some moments in Utah when they were favorites, so maybe it doesn't get as much love. But they were staving off elimination. I remember specifically, I think it was against Dallas, and he brought him back. So
real quick, let me throw this one in here. I don't want to make it a big thing. If Bron gets the title, is he the GOAT for you, KC?
Yeah.
If he gets the title, what is his year 40 for? He's 40 years old, I think, right now.
Year 20.
Year 20. But how old is he?
40.
He's 40.
40.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
He's 40.
Yeah, I mean that'll.
Does that do something for him?
Oh no, because I don't think most people are.
You don't think it'll change anyone's mind?
Mm-mm. No, I don't think most people are like.
And
Kenny.
even
Like I think Kenny would say LeBron is the GOAT for like a month.
I got you.
And then he'll watch airtime and be like, "Hey, yo, I was watching this TikTok. Yo, Jordan was crazy. Jordan was crazy.
Kenny's gonna Peyton Manning LeBron's last Super Bowl.
No, that's right.
We're already in the
That's
chatty
exactly
house. We got Jacob.
Yeah.
No. Dustin. No. Scooter,
No, everyone
no.
says no.
Yeah.
Like, and the great thing about Scooter, all those guys, he already is.
It's facts.
He doesn't need another one. He already is.
He's great. He's great. Like I said last week, though, when you talk about like we lived them both. His highs aren't as high as Mike. And take for that whatever you want to. But Mike reached a level that nobody else has ever reached. And LeBron has longevity, and he's got that argument. Like, I'm doing this at this age. But the peak of powers, Mike was stupid.
Maybe.
Mike was stupid on both sides.
20-year run.
He does. He ain't never won no defensive player of the year.
You said it though. No one's gonna change their mind.
That's what I'm talking about.
Everyone in the chat house is already,
about.
yeah. Everyone's got their answers.
That's what I'm talking about. It's a 2-person conversation.
Move on.
Yeah, it's always gonna be.
Everybody's got their own.
It's always gonna be their
own little thing though too. Well, when you talk about like those GOAT conversations, like I could talk about Mike's peak. We could talk about LeBron's longevity.
Gave us Brian Windhurst.
Yeah, it's
LeBron gave us Brian
the longevity. We talked last week about Kobe from like 05 to 08 was like the perfect basketball player.
Mm-hmm.
Like it got their own self. Kareem is the
Kobe's
winner.
Where I'm really struggling right now because for some reason I started looking at stuff that the last time and I was like, I think Kobe might be 3 and Wilt might be 4.
Well, then we got Wilt just doing.
I mean, not
stuff.
Wilt, Kareem.
Oh, Kareem Erasure.
Kareem, yeah. I got Kareem because I'd always like Kareem. Kareem probably deserves more respect for the one.
Mm-hmm.
I looked a little closer. I was like, oh, maybe not.
The thing I've always said about Kareem and Wilt and guys like that is they were so reliant on other guys to get them the ball.
Yeah,
being big guys.
Who was that? Somebody I don't know who it was. He wasn't a random guy. He was an NBA guy.
Mm-hmm.
tweeted some stat about Kareem and points and turnovers, and then tweeted LeBron's points and turnovers. Of course, LeBron's got like 3,000 more turnovers. And it was like, sir, Kareem was never asked to bring the ball up the floor or facilitate the offense. The fact that Kareem has 2,000 turnovers is probably a crime.
It's not the flex you think it is.
No, I think you did this wrong. But, you know, people I'm all for trying to make a point to hype up Mike, Kobe, Kareem, whatever. Like, doing it in a weird way to disparage LeBron is odd.
My grandmother, she used to always and maybe this is what I do with the GOAT. She used to always, talking about her grandchildren, and they were like, "Who's your favorite?" It was me, of course. But like, "Who's your favorite grandchild?" She's like, "Kenny is my favorite oldest grandchild, and Chanel is my favorite oldest granddaughter, and Justin is my favorite youngest grandson." And that's it. That's how you do it. You just find these caveats. So peaks, longevity, overall championships.
Michael's the greatest player to ever GM the Washington Wizards. Greatest to ever do it.
Trying to think of Tommy Shepard.
LeBron James.
Well, did you see Tommy Shepard?
Yeah.
Did you see him?
I did.
You saw him at the shootout?
I did. I saw Tommy. I saw Tommy.
I don't think Mike
was.
I don't think Mike was stopping that.
Well,
I don't think Mike was stopping that. That boy at the shootout went crazy.
All right. So, well, he's not even the great. So he's the greatest player to ever own the Bobcats / Hornets.
Shout out to everyone that was grandma's favorite, by the way.
Bro, I was her favorite. No disrespect.
I was absolutely my grandparents' favorite.
No disrespect.
I was on my grandma's phone wallpaper, and my cousin changed it to him, and my grandma changed it back to me. Shout out to Grandma Cruz.
Oh, that's fire.
Had my back.
Like, man, no disrespect to the cousins, man. Come on.
No, all disrespect.
We all
all
know the
disrespect.
vibes.
We're the favorites out here.
We know the vibes, man. I was the favorite. That don't mean she didn't love you. I was just the favorite. All right. It's cool. It's cool. It's all good. I was the one, though.
You introduced Sean John to the West Coast.
Well,
by buying it at a store that was in Sacramento,
once
California.
again, nobody was wearing it. Nobody. I'd catch the 61. I'd catch the 62. I'd catch the 67, the Arden Mall. I'd, be on the 81 going to Forum Mall. I was all around. I'd be looking. And it was just me and Mike. Not saying it wasn't available to anybody. I ain't saying that. I'm saying we was the only ones. The first ones, I should say.
First ones. It's big time.
You had it in 96?
I couldn't afford it in 96, bro.
Did
I
you
wasn't
know what it
rich
was in
like you.
96?
I wasn't born into wealth the way that you were. 96, I was still very, very poor.
Can you think we started games or what?
I think we started to kick out of it.
You had all the cool video games or what?
I mean, I wasn't spoiled. I was the only child. Me and my mom.
See,
I was spoiled.
Poor.
I'm not going to say that, but I'm not going to deny that. But I had all the video games I wanted. All I wanted was the new basketball game and Madden. That's it. I don't need all them other ones. Just when Christmas comes around, those are the two games I'm asking for.
See, my very first Jordan outfit, my very first pair of Jordans, I got from the Jordan brand because I was hosting an event where everyone had to be fitted out. It was the first KSFM event I ever hosted. That Jordan truck.
That's fire.
And Mike Bibby.
Yeah, that's fire.
Couldn't even because I couldn't afford it, so they gave it to me.
I remember they got these Jordans.
I remember it was white with blue. Oh, it was cold. I'd wear it today. It was so cold.
Should bring it back. Where it at,
sir? That thing long gone.
Right. Understandable.
I played a middle school basketball game with some Jordan 1s one time. I got them passed down from a family member. Should have knew that. I didn't care about shoes.
I had the shoes I had one time. My mom's boyfriend, shout out Barry, he bought me my first pair of Jordans. Surprised me on Super Bowl Sunday. It was the second Cowboys-Bills game. And I'm sitting there waiting for the game to come on. He's like, "Oh, I got you these." I was like, "What?" Oh, the Jordan 9s. And then I played in some XJ900s when we were going to LA for the state tournament for NJB. And they were like the Jordan 10s. They were the XJ900 version of the Jordan 10s. And I was like, what I'm saying? You see what I got out here? It looked just like them. It looked just like them. That was it. Had some Air Ups, had some Dion's, played in some Dion's, and yeah, that was about it.
My
I'd say
first
my
pair of
money,
shoes
though.
that I got were really popping. That were like, oh no, these shoes are a big deal. Are the Grant Hill Fila's, and the fact that I was able to afford those. I think they were like $70.
Yeah, it was a good price point.
And Pac had them on the All Eyes on Me album sleeve.
Yeah. Couldn't tell him
Tell me
nothing.
nothing, man. Don't talk to me. I think I wore those. I might have worn those longer than Grant Hill's career. I wore those till Grant was a Phoenix Sun. I wore those so damn long.
You know what's pretty cool? I ain't trying to gatekeep, so I'll tell people. You know what's pretty cool is right now, obviously the shoes are, we talked about earlier, like the little running casual shoes, right? Like the Vomeros and New Balance, this and that, or whatever. Certain Walmarts, they have those New Balances for $20. Because like traditionally it was like not traditionally, but like in the last 5 years, like, oh, don't nobody want no New Balances. We put them at Walmart, for $15, $20. Now that shoe is hot. And so far, it's still at Walmart for like $20. And Reese was showing me like TikToks of this guy just, oh man, I found these here, man. Oh yeah, I gotta cop them. So Reese keeps saying like, yo, we gotta go to Walmart, man. Come on, stop playing with me.
Stuff that wasn't cool and that you would have got made fun of for back then for wearing. I feel like it's like now that stuff is cool now.
Bro, braces is that.
Well, I feel like everything is like style has been more embraced more as individual rather than like collective.
Yeah.
And like everyone has just
because like that champion stuff, like that the little logo
the
brand with the
champion
C or
joint,
whatever. Like people
Yeah.
back then, like I don't know, many people wore that, but like now or
it's
for a
hot
few
now.
months, now it's cool.
Bro, like I said, the braces are it. Braces for like these middle school, high school kids. That's cool. The metal joints are cool. Like they got people that don't need braces. I saw some TikTok or Instagram reel about a year ago where the kids don't need braces. They go to the dentist. I'm not giving you don't need braces. They're applying them on yourself.
Oh, I've seen that.
Like,
yeah, no.
Wait, the kids are putting the braces on themselves?
Yeah, because it's cool. Like they want braces.
Something about
They don't need them either. So it's a different time.
Hey, could you imagine showing up to high school and getting made fun of because you don't have braces?
But you with your straight ass teeth.
Look at him and his perfect teeth.
We'll come back. Jason Jones joins us. We'll talk with the professor, our guy over at The Athletic. Jason Jones next here. We're dealing with KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Andre Stojakovic so far, 20 points, 8 of 11 from the field, 3 of 3. Cal up 2.
Cooking.
24 to go over Virginia Tech.
I don't know, Chester. I don't think this is our call anymore. It's up to the kids what's cool.
No, that's the wrong button. I need to share this. Oh, here we go. Trying to send this YouTube video, but I got to watch 50 videos first.
Yeah, so it's got to be. I don't think they're going to do anything else with that. I think they got to put Punk over in that match too, by the way.
What about Seth?
What about him?
He just takes L's every big match.
Yes, and that's important. We need guys like that. I mean, because what does a win do for Seth, really?
Yeah.
A win doesn't really do anything for Roman.
You can
have Roman lose and kind of get him on the track towards like beating John Cena eventually, and then that's how you set up The Rock and Roman for WrestleMania.
That's the important thing. What's next?
Yeah, because you
Like,
can't have
for the
Roman just
person.
win along the whole time. Like, you got to kind of build him up as the number 2 in that feud if it ever happens. Like maybe you put Punk and Roman against each other after WrestleMania 2 and have Heyman side with Punk. I've seen this one a couple times too. See Seth turning heel, but I don't know if I see it. Shout out to the dude still trying to sneak in on the phones.
That's so funny.
Yeah. Go to work, bro.
That's hilarious. I still kind of feel like it's out there. I still kind of feel like it's out there, but we'll see. I think turning Bianca right after you turn John is kind of weird. You might not want to do that. You might want to let it, you had a massive heel turn. Don't take away the impact. Yeah, I know there's rumors, Russ, that The Rock is like creating some sort of faction or something.
Shouldn't add anyone bigger than John Cena in there.
Yeah, like Cena's the host. You should have had a couple of guys in place. I guess your guy in place was Travis Scott.
Yeah.
You should have like Cena's the Hogan, right? So
I saw LA Knight's name a couple times for that.
oh, quit.
I've been seeing a lot of names. I've been seeing a lot of names, though, to be fair. I've been seeing a lot of names. Like I said, someone threw in Seth right now. I've been seeing a lot. Yeah, Tyler Jennings actually ended up coming up on Christmas time. Shout out to my brother. I forget. So, like, Raw's just at whatever time it is local, wherever it's at, right? Because Sidney Dean saying it's at noon next week.
No.
Or is that
Yeah,
wrong?
it's noon. I mean, I'm sorry. It's live wherever it's at. So I think we were talking wrestling during the break. I know that's really surprising. I think one of the big things with Netflix was it can be live no matter where they are. So is it Belgium next week?
So, yeah, one of those spots, yeah.
So what if the time it has live at 12 o'clock out here? Like, yeah, that's what they'll be. We'll be watching it at the start of the show.
Or Monday Night Raw watch along.
That's it.
Just like the Olympics.
Jason Jones set to. Oh, that was fun though. That was a blast watching that. It wasn't the gold medal game. Yeah, the semifinal game. Watching that,
trying to do the radio show and not like watch it at the same time.
Yeah, watching that live together was great. Shout out to my boy. I think it was Chris Watkins. I swear he was talking football. We went back and watched it later, and my man was talking football. It's like, oh, Steph Curry. Steph Curry hit another shot. We got a game up here. So the 49ers, if they, like, man, I could never. Like, I just can't.
That would have been too difficult.
I can't be a professional this
What do you want me
way.
to do?
Like I
USA's
cannot,
playing right now.
I cannot be a professional
They're
right now.
down 15 in the fourth quarter.
Amazing.
Oh, man.
Absolutely amazing. Doug Christie had an interesting line last night. He said, he's, talking about getting better, the Kings getting better, things that they got to do to get better. He said, the airplane is in the air, but we're fixing it while we're flying. And it's like, well, boy, that explains some of the things going on in this country.
That's great.
But I got his analogy. Like, we're in the air.
Yeah.
We're trying to get to the destination, but we hit a bird. And we don't have no Captain Sully to land this joint, so we got to try to fix this thing while we're up here. Yeah. And a wheel breaks. That's Domas going out. A landing gear got jammed. That's Malik going out. It's like we still got to land the plane in our destination. I thought that was a great analogy.
That is a great analogy. That's tough, man. That is tough to do. And I think those things should get factored in when you talk about this team. And I know, everything that goes on is like a blame type thing. You got to blame somebody or blame the front office or the coaches or the players or whoever. Sometimes it just kind of is what it is. And like, we got to take that into account. Maybe this team isn't terrible. Maybe they're not, just a 500 team, but with everything going on, that might be who they are this year, because they've had a lot going on. If they were to make it into the playoffs, I think we would be talking about this as like, wow, this is I don't want to say a special team, but salute to this team. Like we would be praising them for everything they had to do just to get to that point.
Yeah.
And if they don't win or if it's not consistent enough, I don't think it should be forgotten what they've had to go through. And it's tough. It's tough.
I don't mean to take away from anyone, but salute Doug Christie at this point. Like Doug, like the front office messed us up. Mike Brown messed us up. The whole De'Aaron Fox stuff was messy, but Doug Christie, like he's like with Fox here, they got better. After Mike Brown got fired, they got better with that. Then you trade De'Aaron Fox, and it's like, oh, what are we going to see now? And they're still playing good ball. Like, my biggest takeaway from all this isn't like, oh, yeah, the front office was able to fix this or like, oh, they got the right players. Like, Doug Christie can coach. Like, he's a damn good coach. Like, you throw him in any situation, whether it be the first or the second, like, he's got him going. Like, Doug Christie saved the season, I feel. Like, it's Doug, I feel like.
I'm with that. I'm with that for sure.
I agree.
Yeah.
I also think I don't think trading De'Aaron Fox was that big of a deal.
I think the thing that come with trading a franchise player, though.
You're right. No, 100%. That feels like shit. It's not. Like, he's good. He's very good. He's not irreplaceable.
I'm with
you. I think there's a.
I'm with you. And we got Jason Jones.
Bringing our man Jason Jones.
But I do want to say this because, and like I said, I'm not trying to cape for the front office, but I'm the same person that thought they had enough to win 52 games was the floor. I can say that I'm wrong. And people talk about the front office all the time, and they didn't do this, they didn't do that. Bro, we were here. We were sitting in these seats. We were taking these calls. We were having interviews. None of you were trading Keegan Murray. Not one of you. But I'm saying, like, we got to be real with ourselves, TC. Like, none of you were. So, you didn't go out and get better. You didn't have a plan. You didn't go get this person. Keegan Murray was the one that was going to get you there. It was going to get you Siakam. It was going to get you OG. And all of you said no.
Except me. I said if it's an impact guy, you got to trade him.
Jason Jones said F Keegan Murray.
I'm just saying, I mean, hey, that was just my thought. I was like, I didn't know who that player would be, but I said if it was going to be a difference maker, like a guy who kept you in the top 4 in the West, top 3, you trade Keegan expeditiously.
That I look.
And to me, that was with the idea that your two best players are Fox and Sabonis, and you're getting a third legit, like big time guy to go with him. Those two. Obviously, things are a lot different now, but that was my thinking for the last couple of years. That if you can get like a all-star, it's nice knowing you, Keegan, but hey.
And I understand that, and I'm here to tell you, I was hesitant to trade Keegan. I was one of the people like, nah, I don't want to do the contract where he's at, where I think it could be. Nah, I'm not sure. Like that was the consensus. I'm not gonna say there was everybody but that was the consensus. No, I don't want to trade Keegan. He's this great two-way player, all this other stuff. And Dame, one of the things you would know, it's not for every potential situation, but damn near all of them, Keegan was the one that had to go. That's who was being asked for. And everybody, so when they're like, you didn't go out and get this person, how you guys can't have it both ways. You can't say you didn't go out and get this person, but the person that was going to get you who you wanted, you didn't want to trade. And then when you don't do it and Keegan don't develop the way you thought it would, or things don't work out, these guys just suck. Like you guys, to me, people be talking on both sides of their mouth.
What was this in response to?
Oh, Matt George.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I didn't know what I walked into, but I was like, okay.
I don't even know how we got here.
I mentioned that because I said Matt George was like, no, stop. And they were like, yeah, preach, don't give them no passes, the front office and all this other stuff. And I was like, we got to be real. Like, you can't say you want it. But for what you guys wanted, it was going to take Keegan more times than not. And you guys said you didn't want to trade him. So I know it's on brand right now, and it's fashionable to blame the front office, but how are you going to blame them for moves that you wouldn't even have done? That's all I'm saying.
They're going to say, well, they should know better. Why they listen to us?
No, there's that. Proper introduction. Jason Jones from The Athletic is with us. Just yelling about the Kings and
hey, everyone loves potential. Potential is the biggest finesser in all of sports. Like what he could be. And like I said, it was to me, when I watched Keegan the first couple of years, I saw a good player. I did not see a superstar, which is why I was like, if you can get a star for him, you trade him. But I understood because my thinking was also this: if you're going to have De'Aaron as a max player and essentially Sabonis as a max player, how comfortable would you be in a year or whatever, two, whatever it was going to be, making Keegan Murray a max player? Mm. And if he's not that, you have to at least. I just didn't buy the notion that Keegan Murray should be untouchable. And I think a lot of people were like, he's not untouchable. That's not that's not like young Ant Edwards or that's not Jason Tatum right there as a he's not untouchable. And I think there was a large group of people who were very vocal that Keegan Murray should be untouchable. And to me, that was where I always thought it was weird. Like, what are y'all seeing that I'm missing to where you can't trade him to get better?
I think there's a lot of it's and you said it. You said it perfectly. It's why football fans are really hyped right now. It's free agency. This is going to happen at draft time. It's the potential of what your team can be. It's why people get excited about, draft prospects. It's the potential. The trade deadlines, same thing. What would so-and-so potentially look like? What sort of potential could he have as a wing who could defend on Sacramento? Oh my God. That's all we talk about in those times of year. And that's what so many people hang their hope on. I think that's what the front office was hanging their hope on. Potential. We see growth in Keegan Murray. You talk about OG Anunoby, you talk about Pascal Siakam, and whatever those discussions look like, both of them would have had to have ended in massive contract extensions.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we kind of like Keegan. We like the direction he's going. I don't think this is a move we can make. We're more confident in our young fella. That just hasn't. Keegan's Keegan's good. I don't know that it's paid off in the way that they expected yet, especially going into potential contract negotiations. Mm-hmm. But he regularly shows signs of Keegan's. He has qualities to him that this team desperately needs.
Yeah, and it may end up helping them in the long run because he may, I wouldn't max him out, but maybe you can sign him to a 4-year deal that's a little bit more manageable and give you a little more flexibility.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it may help him in the long run, but I guess that my whole thing was just that I didn't feel like he should be an untouchable player. Like, it was like, oh, the idea. I mean, for God's sake, De'Aaron got traded. If De'Aaron can get traded, Keegan could have gotten traded. I mean, and De'Aaron was further along, obviously in his career at this point. I'm just saying, and to me, I just didn't understand the whole we can't, there's no way that guy can, get moved. I'm like, yeah, you can. It's possible. For the right move. I mean, we've seen a lot of guys get traded. I mean, for God's sake, Wilt Chamberlain got traded, Kareem got traded, anybody can get traded.
Yeah, this is fact.
Luka got traded. I'm not sure if you heard this, Jason.
Well, I've heard a little bit about that. I'm not sure how that's turning out for them, though. I'm not sure what that, Heard Dallas is struggling right now.
Looks a little different without the King out there, though.
Yeah, without the King, without
baseline.
Yeah, when you're down 3 starters, it is a little different,
Well, hey, what did you? Are we willing to? And I think you got some jokes off. You did get some jokes off. Are we collective in our acknowledgement that JJ Redick's a good coach?
I am. I am. Like I said I had always heard that he could be a good coach. I did not like the fact that he had a podcast with the team's number 1 player, and it just looked crazy. But he can coach. He's a little diabolical, which is what So I mean, I know folks will be hesitant to give a Laker coach credit, but JJ's coaching, and I always said even in past years, when you had a LeBron and AD, there was no reason for you to be playing in the play-in every year.
Mm-hmm.
That made 0 sense to me. I don't care how flawed the roster is. At the worst, you got two of the top 15 players in the league, and you're 7th. That just never. That to me, they were never that bad. Like, were they a title team? No, but they should not have been. Having to beat New Orleans to get into the playoffs last year. So I felt they had a major coaching deficit, as we've chronicled. But yeah, I think you got to give JJ his props. I mean, they've played over the way he's gotten them to buy in on defense. The way he holds them accountable. Because he's based on the 3rd iteration of this team now, just this year, and they've gotten better over the course of the year as opposed to getting worse. With all the trades and. I mean, it's pretty disruptive, to trade. You look at their starting lineup from night 1 to where it is now. I mean, AD's gone, D'Lo's gone. And then you kind of just reflip this whole roster. You go from Jackson Hayes was a guy who couldn't get on the court. Now he's got to be your starting center. Mm-hmm. And somehow, Jackson missed a couple of games now, but he's made that work as opposed to. Come out, when we get this guy back, when we get that guy back, he's making it work, even though they laid an egg last night. Still, where they are overall in the last, 6-8 weeks, I think, you got to give JJ his props.
Yeah, he's a good coach, man. He's doing his thing. He's absolutely doing his thing. I want to ask you a question about the Kings and kind of what they got going on. So you saw what happened on Sunday night, just a heartbreaker at the Intuit Dome. 24 hours later, you get beat up by the Knicks. Are they related at all? Like, do you think because of, in part, not completely, tied together, but in part, having that overtime, tough emotional loss on Sunday set them up for a position where, at the very least, what happened on Monday wasn't surprising? Do you think they're kind of related in a way?
I think so. You got a few things to me in play. You got the 3 games in 4 nights. You got Friday, Sunday, Monday. You've got Friday was an emotional game. Then you go down to LA, lose in overtime, emotional game. And then you come back because the Knicks didn't play on Sunday, did they?
No, they were at the Sawyer.
Yeah.
And that's always a trap when you're the team sitting at home, sitting in someone's city, waiting for them to come back home. You play overtime. They're rested. They've been chilling, watching. Yeah, that's always a tricky situation. So I think all that plays into it, and then you get what you got last night. So I mean, maybe the final score might have been kind of like a wow, but the fact they would lose that game to me is not crazy. I mean, that the moment, like I said, you add all that emotion, kind of just how draining that can be, and then you got Twitter doing random investigations over who's mad at who and who's talking to who courtside, and all that stuff comes together, and then hey, and even without Brunson, the Knicks have some good players. So but I know you're a Knicks fan too, right? So you're pretty cool.
No, relax. I'm a Knicks supporter.
Oh.
I'm not a Knicks fan.
Hey, how are you a Lakers, Knicks, and Kings guy?
I don't have anything to do with the Lakers. I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
It's crazy, man. And throw Draymond in there. You just front running, man.
Will you stop it? The Kings are my number one. I support the Knicks when they're not playing the Kings. I support them. That's all it is.
And the Lakers, you just go to their parades.
No, I don't go to their parades at all. I don't like the Lakers at all.
Poses in front of Laker monuments.
Jason,
I wish you guys would stop.
Who's
with this
been to
narrative.
more championship parades for the Los Angeles Lakers?
Oh,
Jason,
definitely Kenny. I've never been to one.
What are you talking about? I've never been to one myself.
Wow. You didn't tell a story about being in a championship
That
parade?
was not the Lakers championship parade.
What was
that?
it?
Was a hood parade.
Were they celebrating the hood or were they celebrating a Lakers championship?
They were celebrating the Lakers.
You were at a Lakers championship parade.
I wasn't there. I ain't getting no invite.
I took a wrong turn, and that's where I ended up.
And
being.
you wound up in
you
a
got out the car and
parade.
partied with him, huh? Yeah. You
Wow.
more tapped in with Laker Nation than I am. Look at this, man. I'm hurt, man.
He told the story. He's honking the horn and going, Lake Show, Lake Show.
Look, man, I was right off the 10.
They gave him a car flag and everything.
I had no car flag, but like I said, I was right off the 10. I was over there by SC. I just had to get out of there.
So he had to be a Laker fan. Wow, sold his soul.
I wasn't a fan. I just had to get out of there.
Sold his soul to the Crips, man. Goodness gracious. Wow, Jason never did it, but
yeah, man, yeah. And I'm born in LA, and I never
you never went to a Laker parade?
No, I was when I remember I was a kid in the 80s, and then I lived up here from 96 on. So as much as I can be a big fan or whatever, I'm in no way interested in spending money to go stand in a crowd. When I could just that's never been something I'm like, my bucket list things to do was to go to the parade.
What NBA superstar do you think could benefit the most? Like a guy who's already a star. What NBA star do you think could hit a different level if they have a big postseason run this year?
That's a good one. I mean, you look around. I mean, because there's different factors into that. I think where
we had a couple. I'll give you a couple examples. We had one was Cade Cunningham. Cade Cunningham having a big outing in Detroit.
Oh yeah,
him up a tier and give Detroit obviously a lot of respect. And then on a different plane is Donovan Mitchell. Donovan Mitchell in Cleveland wind up pulling this thing out. Man, they could wind up like Donovan Donovan becomes verified. I don't think he's considered like on the Dame Lillard tier yet.
No,
I think people talk about him a notch below.
Cleveland gets to the finals. Donovan Mitchell's there. I mean, even though he probably would be, they're talking about Donovan Mitchell Hall of Famer. I think Donovan's been good for a while, but in terms of the postseason, he's I think the best seasons it wasn't all on him, but was the year they won 61 games, and that's when Ty Lue decided to make Rudy Gobert defend the corner three, and he just would not leave the paint, and they lost that series.
That's when he really was playoff P. Paul George led him to the conference finals.
Yeah, man, that was he's not doing. He out there getting booed on Monday Night Raw now, but hey, or was that SmackDown? He got booed. That was sad. But I'm thinking, because I mean, some of it I think. That's a good one. I'm just trying to go through who I think in some ways Shea could, because I still think a lot of people don't really know a lot about Shea.
Yeah.
And if, then even last year they lost in the second round. If they make a deep run, it's going to be because he's averaging like 35 a game. And I think that could be a thing that could, elevate him where you go beyond known by the basketball heads to known by everybody. I know basketball folks have known about Shea for years, but I'm walking down the street to, casual person. You mentioned Shea Gilgeous-Alexander. They're like, who? So I could see that, but I think Donovan's a good one. Probably along them lines, Mobley could, would probably take a big leap. Because, I mean, like, guys like Mobley and Cunningham are all-stars. But, I mean, this year's all-star game, do you even remember who made the team? I mean, it was such that weird format. So it's like you were an all-star, but who really remembers? But I think those guys could benefit greatly. I'm trying to think about somebody in the West. I mean, like I said, Shea, and you start going down. I think Ja Morant could help reshape his image.
Good one.
That, I mean, kind of like a redemption story. Remember, he wasn't there last year, all that. I think that could, because I mean, we haven't talked a lot about Ja this season, and that's probably good. Because for the last 2 years, talking about Ja normally meant Instagram and a weapon.
No. Well, yeah.
So I think
this year it involves him being on the bench and injured.
Yeah. So I mean, that's probably still better than I guess the alternative. But then if you go to the easy, lazy way, if the Lakers or the Knicks make a run, someone on that team is going to become way more valued than they actually are, probably. And then some team is going to pay them a whole lot of money. It's going to be that effect of like, wow, you saw what he did as a Knick. So that could easily happen on one of those two teams.
I put Cat in that category. If they were to make a conference finals or an NBA finals, I know people look at Brunson as being the guy, but it may be one of those situations where they look at it and they say, hey, Cat came here, he's averaging 25 and 13 in these playoffs, and he's the one that elevates you and puts you over the top.
Cat's just funny though, too. I think, the way his voice changes so much.
Oh my God, call the foul!
I was watching them. They played the Lakers. I told someone, I said, every time Cat is in the post, it looks like he says "ouch" when someone hits him. The way he just contorts his body, like ah, like he's just like. I could honestly hear him saying "ouch," like "ouch, stop it." Yeah. Cat would all of a sudden become the best, the greatest center since Willis Reed if they got to the finals. They'd be like, they'd put in Pat. They try to put him past Pat Ewing.
They would.
I know you'd fight that vehemently.
Well, yeah, because I mean, it's oddly enough, I didn't like the Knicks at that time because they was going against my boy Mike, but. Looking back, I like those Pat Riley Knicks. I like.
Yeah, they just out there. Imagine that trying to fly in 2025. Them Pat Riley Knicks.
Man,
whole team suspended.
I gotta update Jason though. Cal, Virginia Tech, first round of the ACC tournament. They're going to overtime after Cal went scoreless for the final 3:10 of the game to lose a 6-point lead. They're going to overtime.
What are they, the Kings?
Still go Bears.
Can I point out the ridiculousness of the sentence you just uttered?
What's that?
That
Cal and Virginia Tech in the ACC tournament.
It is very ridiculous. Very ridiculous.
Yeah, my girl she went to like this UCLA gymnastics things against Stanford, and she was completely confused because she was like, this is not a Pac-12. This is like the Big Ten against I said, no, Stanford's in the ACC. Like, why? I'm like, none of us know why. Just is what it is,
Because everyone is stupid. That's
why.
And greedy.
I think the Cal women's team was like on their 4th cross-country trip of the season.
That's crazy.
I said, imagine what their record might be if they'd have to go all the way to the East Coast 4 or 5 times a year.
I remember, I think it was Pat Cronin was like complaining about like the road trips, like being in the Big Ten. He's like, yeah, we go on the cross country road trips. Like we got to go to New Jersey and Maryland and all this other stuff. Those guys go cross country. They come to LA. Like that's not a penalty. That's not anything you got to deal with. Like,
and they don't have to do it multiple times.
Yeah.
It's not like UCLA at SC. Well, then SC deserves it because they asked for this, but they don't do like a 6-game college road trip where you just go, Wisconsin, Michigan State, Northwestern Illinois, and come home. That's wild.
Oh man, yeah, I hate this.
It's really killed my interest in college sports. It's really killed my interest because I'm just like, I mean, as cool as it sounds, I really don't care to get all amped up for my school playing in the ACC. Like, they'll play, they play Duke and North Carolina, but I don't really care about them playing Wake Forest.
Mm-hmm.
Tim Duncan's not there. So I don't really care.
But Randolph Childress is not there. He's not walking through those doors.
No, he's not.
Yeah.
More impactful trade to close out this NBA season. Just this season, not the future. Luka Doncic and the Lakers, Jimmy Butler and the Warriors.
This season, I'm going to say Jimmy because I think that team was going to miss the playoffs without Jimmy. I think they were a playoff team.
Mm-hmm.
So so not so much who's the better team, but in terms of I thought the Warriors were just not a good team. I just felt like they got off to a good start and they just kind of leveled off to what they actually were, which was going to be a 9-10, play-in team. So I'll go with that. Also, you add to the fact that Kuminga was out, so he just steps in. I don't know what they're going to do with Kuminga. Of course, he's coming back against the Kings, because
for sure. Wow.
He's like, yeah. I would just lean to, because I think the Lakers, even without the trade, were going to be in the top 4 probably. Top. They're going to. Because that's where they kind of were already. But I think the Warriors, they are going to make the playoffs almost for sure now. With the addition of Jimmy, because even if they somehow end up in 7, I think they're not going to lose back-to-back games with Jimmy and Steph in a play-in situation.
Yeah, I think Jimmy's impact has just energized that team. Like, obviously what he's doing defensively, and he has some numbers to that, but I mean, Steph and those guys, they feel like they have a shot every night because they got a guy like Jimmy out there, as opposed to what was going on before. Do you look at them as a championship contender?
No.
No. I'm with you.
I mean, if they were to play a 7-game series, I would take OKC over them in a series, even though it's tricky because Steph is still Steph. To me, that's the biggest guy who got re-energized. He's still Steph. But for me to go all the way to championship, that's still, I can't go championship just at this point, but Steph is still Steph. We'll see how they work Kuminga back in, but would they say beat, there'll be a tough out, but I've been thinking if hypothetically, if Minnesota is healthy, I think Minnesota would beat them in a series. I think OKC could beat them in a series. I think the Lakers could beat them in a series. So I think I can't go championship just yet, but it's still scary though, because I wouldn't want to draw Steph in the first round the way he's been playing. Man's taking 35-foot turnaround jump threes.
Yeah.
I would want no parts of that right now.
I'm just ready for him to retire.
I think a lot of people. I'm like, dude, you're 30, man.
A lot of fan bases are.
You're 36,
a lot of fan bases.
You've won 2 championships. You've got a wonderful family. Go spend time with your wife and kids. Why do you want to keep playing basketball?
Yeah, why do this?
Well, you don't need the money, Steph. Just go ahead and enjoy your life.
The money, Steph. You don't need the headache.
Like, do you really want to
deal with Draymond?
Yeah, you don't want to do this anymore, Steph. Go ahead and live life. Go work at Davidson, do what you're doing, help the Howard golf. You got a lot of outside ventures at this point, Steph. You don't need basketball. That would be my message to Steph Curry if I was, not a Warrior fan.
And on top of that, leave $300 million on the table.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't need it. You know me, I'm one to make sure to tell people how much money they need. So yeah, Steph, what do you need that money for? Go ahead. You got generational wealth. Your brother played in the NBA, your dad did. You guys aren't broke.
What did we clock him at? Like, he can get like 70 million a year.
I thought it was like 75.
Was it 75?
It's something crazy. It's something
like
crazy.
I think the last year of his deal like brushes the 80.
That's probably what it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go ahead and retire, Steph. No one, you don't deserve this headache. You don't want to travel anymore.
Steph's gonna make more money than Michael Jordan did in his career, like his last year in the league.
Yeah, these contract numbers gonna get crazier and crazier, and it's like you're gonna have more old players complaining about what these guys have. Shoot.
Didn't Mike sign 1 year for $30 million?
Something like that, yeah. I think the way it worked out, he made all his like big money like in the last 2 or 3 years.
Right.
Yeah, because he was the greatest bargain in sports history.
Yeah.
Yeah, they like that. That's almost criminal. Between that and that crazy like 6-year, whatever they gave Pippen, they jacked Pippen, locked him up in that dang near like a mid-level exception type deal. I respect the gangster of the Bulls. They straight was like, we gonna give Scotty like $3 million a year. He'll take it.
He got the equivalent of New Edition's record deal.
Yeah, but Scotty looking around and watching all these other guys just get paid, and he's like, I got like 9 years left on this deal though.
Scotty signed a lifetime contract with
the cold part about it was they didn't trick him.
Well,
they offered him the contract, and he said, "Sure, I'll sign it." All right, Scotty.
We wonder why Scotty went broke. Scotty didn't go broke because he blew his money. Scotty got broke because he didn't have any money.
Scotty hitting up Scott Pippen Jr. like, "Hey man, let me hold something, man."
Didn't Scotty sign a $100 million deal?
No,
with Portland.
No,
it wasn't 100. Hey, he's one of them guys who got his big contract at the end.
Scotty, is this right? Scotty played 13 years with the Chicago Bulls. I don't know why I'm laughing. Like I can even like imagine what having this much money is like. Scotty played 13 years for the Chicago Bulls and made $32 million.
Wow.
In his career.
Oh, poor Scotty.
We could do it now. In his career, 18 years for Scottie Pippen. Any unofficial guesses? Unofficial.
93.
Unofficial guesses here.
60.
18 years. Jesse, how much? Scottie Pippen, 18 years.
I'll go like 110.
Unofficial. Jason Jones, 18 years for Scottie Pippen.
60 mil.
Ladies and gentlemen, $109.9 million.
I just threw that one to the wind.
Jesse's on a roll right now.
No, he ain't on no
roll. He got all that from
He missed it by like 500,000.
Shot a half-court shot because
he actually missed it. Like, He actually missed it by 43,000.
Yeah, he got all that from Portland, probably.
He did. He got $66.3 million from Portland.
So he
got $11 million with Houston.
He made up for it after the Bulls got him on a hometown like discount times 10.
What, Larsa running around on the Potomac, the poorest one out there.
That was one of the greatest parts of the Last Dance. So there was like, we Scotty mad, but we tell him to sign that contract. Everyone's like, we don't know why he did it.
They did me dirty. He just offered the contract.
Bro, that's your name, right? Like they're holding up the contract. Scottie Pippen.
I'm like, I don't know who his agent was back then.
Yeah, that's what I was just wondering the same thing.
I'm like, didn't anyone have the foresight to go, you know what, Scotty? They like literally paid him like he was just another guy on the team.
Mm-hmm.
They were like, we got to go make sure, that's going to go down as one of the wildest contract things ever. Like, certifiably top 75 player in NBA history on on a team friendly deal so they can go get Tony Kukoc.
Mike made $60 million, $63 million in his last 2 years with Chicago.
Ooh.
30 million and 33.1 million. So 60 million in his last two. That leaves 13 years that made Mike about $33 million. Wow.
Oh well, man. We all have our struggles. Hey, it is what it is. That's okay. I'm enjoying this narrative that the Niners are getting rid of everybody to give Brock Purdy like $900 million. It's my favorite thing to read.
Well, I don't know. Read something else because you just asked me. They're getting rid of him because all these guys are washed.
Whatever. I don't care about facts when it's Niner tears involved. I don't care about facts. I just I'm enjoying the laughing.
We got.
How come we can't cut Jake Moody?
Oh,
that's my favorite one. You're cutting everybody except Moody.
That pisses me off.
Jay, we appreciate you as always, my friend. Oh, real quick, are you Geno Smith? We hyped Geno and
thumbs down.
It's a thumbs up because did you see who they had playing quarterback last couple of years?
Wow,
that's a good point.
I mean, at least he can he's funky. He can function and move and maybe I'm not mad at all. You basically traded Devontae Adams for him because you used that Jets pick. So it's I can dig it. I don't like them losing some of the guys they lost on defense, but hey, if they won 4 games last year, who am I? I'm not fooling myself.
Jay, we appreciate you as always, my friend.
All right, y'all take it easy.
All right, we got Gonzaga and St. Mary's coming up at 5:45. Appreciate you being with us here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos, Gales.
All right, y'all, we got to run. I got to get out to Sky River. We will see you guys tomorrow.